Hey guys, here's the finale of Lone Wolf. Please leave a like and subscribe if you enjoyed the fanfic and want to see more in the future. It truly goes a long way to support me and my channel. Anyways, enjoy. Chapter 21, Escaping from Death. Naruto and Kakashi were staring at the man they thought was killed by the very one with the dog mask. The silver-haired Jounin thought he was hallucinating, but considering the type of experiments Kabuto and Orochimaru performed, he didn't feel the need to be surprised. Nevertheless, even with his experience, Kakashi was kind of unnerved that his danger sense was bothering him so much. Kabuto couldn't be stronger since the day they fought, now could he? The problem was that whoever apparently brought him back from the dead would have other intentions than simply giving the man a second chance in life. It didn't help that this feeling was familiar to both Kakashi and Naruto, as they always felt it upon being close to someone under the influence of the cursed seal. Naruto for his part was watching Kabuto's unnerving and rather sick-looking smile with a frown. This was the man that caused a lot of trouble to Konoha. Even in death, the man can be a pain in the ass. Watching his partner from the sideline, he was surprised that Kakashi was using sign language to communicate with him. And since Naruto pretty much memorized the signs, he understood what Kakashi wanted to say. According to his partner, Kabuto was still unaware of Naruto's identity, hence why he was addressing exclusively to Kakashi and not both Anbus. That meant that while fighting, the blonde couldn't afford to use any skills that would alert Kabuto, so no Kage Bunshin and definitely no Rasengan. I saw you die by own hands, Kabuto, but it seems Orochimaru had other plans for you, commented Kakashi, earning a sinister smile from the snake's second in command. Indeed you did, Kakashi. However, Orochimaru-sama was most displeased with this predicament, hence why he used his technique to bring me from the dead. That means more fun for us, since we could continue from where we stopped, and don't think it will be as easy as before, though I was amazed, at the time, that you managed to defeat me in such a brutal manner, smiled Kabuto, before he turned to the other Anbu member in deep contemplation. Kabuto knew never to underestimate a shinobi above the rank of Jounin, mostly because the last time he did so, he was dead from a very powerful Raiten attack Kakashi used. Therefore, if this other shinobi was as good or either as experienced as the copy nin, Kabuto would have to be wary of his movements. The stance alone was already unnerving, his trained eyes could tell. It showed nothing but confidence that his skills would be able to land the killing blow. I've managed to beat you once and I will beat you once more. You should have used this opportunity Orochimaru gave you and live longer. Now your mistake will be your downfall. Be prepared, said Kakashi, before he took out his ninjato and charged against Kabuto with impressive speed while Naruto was just watching from the sideline. Another aspect of the message was that he would participate in this battle as backup. Kabuto saw the attack coming and evaded when the time came, surprising Kakashi because he was relying on the Sharingan to predict the man's movements. The moment he passed Kabuto, Kakashi slipped a couple meters forward, before focusing chakra to his feet for propulsion. He was facing Kabuto's back because of his movement and was about to land the killing blow, when Kabuto vanished from sight for 1 second, before appearing next to the copy nin, while aiming his chakra scalpels at Kakashi's chest. He would have landed the attack, if he didn't have to dodge a couple of apparently elemental shurikens on the verge of slicing him in several pieces. Doing a major backflip, Kabuto, then, looked at Kakashi's partner and saw him holding the snake hand sign, meaning he was the one behind the attacks. He didn't have much time to ponder the situation, because Kakashi was hot on his tail 1 second later. The Jounin did some hand signs, before placing his hands in front of his mouth as he exhaled. Katengu Kakyu no Jutsu Fire Release, Grand Fireball Jutsu. The incoming fireball, although immense, was nothing Kabuto couldn't dodge just by using his plain agility. However, as he was preparing to evade the incoming attack, he sensed a major shift in the wind, before looking, with wide eyes, that the incoming fireball nearly doubled in size. The man had the decency to curse his luck as he had to channel chakra to his feet in order to escape the attack. He managed to evade in the end, but not at the cost of burning his legs because of it. Immediately healing the damage, not because of the pain which by the way he didn't feel, Kabuto landed on the ground and once more looked at Kakashi's partner for a while. The major shift in wind was not naturally caused, but rather it was chakra orientated. This, he wasn't expecting at all. Wind users were dangerous, especially in close to middle range, so if the man was far from the battle, that only meant that he was acting as backup for Kakashi. Kakashi saw that Kabuto was focusing on Naruto and took the opportunity to land a powerful kick in the man's chest, thus sending him flying straight towards some trees. He, then, turned to Naruto and smiled at the boy. he understood the meaning behind being Kakashi's backup as he managed to save the copy nin from having his inner organs severed by Kabuto's attack. Also, the occasional power adding to Kakashi's Katen techniques proved to be valuable against Kabuto. What troubled him, though, was the fact that Kabuto's different regenerative abilities. He was pretty sure that the improved fireball would turn his legs to crisp, but when he saw it, it was like the attack never happened. Usually, Kakashi would be able to see the damage being healed slowly, but now it was faster. Orochimaru's Edo Tensei, Resurrection to the Impure World technique, was reported by the Black Ops Anbu that witnessed the snake using on the Sandaime Hokage, and they very well saw that even though Sarutobi managed to blow the resurrected bodies of the Nidaime and Shadaime Hokage to smithereens, it would heal over and over, just like Kabuto. It didn't take long for Kabuto to appear in front of Kakashi as he adjusted his glasses so they wouldn't fall off his face. "Nice, Kakashi, just what I expected from someone like you. Although that partner of yours saved your life once already and I have yet to reach my fullest capacity," smiled Kabuto, earning a snarl from Kakashi. Not much could piss him off these days. He participated in the war against Iwa and had to endure a lot of deadly situations. However, what he hated most was the opponent's unpredictability. For some reason, the man in front of him just wouldn't leave this plane of existence, and Kakashi feared that Orochimaru made some modifications to his body. "I don't know what your master had in mind when he brought you back from the dead, Kabuto. But from here on out, I guess I'll have to give 100% on this fight," said Kakashi as he focused more chakra to his feet and charged Kakashi in a speed unheard of, before landing a powerful kick to Kabuto's sternum. But seeing as the man felt no pain, his only hope was to damage the body to the point that the spirit wouldn't be able to maintain itself any longer. The problem was if he would have enough chakra to last until the end? Using speed, Kakashi was waiting for Kabuto to land near him just so he could land a strong punch to the jaw, but he was surprised when Kabuto used the momentum and flipped his body, thus facing Kakashi. He, then, took a regular scalpel from his holster in order to attack the silver-haired Jounin, who in turn, already picked up a kunai to parry the blow. Suddenly, the only sounds that people could hear were the number of shifts in the wind and the peculiar sound of metal clashing against metal. Quickly, after defending from Kabuto's attack, Kakashi managed to deliver a reverse kick right on Kabuto's abdomen, sending him straight towards a big rock, before his body collided heavily. Wasting no time at all, Kakashi made some quick hand signs before focusing lightning chakra on his hand. He, then, charged against Kabuto and managed to hit the assassination move directly on Kabuto's heart. Since he saw his hand crossing all the way to the enemy's back, Kakashi relaxed his stance for a short while, but it was long enough for him to realize that it was a fatal mistake as the enemy's hands began glowing purple, showing the chakra scalpels. Because of the short distance, the Anbu wouldn't have time nor space to evade, hence why he focused on one of the simplest techniques in existence, Kawarimi no Jutsu. Kabuto only watched in morbid fascination as Kakashi appeared a few meters away from him. "Congrats, Kakashi, I really thought you'd die in my arms this time," said Kabuto, as he rested his hands on his hip in a mocking stance while Kakashi was positioned and ready to counterattack anything the enemy throws at him. Suddenly, though, the sky became dark and immediately thousands and thousands of lightning emerged, ready to strike Kabuto at any time. Because of the Sharingan, Kakashi remembered this genjutsu and smiled at the chance Naruto was giving him. This time, he would make sure to cut off the enemy's head, while he was occupied with Naruto's technique. Kabuto for his part wondered about the sudden change in the weather, before he adjusted his eyes to the enemy. The man was surprised for a moment, because of the fact that the lightning were passing through Kakashi, like they never existed in the first place, but then he realized it was an illusion and he managed to dodge just in time to avoid Kakashi's kunai from severing his head completely. After jumping back a bit, Kabuto took another look at the other Anbu since he knew Kakashi didn't have the time nor the skills to cast a genjutsu without Kabuto realizing. "That little partners of yours is getting on my nerves, Kakashi. It seems I can't deal with you alone, so what do you say I get to spice things up a bit," said Kabuto, before sudden black markings appeared all over his body, making Kakashi flinch in fear. He, then, vanished and appeared next to Naruto, who eyed his partner and sensei with question. "Naruto, I guess we'll have to pair up against this guy. He just activated a cursed seal, so that's what Orochimaru wanted with Kabuto." "Get ready, we're fighting together," stated Kakashi, earning a nod from Naruto, before he unleashed his katana. "For a moment there, I was beginning to think you didn't need my help, Kakashi," smiled Naruto, even though the fact that we're now facing a very powerful enemy. He, then, saw Kabuto emerge from within the bushes now filled with black dots all over his body, showing to the experienced eye that he was using only the first level of the cursed seal. Sasuke was only able to reach 2 levels of Cursed Seal, but what if he and Orochimaru managed to go beyond it? Asked Naruto, while looking at his sensei, who in turn never took his eyes off the enemy. But the fact remained that Kakashi was very troubled with Naruto's wonderings. The Cursed Seal in itself, it's already a powerful and deadly weapon, and with the second level of the Cursed Seal, a skilled shinobi would be nearly unstoppable. So, what about the third level? Kakashi considered his sanity, then trying to respond the question, he conserved his brain power to think of valuable strategies to be used against Kabuto. At the Hokage's office. The Hokage was busy going through some reports like usual. Naruto and Kakashi were still due to return from their mission, and it kind of got the blonde worried about their safety. The mission they undertook was an assassination mission, plain and simple, get in and get out. However, it's been 2 days already and not a word from them. Assigning someone to go after them would be completely against the rules, as Anbu level missions worked in a different way. Mostly, because of their identities having to remain a secret, Tsunade couldn't send just anyone after them from fear of the mask simply falling while being attended. She was still working out some loophole on the mission rules in order to send someone, when she heard someone knocking on the door. After dully authorized, Tsunade was surprised for a moment, before the idea suddenly clicked. Who else could she send to retrieve a couple of Ambus, than the very team captain and vice captain? Hawk and Bear went out on an investigation assignment close to the border with Fire and Rain Country and returned a couple hours ago, searching for both Naruto and Kakashi. Hawk, Bear, please come inside, I have something I wish to talk to you too, ordered the Hokage, before seeing the two Ambus kneel on the ground in total servitude. What can we do for you, Tsunade-sama? Asked Hawk. A couple days ago, I sent Black Wolf and Dog to a mission to a village near Wind Country border in order to take care of a missing nin that was terrorizing a village there. Normally, after the mission completion, either one of them sends a message saying that they are returning. However, it's been 2 days since they left, and with the speed they go, I'd estimate only a day of traveling at the most. I fear that something happened with them, but due to regulations, I'm found with no other alternative but to send you two there for assistance. It's highly advisable to leave now, since for all we know, they could be in the middle of a battle going on and are in need of backup, reported Tsunade, earning a nod followed by another bowl to the Hokage, before using Sunshine to appear at the administration building ceiling. What should we do, Hawk Taiku? Asked Bear as he sent his best to the comrades they are about to rescue. According to the Hokage, it's normally a day of traveling in the direction of the border between Wind and Fire Country, so we must hurry and reduce this time, ordered Hawk, earning a nod from Bear as they dashed through the rooftops, until the gate was visible. Once passing the gates, the Anbus used their skills to further increase their speed by channeling chakra to his feet the exact same time the feet lands on the treetop, thus having more propulsion towards the next incoming tree. Back with the fight. Because of the Cursed Seal level 1, Kabuto's speed increased tenfold, which was causing some trouble for both Kakashi and Naruto to keep up. Right now, Naruto managed to land consecutive katana attacks, landing a few cuts to Kabuto's abdomen, before Kakashi came and landed one roundhouse kick straight on the man's head, sending him flying a couple of meters, before he used his legs to force his stop. Immediately, Naruto placed his katana back at the holster and started making some hand signs for Sutenhan Ryu, water release, destruction current jutsu. Kabuto was suddenly engulfed by the sudden tidal wave crashing down his head, while wondering about the fact that the man just used a Suten attack. Suddenly, he sensed a different source of chakra, but it was too late as the sudden electric current courtesy of Kakashi's attack, sent 1,000 bolts to Kabuto's inner organs, damaging them quite a bit. Black Wolf, this is serious. He is only at Cursed Seal level 1 and he's already giving us trouble because of his healing abilities. We'll have to step things up a bit, said Kakashi, while seeing the results of their coordinated efforts. Wouldn't it be better to save our chakra for the further levels of the Cursed Seal? At level 2, he will be stronger, faster, but his mind won't be the same. He will begin to attack head-on without thinking of the consequences. I don't even want to think that he can reach a third level, reasoned Naruto, earning a nod from Kakashi, as it surely wouldn't be a nice thing if they were out of chakra and Kabuto could still use another level of the damn seal. The pair had to cut short their conversation since Kabuto just casted a strong genjutsu on them, but it didn't take long since both Anbu managed to dispel early enough for them to dodge Kabuto's chakra scalpels. Naruto, now focusing some wind chakra to his blade, did a backflip and sliced the air with as much force as he could handle. By doing this, though, with the additional wind chakra for the technique propulsion, Kabuto looked on in shock to see the huge arc of wind coming right after him, before cutting him in half. Kakashi would be shocked by this level of skill in Kenjutsu, if the situation wasn't so dangerous. However, though, he had the decency to curse Orochimaru for this technique as he saw Kabuto's body pretty much joined together. He, then, jumped where Naruto was standing and whispered his plan to the blonde. Then, the two began their respective sequence of hand seals. Katen Kari Yudan, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Projectile Jutsu. Fuuten Repiso, Wind Release, Gale Wind Palm Jutsu. Immediately, the two elemental beams joined, and with it, not only the beam of fire was bigger, but also it was faster, thus hitting Kabuto dead on his chest, burning him down like a crisp as well as sending the man straight towards a river nearby. The attack was devastating, burning a couple of trees that were closer to Kabuto's position, but once more, the man appeared on top of the river unscathed, although his body was entirely burned. Snarling in frustration, Naruto ran towards the river, much to Kakashi's protest, and made some hand signs, before stepping on the river. Suten Mizu Kamikiri, Water Release, Rising Water Cutter Jutsu. Suddenly, Naruto sent the attack at Kabuto, who barely managed to evade the attack, before looking back to see a tree sliced in half because of the attack. He, then, looked towards the Anbu, who by now, was already out of the water side by side with Kakashi. Kabuto frowned in respect of the blonde-haired guy. Not only he was quite efficient in Futon Ninjutsu and his sword, but he has skills regarding Suten attacks as well. And the jutsu repertoire was simply breathtaking. Orochimaru would sure appreciate having this fellow under his command for sure, however he needed to kill Kakashi, and if the blonde stands in the way, he would have to be killed as well. Well, Kakashi, I was actually hoping to get rid of you with only the first level of the cursed seal, but seeing as I can't land a hit on either of you, how about we spice things a bit? Asked Kabuto, as he activated the cursed seal level 2. His skin was darker now and two horns appeared on each side of his head. Spikes also appeared on his back, like the extension of his spinal cord. His clothes were ripped to pieces. During this transformation, Naruto and Kakashi were seizing their options right now. Going head-on against Kabuto now was ludicrous, since both his speed and strength nearly doubled, however they could perhaps maintain a certain distance from the man, thus forcing him to make a mistake if Naruto's theory about the second level of the cursed seal proved to be right. Suddenly, Kabuto exploded forwards the two ambus, but Naruto beat him to it by holding the tiger seal for a genjutsu called Kokwang no Jutsu, Journey into Black Darkness Jutsu. In seconds, Kabuto's world turned to darkness and he couldn't see a damn thing. Kakashi, however, seized the opportunity and took his ninjato to slice the man into pieces. Unfortunately, because of the second level of the cursed seal, Kabuto's body was hardened, thus the only damage Kakashi was able to inflict were a couple of bruises on Kabuto's arm. Nice try, Kakashi. This is a very strong genjutsu, but since you can't deliver the killing blow it's kind of useless. Kai! Whispered Kabuto, before the daylight suddenly appeared showing the two ambus in front of him and the blonde guy holding the tiger seal. Choosing to attack him instead, Kabuto charged against Naruto, who kept waiting until the enemy reached his position before he focused chakra to his feet and legs, increasing his agility, while landing wind-charged katana attacks. Naruto managed to slice one of Kabuto's arms, but as usual, the arm would just join with the body once more. Snarling in frustration, Naruto twisted his body and raised his foot up to the enemy's hand, thus landing a reverse kick on the guy's neck with force. Normally, the sound of a neck breaking meant someone was dead, but in this case, Kabuto wasn't even fazed by the attack. Picking a couple of scalpels from his holster, Kabuto threw all of them at the blonde, before smirking in satisfaction as all of them managed to hit the target. Naruto snarled at the pain, but managed to escape from Kabuto's chakra scalpels by focusing some wind chakra around his body and create a vacuum of air, not allowing the enemy to make a step further. That gave him the opportunity to jump away from the fight and see Kakashi engaging Kabuto once more with a Reikiri straight on Kabuto's chest, before focusing some lightning chakra to damage the organ severely. Kakashi, then, aimed a powerful kick on Kabuto's chest, sending the enemy flying, before jumping back to see how Naruto was faring. He was surprised to see the blonde ripping the scalpels one by one from his arms and legs, each of them followed by a slight grunt in pain from the blonde, but otherwise, he was ready to battle. Don't worry, eventually it will heal. Nevertheless, our attacks aren't causing the desired effect, what can we do? Asked Naruto, earning a sigh in contemplation from Kakashi. He was asking himself this question over and over again. Both he and Naruto managed to deliver some heavy punishment on the enemy that would obliterate any other enemy, however Kabuto's body would just join once more, like nothing happened. Kakashi knew it was the same thing that the Sandaime Hokage faced when the Sound tried to invade Konoha, and Kakashi just didn't want to use the technique Sarutobi used to take care of the situation. I don't know, but we need to replenish our chakra. Here, take a chakra pill. We need to be on top of our strength and hopefully, we can land one attack that will kill him, said Kakashi, earning a nod from Naruto as he ingested the chakra pill, before feeling his chakra being replenished once more. Not that he actually needed it because of the high chakra capacity, but eventually, he would run out of it. They both got up the second Kabuto appeared once more in front of them, but right now, they could see that the man was letting his emotions get the better of him. Kabuto was right now drooling like a mad person, no doubt because of the cursed seal's effect on people. You two are starting to become a pain and I'll kill you all as if the last thing I do, shouted Kabuto, clearly affected because of the cursed seal running through his system. However, to both Naruto and Kakashi's experience, Kabuto's chakra was flaring uncontrollably and that only meant trouble on the horizon. Suddenly, the horns started to grow up in his canines as well, giving him a beast appearance like no other seen before. Naruto and Kakashi didn't even see the enemy until they both received a strong punch on the chest, sending them both flying. Using the momentum, both flipped their bodies and fixed their feet on the ground, thus stopping. However, even before they could see what happened, Kabuto was right in front of them, landing, this time, a couple of hard punches everywhere on the body. Kakashi was having trouble even to accompany the enemy's movements with his Sharingan, but one thing was to see the movements and another was to move accordingly to intercept. This was a new level of cursed seal and it certainly increased speed and power, but like Naruto predicted, Kabuto was transformed from the usually calculating shinobi to a raging maniac. The only problem was the immeasurable pain both were feeling at the moment. The attacks were brutal and every bone in their bodies was now aching in pain. Looking up, Kakashi noticed that Naruto was struggling to fight Kabuto in his third cursed seal level. Punches, scratches, kicks, the blonde was more fitted to be a punching bag. Kabuto was nowhere to be seen until Naruto received a strong kick on the gut, before flying all the way to an incoming tree, before his body slammed hard on the ground. Blood poured out of his mouth and his vision was getting blurred, because of his body hitting the tree hard. Suddenly, Naruto looked up to see Kabuto in front of him, with a smirk on his face as he extended his claws in order to move for the killing blow. As the arms moved, Naruto snarled in dismay at the idea of dying right now. Ever since he started his career as an Anbu, he never stopped facing death-like situations and managing to overcome the obstacles. He trained like hell each day and because of that, his name in Anbu HQ was spoken with respect, at least his codename was. Also, thinking about his angel, he surely wished he could be with her right now, instead of here on the verge of receiving the killing blow. He closed the mental link between the fox inside his body who for his part was screaming for Naruto to use his chakra and deal with Kabuto, but he wouldn't do it. No doubt, he would be able to win the battle by simply using one tail worth of the fox's power. However, by doing so, it would ruin everything he tried dearly to prevent the fox from controlling his urges. If he was supposed to die, he would die as a shinobi, not a demon. He saw Kabuto moving his arm and closed his eyes as in waiting for the blow. However, it didn't come as he looked up only to see what appeared to be a ninjato going through Kabuto's chest, before Kakashi came in and sent the enemy flying with a chakra-oriented kick. He, then, kneeled next to Naruto and made Naruto eat a soldier pill for some energy. "Are you okay?" asked Kakashi, earning a nod from Naruto. "I'm alright, I actually thought he was going to kill me, thanks for saving me," said Naruto, earning a sigh in contemplation from Kakashi. "I'd never abandon one of my students, even though it won't take long for you to surpass me. We'll need to focus our last source of chakra into one concentrated ninjutsu. His speed is too great for us to follow, any ideas?" asked Kakashi, earning a nod from Naruto. "Prepare your strongest fire technique and I'll handle the rest," stated Naruto, earning a nod from Kakashi who in turn considered the fact that Naruto is well versed on using coordinated ninjutsu. Standing next to each other, they eyed Kabuto who in turn was displaying a devilish smirk on his face as his teeth were drooling with saliva. He, then, opened his mouth to speak but his voice was different. "Prepare to die both of you," shouted Kabuto as he prepared another charge against the two. Quickly, both Naruto and Kakashi started hand signs in rapid succession, before both ended at the Tiger Seal. "Katen Karyu Enden, Fire Release Fire Dragon Missile Projectile Jutsu," whispered Kakashi as he gathered air on his chest. "Fyuten Kumu Shippu, Wind Release Fierce Hurricane Jutsu," whispered Naruto, before both of them whisper the creation of a new coordinated jutsu called Hinote Shippu no Jutsu, Blazing Hurricane Jutsu. The fire dragon technique soon merged with Naruto's hurricane, thus transforming into a fire tornado, engulfing everything in its path. As soon as Kabuto stepped forward to attack the ambush, he was suddenly engulfed by the technique. He would have screamed in pain because of the unbearable temperature inside the hurricane. His entire body was being consumed by the enhanced fire until his body began melting all the way to his head. Suddenly, the seal used to revive the dead appeared from his head, before it burned because of the technique. And since the seal was the one responsible for fixing his body over and over again, nothing did prevent Kabuto's body to simply dissolve from the unbearable temperature. Naruto and Kakashi, though, fell to unconsciousness the minute they released the technique, never knowing if it really worked against Kabuto. In Konoha . Quickly running through the hospital corridors, Yui Kurenai felt her heart beating like crazy. She received the news from one of her boyfriend's team that he was badly injured and was in treatment for heavy chakra exhaustion. She had to curse her boyfriend's chakra capacity to fail him now of all times. She reached the room where her boyfriend was staying with Hatake Kakashi and she saw Tsunade come out of the room with a heavy sigh on her face, probably meaning the worst. "Tsunade-sama, how is he? How's my boyfriend?" Asked Kurenai on the verge of losing her mind because of immeasurable pain she was feeling. Tsunade, for her part, looked at Kurenai before she nodded in the positive, somehow easing Kurenai's pain severely. "He is fine, Kurenai, just some extreme case of chakra exhaustion and couple of broken ribs. Nothing that a full week rest at the hospital wouldn't cure. Kakashi is slightly worse, but he'll make a full recovery. They gave us quite a scare, that's for sure. According to the team I sent that brought them back, the entire area was leveled and Hawk, Naruto's Anbu captain, recognized the joint efforts of Akaten and Futon ninjutsu, so it suggests that a full-scale battle occurred and our guys were the winner. My guess is that they used every drop of chakra into one attack, thus managing to kill whoever it is that attacked them. Nonetheless, we won't know the full extent of what happened until they wake up, which could be in a couple of hours or a couple days, who knows?" Explained Tsunade, before looking at Kurenai. "You can go in if you want to, Kurenai. I'll tell the nurse to call you once the visitor's hour is over," said Tsunade, earning a nod from Kurenai as she, then, walked inside to see her boyfriend lying on the furthest bed from the door. She, then, walked towards the sleeping blonde and began playing with his head before whispering a few comforting words to the blonde. Needless to say, her heart wasn't hurting any longer, instead being filled with joy after seeing that he would be all right in a couple days. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but worry about who was the one responsible for doing this to both Naruto and Kakashi. These two were part of Konoha's elite, and for them to be in this situation meant that the attacker was Sage level or even Cage level. It didn't help trying to think about it right now, so she just waited for Naruto to wake up so that he could tell everything that happened. Chapter 23, Revelations. Nothing but darkness consumed our blonde hero as he tried to grasp what exactly happened. The last thing he remembered was getting beat by Kabuto like a punching bag before he and Kakashi used a coordinated ninjutsu in hopes of getting rid of the cursed seal menace. The results, though, were a blur to him since he was unconscious soon afterwards. Was he dead? Surely, if the technique didn't work, then Kabuto would be free to do with both him and Kakashi whatever he wanted, before delivering the killing blow. Beep, beep, beep. This noise kept playing constantly and Naruto wondered what it was for a second. It didn't take much time for him to realize the source of this peculiar sound, which made him open his eyes like he was just awakening from the worst nightmare of his life. He figured he was in a hospital since his eyes found the white color ceiling, and to the right, he could see the fourth monitor, producing that steady noise echoing throughout the silent room. Stirring a little bit, he realized a little resistance from his left flank, before he turned to see the source. A smile soon appeared as the angel that filled his heart with warmth was there sleeping peacefully by his side. He wondered how long he was bedridden and if Kurenai was by his side this entire time when he heard a distinctive sound of another person grudgingly waking up. He managed to hear the individual rub his head as if nurturing a bump, before the blonde recognized the voice. "Kakashi-sensei, you're here as well, I'm relieved." The silver-haired shinobi, for his instance, sounded just as surprised as Naruto was when he woke up. He, then, began to look around and wondered how the hell they arrived at Konoha's hospital. "Naruto, what happened with the fight? Last thing I remember is the jutsu we managed and then we were unconscious," asked Kakashi. "I don't know, I just awakened as well, wondering if I was dead and saw that we're here and that Kurenai-chan is by my side sleeping." After hearing Naruto's reply, Kakashi's mind went haywire on trying to remember what happened before they fell to unconsciousness. However, as much as he tried to figure out, nothing came, unfortunately. Suddenly, the door opened and both men could see that it was a nurse checking on them, if the outfit was any indication. The moment the woman realized that both of them woke up, she ran back towards the door, probably in order to call the responsible doctor in order to verify their condition. Because of the different noise, though, it managed to wake Kurenai up before she looked to see that Naruto was awake once more. "Naruto-kun, I'm so glad you woke up, you got me so worried that you'd never wake up." Naruto was just glad and remaining there hugging the woman as he felt warmth within his heart. "I'm sorry I got you worried, Kura-chan, but you could at least explain to us what happened. Both I and Kakashi-sensei are at a loss here." Kurenai nodded, before explaining everything that happened. She began by explaining how Hawk and Bear found the two unconscious on a leveled field, during which she explained that the probable cause was a high-level ninjutsu usage. After, she explained that they took 1 day to arrive at Konoha, before both managed to be hospitalized and both treated by Tsunade, who said that apart from some broken ribs and a mild chakra exhaustion, both Naruto and Kakashi would be up in no time. Naruto nodded in appreciation as he now knew the sudden pain that attacked his sideway, but otherwise he was fine now. It didn't take long for Tsunade to come in with a doctor next to her as she checked their vital signs for a moment. After checking Naruto's, she smiled and landed a friendly pat on his shoulder, ignoring the fact that the blonde flinched at the pain because of his broken ribs. Tsunade couldn't care less as this served as punishment for making both her and Kurenai worried this entire time. "Well, Brit, you did give us quite a scare back there, you deserve this. Now, you two are short in delivering the report regarding the mission I sent you, so since you Naruto was the leader, let's hear what happened." The blonde grunted once more because of the pain caused by Tsunade's friendly slap, but turned to explain, nonetheless. The mission to kill the missing nin wasn't much, and in the end, Naruto managed to capture the man without a problem. He managed to reach the scroll with the captured man before he gave to the Hokage. What troubled the blonde Hokage was when Naruto explained that upon coming back to the village, a presumably dead annoyance came from the dead and faced Kakashi in battle. Tsunade was shocked to hear that Orochimaru managed to reach yet another level of the cursed seal, and even more shocked when she heard about Naruto and Kakashi's killing blow technique that managed to torch an entire forest to crisps. Because of the report, Tsunade explained that the mission was now labeled S-ranked because of the complication that arose. "Well, then, good job on the mission, well done. You two have the week off in order to recuperate from your wounds and be present in my office. Naruto, you have several broken ribs, but your chakra is right now stabilized. I don't know how, though, because normally chakra exhaustion takes a whole week to cure, but I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Kakashi, however, since he doesn't have a Baijuu stored inside of him, will take longer to recover his chakra to normal standards. If this jutsu you explained to me is any indication, then it's certain that Kakashi overstrained his chakra coils a bit. Get some rest, you two, and while Naruto is free to go within 2 days, Kakashi will have to stay during the entire week. Now, I have to check other patients, so excuse me." After Tsunade left the room, Naruto then saw that Kurenai gets up as well, explaining that she needed to meet her team for a B-ranked mission she was about to undertake, earning a nod from Naruto, before she was gone from the room, leaving the two injured Ambus alone to think about the events that followed. Kakashi, for sure, wondered about the blonde's ability to think clearly in tight situations, which managed to save them for Kabuto in the end. "I have to say, Naruto, I was impressed by the coordinated ninjutsu you just pulled. Was it new or one you and Hawk already made?" asked Kakashi. "Entirely new. It was actually more of an experiment than anything, Kakashi-sensei. My technique, while a wind type, is too strong to be used for fusing purposes. Normally, in coordinated ninjutsu, my wind technique serves only to increase the power of Hawk's fire attacks. This is the first time I used an equally potent technique to add. In the end, though, it worked. However, I fear that Kabuto is just one of the dangers that the snake has in mind as of this moment. I'm still puzzled by why Orochimaru would revive Kabuto just for testing his new experiment on." Kakashi was having the same line of thought as his student, no teammate. Indeed, Orochimaru would have reached a dead end with his research in order to use Kabuto's body. Kakashi wasn't alien to the knowledge of Kabuto's healing abilities, and he considered the possibility that Orochimaru used Kabuto because his body would be able to resist the damage the third-level cursed seal would cause to the user. Nevertheless, now wasn't the time to pound much on this subject and get to rest as much as possible. Whatever his reasons were, we'd only make assumptions at the moment. For now, though, let's focus on healing our bodies so we can get out of the hospital faster. "Alright," smiled Kakashi as his eyes suddenly closed due to how fatigued he was. "Naruto, after seeing his sensei sleep once more, lied down and looked at the ceiling in contemplation. Several things passed in his mind right now and his head was beginning to show signs of overstrain. He thought about his fight, how he was ill-prepared against Kabuto. He thought about how close he has been to death, before Kakashi came and saved him. He remembered his angel staying next to him until he woke up, but most of all, he remembered of his resolve in not using the fox's powers to protect himself against the enemy. It was weird since that power would obliterate Kabuto, cursed seal or not. But yet, Naruto didn't feel compelled to use it at that moment, for the simple reason that he wanted to depend on his own powers. He closed his eyes as in following his sensei, falling asleep shortly. He was with his eyes closed when he began to hear noise of water drops falling and then the noise reverberating like he was in a tunnel or something. He, then, opened his eyes and realized that he wasn't in the hospital any longer. He realized where he was shortly afterwards and began walking towards the place where the Baijiu would be waiting for him. He knew enough to realize that when he fell asleep and woke up in here it meant that the fox wanted to say something important to him. A few steps later, he entered the cage room and walked in the middle of it, before standing in front of the gigantic cage in front of him. For a moment, though, nothing happened and Naruto wondered where the fox was if not inside the cage. He was beyond surprised, though, when he heard the fox's distinguished voice not in front of him, but right next to him instead. "Hello Naruto, it took you a while to come here, it was getting bored down here." Something was wrong, Naruto was certain about it, not only the fact that the fox never left the cage, but the fact that he wasn't that usually gigantic presence that could smash Naruto with its paw. This Kyuubi was different, barely taller than the blonde with all 9 tails swirling around its bloody red fur. The fox was seating like a dog waiting for something, while looking at the blonde directly through the eyes. This time, though, the blonde couldn't feel any malice or ill intent that he usually could sense in their past discussions. "I'm sure you're having a great number of questions right now, so I'll explain what happened for me to present myself before you in this form. The seal that prevented me from escaping was truly a work of a genius. As much as I wanted nothing but rip the man apart for doing this to the great Kyuubi no Yoko, it did prevented me from destroying the village and furthermore, take over your body and cause havoc throughout the world. One of the seal's power, which I only discovered yesterday, was that it becomes stronger the less you're dependent on my chakra, meaning that it becomes powered up by your chakra. The minute you stopped using my chakra, the seal became stronger and I couldn't do a thing against it. When I screamed for you to use my chakra against the snake's second in command, I wasn't trying to save you or me for that manner, yet by you using it, the seal would weaken, thus granting me an open escape. But you were stubborn through the end and because of it, you managed what I thought was never possible." Naruto was listening though everything and trying to adjust his brain for the information overload. Nevertheless, he now knew that a demon shall never be trusted and he ended up doing the right thing, but still he was waiting for the explanation for his answers. The fox sensed his uneasiness and knew that indeed he didn't ask the blonde's questions yet. "I see that you're still a bit lost regarding what I've explained so far, but I bet one image will speak better than 1,000 words, so why don't you take a look at the center of the cage and tell me what do you see?" The boy did as told, albeit he was wondering about this entire situation. He, then, looked at the cage and went rigid instantly. The seal was gone. "How did this happen? What did you do to it, you bastard?" The fox cleared its throat and stopped Naruto's rambling before he explained. "Before you go haywire, trying to attack me and all, let me say to you that for now on, you don't have to worry about me. When I said that the seal was powered by your chakra, I wasn't lying. In fact, by using only your chakra, the seal ended up fusing with it. Now, it's not the seal that keeps me imprisoned, but rather your chakra alone. Furthermore, because the seal was now gone, so did the barrier preventing my chakra from leaking through your system, before it merged with your own. You wonder how your chakra exhaustion problem was cured so fast, so there you have it. As of right now, you and I are one being, one huge quantity of chakra. As of right now, all I'm is a part of your consciousness." Naruto understood everything if his shocked face was any indication. He didn't know how this happened. Out of the blue, while the blonde was trapped in his own wonders, he heard a third voice behind him, before he turned to be more shocked than he was before. He knew this man like any shinobi and Konoha did, Yondaime Hokage in all its glory, flashing his white robe and carrying a smile on his face that was in a way similar to Naruto's old goofy smiles. But why was he here of all places, Naruto questioned. "The fox is right, Naruto, although there's a sentence I never thought I'd say. As to why I'm appearing before you is simple. Before dying, I placed a small fragment of my chakra in the seal so that if something happens because of it, I could materialize in here and try to control the situation. Never would I believe that you would manage to resist the fox's urges like you did, and I'm proud of the man you became." The man kept smiling while the blonde was at a loss of what to say. The Yondaime placed a failsafe all this time and no one knew, but then it occurred to Naruto the strange vibe he was getting from this man. It was strange, because Naruto was feeling rather comfortable around his presence, like he relied on him for comfort. Also, he wondered as to why the Yondaime Hokage of all people expressed that he was proud of the man he became. "Excuse me, sir, but why would you be proud of how I became, and why do I feel strange around you?" The question alone surprised the Yondaime, and Naruto was well aware of that. The face pretty much showed it. "I see that nobody ever told you about the truth, huh? Well, I figured that Jiraiya-sensei and the old monkey Sarutobi would keep my request to the fullest, since you're not aware of whatever relation you and I share. You see, Naruto, you're my son, and that's why I said that I was proud, as any father, of the man my son became." Naruto stopped breathing instantly. All it could be heard was his beating heart pounding heavily inside his chest. The blonde never paid much attention to whom his parents were after the Sandaime kept constantly refusing to ever tell him about it, but even if he dismissed it as non-important, the question was always there, carefully hidden for when Naruto was the age Sandaime considered adequate to hear about his father and mother. Suddenly, though, an immense ire burned within his body as he looked at the man who pretty much ruined his life and left him all alone without anyone to look out for him when he was a kid. Then, with an uncharacteristic speed, he lunged forward and landed a strong kick to Minato's stomach, before seeing as the man doubled in pain on the floor. "Why did you choose your own son to beat this burden, huh? Have you any idea of the pain I went through every single day since I could remember?" Naruto shouted with uncontrolled anger. Minato was on the floor holding his stomach from his son's impressive kick, but he guessed he deserved it. He was present through his son's life, even if just watching from the seal placed in Kyuubi's seal. He knew how much hatred the boy had to endure from those who mourned the loss of their loved ones by the Kyuubi. He knew about the unbearable nightmares that plagued his son's mind every time he went to sleep, and he knew his son's hardships regarding his shinobi status from lack of proper training when he was at the academy. But at the time, he knew the reason why Naruto was his choice to bear this burden, as the pain of the kick subsided enough for him to get up and look at his son in the face. "Naruto, I know that you're angry at your old man for what I made you go through, but please know that at the time, I didn't have much of a choice in the matter." While Minato explained, he was somewhat intrigued by those yellow feral eyes, even though he already knew about them, but he continued nonetheless. "The fox was ravaging the entire village to pieces, and I just couldn't ask for any parent to hand in their son or daughter to handle the burden, so I entrusted it to you, my son. I asked everyone to treat you as the hero that saved the village, and I know that very few people ended up treating you as one." As Minato explained with a heavy heart the reasons, Naruto's expression was relaxing somewhat. He remembered when he told Kakashi that the Yondaime chose him for this burden because he believed Naruto was capable of nurturing the demon. But, Naruto was much of a human to demand explanation for growing up pretty much alone. "I also asked those loyal to me to keep this information from you in hopes that my enemies wouldn't seek retribution for what I did against Iwa in the last Shinobi War. So, don't blame them for not telling you about me before. If you want to blame someone for it, then blame me for it. I admit I was pissed when I found out. All that I repressed while growing up, in hopes that it would go away with time, everything was bottling up that when you told me this, my control wasn't strong enough to hold me for lunging at you, and for that I'm sorry. I ended up accepting the Kyuubi's burden and also accepted the fact that you considered me worthy of handling the fox. I'm sorry for my actions earlier," said Naruto with a solemn look on his face for his actions. His old man, though, only smiled at the blonde, and his pride was evident. "If it's someone who needs to apologize for is me, Naruto. Now, I don't have much time here, since you managed to overcome my chakra with yours, but I wanted to talk to you for a moment, get to know my son, what you say?" Naruto smiled. For the first time in years, he showed a genuine smile at finally meeting the man that gave birth to him. Then, father and son started chatting about Naruto's life, which included his Anbu position, his team, and certainly his new girlfriend. Minato was surprised with Naruto's companion, simply because of the fact that the woman was his age when he passed away, but he could see how much love his son had for this Kurenai person, so he didn't pressure the subject. The man smiled from ear to ear when the boy asked about his mother. "You want to hear about your mother? Well, her name was Uzumaki Kushina. Boy, I'll tell you. In all my years serving the village, never had I faced such temper before. If one would compare it, it would be as huge as the Hokage mountain in size. But she had a heart of gold and cared for everyone like they were her own family. When you showed up in her valley, she spent the entire 9 months embracing and caressing you. Naruto remained there hearing about his mother with a smile on his face as he imagined what life must have been for his parents before the fox appeared. He asked about her position in Konoha and was surprised to hear that she was one of the top Anbu captains that ever crossed these lands, with records only surpassed by Kakashi since he was operating way longer than her. Naruto was amazed to hear that his mother excelled in her kenjutsu abilities, and even the Sharingan had difficulties to follow her swift and sudden movements. Unfortunately, because of the fox arriving in Konoha, she just couldn't give birth to you properly from fear of what would happen to the village. In the end, she lost a lot of blood and she died shortly afterward. The somber look on Minato's face after reminiscing on his wife's death caused the blonde to look down in sadness, not only from losing his mother because of this, but also about losing his companion and feeling irritably useless, not able to do anything to prevent such a terrible demise. Shortly, his face improved and a smile was visible. In the end, though, I got to meet her up there, and together we've been watching you, my son. Every step you take, every breath you took, every shout you made to the heavens in order to explain why everything was happening to you, your mother and I heard everything with a heavy heart from once again being useless to avoid any of it. However, within time, you became a man far beyond our expectations, and you bear the will of fire our beloved Sandaime Hokage speaks so fond about it. Naruto smiled and nodded to his father. Otosan, I managed to overcome all those hardships in the end, and I've now released all that suppressed frustration on your stomach, he. There have been times when I would gather a lot of curse words to say to the one who put me through all that, but now I don't feel like that anymore. Facing the present and the future is enough trouble as it is, why bother with what happened in the past, right? The younger blonde smiled after explaining his reasons, which in consequence, caused Minato to smile as well. He was meaning to get to know his son a bit more, and seeing that even after everything that happened, he still manages to look forward as nothing short of mature and dignified. Suddenly, it appeared that Minato just remembered something, because of his face. Just forgot for a moment, son, both me and your mother believe you have what it takes for a mission that's reserved solely for you and you alone. What is it? Asked Naruto, clearly interested at what Minato was about to say. It involves your mother's family's inheritance, since you're the sole heir of the Uzumaki clan. And so, Minato began explaining what would be needed of the blonde in order to proceed with the special mission, before the chakra stored in the seal vanished as father and son bid each other farewell. 1 week later. Choosing to stay at the hospital in order to make Kakashi some company until he was recuperated, Naruto was thinking about his conversation with his long-deceased father and Yondaime Hokage. He ended up explaining everything to Kakashi, but he wasn't surprised that the silver-haired shinobi was already aware of Naruto being Yondaime's son. A few curses here and there, but in the end, the blonde forgot all about it and explained the mission he would need to undertake in order to receive what was left by his mother. All that Minato gave to him, though, was a riddle to solve, which was created in order to better protect the treasure from those who wanted nothing good for the Uzumaki family. It was a 4-phrase riddle. In a land surrounded by whirlpools, lies the secret of the Uzumaki family. Hidden within the deepest pits and protected by a fierce creature made of water. Only a true member of the Uzumaki family is allowed to enter. Nevertheless, not only by blood will it be granted passage. Minato also gave Naruto a special code that must be given to the Hokage in order to receive the mission specs entrusted by his mother Kushina to the Sandaime Hokage. A part of Naruto felt betrayed that the Sandaime Hokage knew about this all along and didn't tell him, but reason speaks highly in this manner, and Naruto had to respect the third Hokage from honoring his father's wish to the grave. The young blonde would need to go alone to whatever place his father and mother just sent him, but he wasn't particularly thrilled, so he thought of maybe dragging his wolf partner Ace with him. Now, the blonde was walking throughout the streets of Konoha, heading for the Inuzuka residence in hopes of getting his friend's support in this manner. As a matter of fact, Naruto and Ace didn't meet since Ace stayed to take care of his pups and allow them to grow healthy and skilled. Nowadays, though, Naruto believed that the wolf was bored since all his pups were assigned to the new crop of Inuzuka genins. As soon as he stopped in front of the compound, though, his trained eyes caught what appeared to be wind-induced attack coming his way, before he smirked and proceeded to make a quick series of hand seals to form his Fuuten Kaze no Yaiba, wind release, wind sword jutsu. The problem was that this one was twice as big as the old one, thus overcoming Ace's Fuuten Kaze no Kiba, wind release, wind claw jutsu, quite easily. Also, the fact that the wind sword was disoriented, spoke highly of Naruto's sudden increase in chakra. Suddenly, the wolf appeared walking casually together, a gray little pup walking alongside him. It was about time you showed up to visit me, Naruto. I was here thinking you'd stop thinking about your old friend. The blonde had the decency to look sheepish despite having well reason for not visiting his wolf friend. The fact that he was in the hospital for the duration of the week, not to mention those sack of missions. The missions kept me out of my social life, sorry. I thought that by now, your pups would be designated with the Inuzuka genins by now. I didn't know you had another one. How are you, little guy? As Naruto knelt down, he started playing with the little wolf, scratching his ears a little bit. The little wolf was enjoying life greatly while the blonde continued to scratch the back of his ears. This little guy here is different, he'll be designated Takiba's little cousin, he's at the academy right now, said Ace as he began licking his pup for a bit, before he looked at Naruto. I can see that you didn't come here just to play me a visit, and it seems that you finally have answers for all the questions you sought before. Yeah, I had a little talk with the fox and a long-lost parent of mine, but I guessed you already knew, right, Ace? No, I didn't just come here for a social visit, I need your help. The wolf for his part smiled at his blonde companion from already knowing what Naruto needed of him. When are you supposed to leave? Asked Ace. I'm on my way to request 2 weeks to complete the mission my mother left me to complete. If all goes right, then we can meet tomorrow at the West Gate. Can I count on you, my friend? The wolf nodded, before grabbing the little wolf on his mouth. Turning, he began to walk inside the Inuzuka residence, while Naruto smiled and left as well, on his way to the Hokage's office. The blonde supposed he should go light on the blonde Hokage, considering that just like the Sandaime, she's holding on to his father's memory. Nevertheless, some questions will be asked regarding how he came into contact with the truth behind Naruto's parents and the reason as to why Kyuubi was sealed inside him, for that matter. At the Hokage's office Senju Tsunade could say that she was surprised, no of something, she was downright shocked. Reason? Well, Uzumaki Naruto was in front of her, asking to know about the mission codename Whirlpool. Tsunade knew this word from reading her sensei's journals, and if Naruto knows about it, then he already knows about the truth. It couldn't be possible. No one knew about his parents, and those who knew were asked not to tell him until Sarutobi felt it was safe to do so. His face, though, detected no ill intent towards her, and if he knew all about the truth, certainly Naruto would throw a fit over her for hiding such information from the blonde. His face remained impassive as though this was a normal occurrence, which was unsettling for the blonde Hokage. You don't need to be apprehensive about it, Tsunade-sama, I already know the truth and I'm not blaming anyone from keeping it from me, I just asked to perform the mission that it was bestowed to me by my mother. She would have flinched at his bored tone for such a manner, but she didn't feel any negative response from Naruto, so he was indeed speaking the truth. Pressing a button inside one of the desk's drawers, a blue scroll suddenly materialized within a hidden compartment from the desk and picked up by Tsunade. Your mother hoped, beyond hope, that this day would come, but she hoped she would be alive as well to guide you through the path ahead. This mission is reserved to you and you alone, Naruto, so I'll send a letter to the Anbu commander explaining that you received a mission directly from me. I would wish you good luck, but I have a feeling you don't need it. Tsunade smiled as she gave the scroll to Naruto to read the contents. He would have to go to a place called Whirlpool Country, located between water and sea country. In a land surrounded by whirlpools, lies the secret of the Uzumaki family. The blonde was beginning to realize the fact that just reaching the island will prove to be troublesome, much less retrieve whatever his mother left him. He bowed to the woman in front of him, before taking his leave at the door, but Tsunade called him. Naruto, I want you to know that, said Tsunade. Once more, you don't need to worry about it, Tsunade-sama. I'm not angry at anyone for upholding this information, I've already unleashed my frustrations on the person who started all this. Have a good day. Tsunade was, then, left dumbfounded while wondering what Naruto meant by unleashing on the person who started all this. Wait, who started all this was the Yondaime. She gave up instantly in trying to understand the blonde enigma. Suddenly, two people Tsunade never thought would approach her, unless it was a question of national security at the very least. Anbu Commander Yamato and Anbu Black Ops Commander Ibiki standing in front of her and for unknown reason, but Tsunade felt inclined to believe that this concerned the blonde that just left the premise. And what would you know? She was right. Okay, let me get this straight, you both are here before me requesting to promote Anbu Team 5 to the Black Ops, do explain your reasons for such and I'll consider. This particular team is responsible for many accomplishments within the Anbu ranks and I would find strange for you Yamato to consider dismissing such a fine team under your charge. Tsunade knew much of the Black Ops department to know that their principal activity is running the intelligence department as well as the village leader's protection at all times. But what intrigued her to no end was why Ibiki took an interest in a full assault squad like Team 5. Those 4 belonged to the front lines, not behind some desk, analyzing papers. Yamato, for his part, almost felt inclined to agree with the Hokage, but his Anbu department wasn't only consisted of one team, and as such, his subordinated needed to know that while Team 5 has shown incredible results, they are equally important to the village. I'm well aware of their achievements, Tsunade-sama, but the Anbu organization consists of more than just Team 5. I also happen to know that this team specializes in open combat, but both Hawk and Dog have experience at the intelligence department. Bear and Black Wolf are fast learners of what it takes to operate in the shadows, said Yamato. Also, Tsunade-sama, my organization is understaffed right now and I believe Team 5 will be a fine addition. With Dog's Sharingan and Hawk's quick wits, certainly the team could provide some interest information that can save us in the future, said Ibiki. Tsunade heard both of them and began to think about it. Surely, it would be a good idea to test this team in different scenarios, and indeed Ibiki recently complained about the lack of personnel to assist him in the intelligence department. Nevertheless, she didn't like to take Team 5 away from the field since they were responsible for ridding Konoha of a great number of potentially dangerous enemies. I'll allow the promotion, but regarding this particular team, we'll have to compromise the 2 organizations. Surely, you Ibiki deserve a worthy platoon to lead, but Team 5's presence in the field is too valuable. As such, it will be required of them to be on the front lines when requested by the Hokage. Are we in agreement? After both nodded, Tsunade approved their joint petition and started rubbing her temples with more paperwork to solve. She just hoped Naruto wouldn't kill her for doing something like this. The boy was 1 year short on completing his required service for the Anbu forces, and 1 year at the Anbu Black Ops would serve to complete his training to become a full-fledged jounin next year. At night . As soon as the sun disappeared from view, Konoha was filled with lights all over the place. Naruto chose this moment to wander around the village for a while. People went up and down, left and right, smiling, talking, presumably without a care in the world. The blonde was due to find Kurenai to talk to her about his mission to Whirlpool Country, and he was a little afraid that she would be angry at him for not wanting her to go with him to this mission. Suddenly, she heard her voice nearby and turned to see the love of his life in the Dengo stand talking with her once Shinhan team, and apparently Mitarashi Anko was there as well. As he approached the place, unsurprisingly, Kiba and Akamaru picked his scent. Shino got the information from his bugs and Hinata was already aware of his presence. The only one unaware was Kurenai, since Anko was seated facing his direction. As he approached further, he could hear the topic of discussion as being a mission they just returned from. Kurenai, though, was surprised when someone out of the blue appeared behind her and kissed her on the left cheek. She was instantly surprised for a moment, before she recognized the set of lips that landed the kiss, and smiled before looking up to see her boyfriend smiling at her. You must improve your senses, Kira-chan, I just sneaked past you. Hey everyone, how's going? As Naruto greeted everyone, Kurenai smiled and pointed for Naruto to grab a chair and join them, to which Naruto nodded and sit by her side. So what's the talk about? I hear it was a mission that failed. What happened? Kiba snorted in dismay and kept mumbling stupid clients and stupid lies, but Kurenai filled in the blanks. We had a B-ranked escort mission towards Marsh Country. The client lied to us saying that only bandits were after him, but apparently a whole team of Iwa shinobi was after the man. 3 of them managed to corner us, while the 4th and the 5th captured the client, thus the mission was a failure. Naruto nodded and remembered about that old drunk Tazuna doing the same thing. Yeah, my Shinhan team encountered something like this. It was a C-ranked mission, being labeled A-ranked, simply because one of the 7 swordsmen of the Mist Momochi Zabuza wanted the client's head. If it wasn't for Kakashi-sensei, then the mission would be a complete failure. Safe to say, we were lucky to leave with our heads glued to our necks. I'm just glad none of you got badly hurt, although from the smell of blood, Kiba and Hinata were badly hurt on the knees. The team would have been surprised for the blonde's assessment, but the failure of the mission happened to strike their ego. But Kurenai, Shino and Anko looked at Naruto suspiciously. Naruto could be a tough Anbu member, but his nose isn't similar to the Inuzuka's in order to sense the smell of blood and worse, know exactly where the wound was. Nevertheless, the conversation went on, until they left the table and Naruto went to Kurenai's house to sleep there. Author's note, there is a lemon here if you want to read it. Link to the story is in the description. After the lovemaking, both rested next to each other, in perfect harmony with one another. They were about to sleep, but Naruto was still due to tell everything he learned so far. Kurenai is his girlfriend, probably going as far as considering her to be his wife someday, so he felt confidence enough in sharing his secret with her. The woman was flashing a smile on her face while closing her eyes, before Naruto chose this moment to tell her everything that happened while he was at the hospital. Kure-chan, I'll be leaving tomorrow for a mission, but not just any mission, this one will be life-altering for me. It wasn't what Naruto said that spiked her interest, but rather his solemn tone of voice. Kurenai knew that few topic caused him to look like this, and it's either QB-related or information about his family, or lack thereof. Why is it life-altering, Naru-kun? What's the mission about? Asked Kurenai, though she was feeling unease at this whole situation, probably because of the fox being mentioned. When I was at the hospital, I ended up being dragged to the fox's subconscious one time. When I arrived at the cage, I was terrified to see that the seal preventing the creature was completely removed and that the fox was staring at my side talking to me. Kurenai was scared instantly, but since Naruto didn't stop talking about it, she chooses to listen the whole thing instead. The QB explained to me something about one of the seal's ability to sync with my chakra, after some time not depending on the fox's chakra to survive. Because of this, his chakra ended up fusing with mine, transforming him into nothing more than my consciousness, a second voice if you will inside my head. I was relieved instantly. And so was Kurenai, but she just listened, while at the same time, feeling for the blonde as he continued to explain what happened. Suddenly, though, the Yondaime Hokage appeared by my side since before his death. He managed to hide some of his chakra on the seal in case something happened. He appeared and confirmed everything the fox said, but not only that, he also told me something that made my blood boil. Kurenai's eyes were already widened severely because of what her boyfriend was telling her. What did he tell you? Asked Kurenai. He told me he was my father and he explained why he chose me for the fox sealing procedure. Naruto had to stop for a moment, in order for Kurenai to slowly process everything that was now told. The woman, for instance, looked at her boyfriend and thought about punching herself multiple times from not realizing the uncanny resemblance. After he told me this, I swore, I just lost control and attacked him. I don't know why, because I don't lose my temper easily, but something must have triggered this reaction. He took it, although asking me not to blame those who knew about it, because he asked them not to. Of course you attacked him, Naruto-kun, after all you've been through, and suddenly looking at the person who started all this, it just wasn't possible to hold back. After all, you're a human being. And this mission you're going tomorrow, is it related to the Yondaime? The woman was surprised when Naruto nodded in the negative, because she thought Naruto was considering it life-altering. The mission has to do with finding what my mother left behind for me. Her name was Uzumaki Kushina and she was one of the top Kenjutsu users in Konoha. She entrusted this mission to be handed to me by the Sandaime Hokage a week before her death after giving birth to me. The mission specs told that I was to go alone, as the place is only reachable by someone who possesses the Uzumaki blood. I don't know what I will find there. Kurenai now understood why Naruto was referring to this as life-altering, and she respected the necessity of going alone. What was important right now and pretty much demanded of her to repay for Naruto's complete trust on her was for the woman to support him and believe in him. Naruto-kun, I know it was difficult for you to share this secret with me and I appreciate it. Ever since your kid, you wanted to know about the mysteries surrounding your father and mother and if they ever existed. Please know that as your girlfriend and lover, I'll support you in everything you need of me, including, of course, maintaining secrecy, since I believe that we're talking about an S-rank secret here. Naruto nodded and kissed her on the lips once, before caressing her beautiful face. I love you so much, Kurenai-chan, and I really wanted to show you a picture of my mother sometime. She was very beautiful, my father showed me. Kurenai just nodded, before both went to sleep soon afterward. She smiled upon getting her lover's trust for such an important topic, and she couldn't be more in love with the blonde that she is now. At the West Gate. After saying his goodbye to Kurenai, Naruto dressed up his Anbu gear and left the premises towards the gate where he would meet with his partner Ace. The blonde knew about going alone on this mission, but Ace was his best friend as Naruto was his. They helped each other and Naruto was now in need of some help. After checking out with the chunnin gatekeepers, Naruto met with his wolf partner and began his journey unaware of what he will see once he arrived at his mother's family's sanctuary. One thing he was certain, though, this mission would surely change his life for good, as the presumably never-ending mystery will finally met its closure. Chapter 23, Whirlpool Country. Blurs were the only objects that crossed Naruto's sight as he traveled along with his wolf friend towards the place where his mother used to live, before coming to Konoha. His mind was running 1,000 miles a minute as he kept remembering every second of what his life has been, both as an orphan as well as the jailer to the strongest tailed demon in existence, even if he wasn't aware of the last fact, until he was 12 years old. The constant beating, hateful glares, mistreats, all of these could have been avoided if even one of his parents were alive to proper guide him throughout his life. He knew it was a selfish thought, as both parents were killed fighting the fox that now is nothing but a conscience in Naruto's life. Still, ever since he heard the story of his mother passing, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss in the whole thing. His father explained that due to her fear, she lost control of her body during birth, which resulted in her losing a lot of blood, meeting her demise in the end. For a civilian, this was rather expected. They don't go through the harsh life of a shinobi, and certainly, not the training ninjas do. Certainly, a civilian would be blinded by fear when facing such a strong entity as a tailed beast. And this happens to be the reason why Naruto was conflicted about it. According to everyone, Uzumaki Kushina was one of Konoha's top kenjutsu masters and a seasoned Anbu operative. So for her to suddenly lose control like this, something was amiss in this ordeal, and Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that someone might have something to do with her demise. Right now, though, all he could do was run through hypotheses and alternative scenarios in his mind, because truly, no one in Konoha would dare to touch the Hokage's wife, who happened to be an Anbu captain at the time as well. Her room would be guarded, at all times, by Anbu personnel ordered by the Hokage, aka, his father. As an Anbu, it was hard not to hear comments here and there about a different faction, apart from the Anbu and even the Anbu Black Ops Division. The Root Division, as the blonde heard about, was secretly commanded by Dansu, an old war hawk who happens to hold great political leverage at the village council. Although no one managed to link Root to him, it was no doubt that he was behind the entire organization, much to Tsunade's chagrin, since nailing the man happens to be one of her big priorities as Hokage. Just as Naruto was about to think about the possibility of his mother being murdered, Ace's voice reached his ears and awoke him from his daydreaming. "Naruto, let's take a break by the sea a couple miles from here. In a few miles, our path will be surrounded by water, so we have to conserve our chakra." The blonde nodded as they dropped on the ground for some jogging, before the beach became visible. According to the mission scroll, in order to reach the Whirlpool country, Naruto would have to cross a good 10 miles on top of the ocean until they arrived at the island, which happens to be surrounded by whirlpools. Thing was that across the path indicated in the map, Naruto managed to pass undetected by some patrols from Kirigakure, since he happened to be located between water and sea country. What was strange was that the mission specs never mentioned that he would be entering in either water or sea country's territory, which means that he would need to pay even more attention to his surroundings, until he reaches the ocean. In no time, man and wolf stepped on the beach as they stared at the horizon in hopes of seeing their target, but to no avail. The weather was humid and a heavy fog prevented their vision. Nevertheless, both relaxed a bit, allowing their chakra flux to return to normal standards, seeing as walking on top of the ocean would demand a level of chakra control that only chunnin and higher could attain. Suddenly, both Naruto and Ace sniffed other presences, before scowling at their situation. Chakra waste was a liability they couldn't afford right now, but they just couldn't avoid the confrontation. "It appears we have a confrontation on our hands, right now. Let's avoid the killing part, okay? There is no need for a diplomatic incident right now," Naruto said. "I can't promise I don't believe we'll have much of a problem. I don't sense a threatening level of chakra, so they're either Jinan or chunnin doing the patrol." Naruto and Ace could see as the shadows entered the fog, before appearing right behind the blonde and his companion. The mist chunnin were startled to see an Anbu from Konoha standing in front of the sea with his arms crossed, before Naruto turned to see them, which ended up triggering fearful looks on the enemies' faces. Black wolf mask, blonde hair, fearful posture, it was the Uroi Taiku. "This is the Shippu Okami from Konoha, what do we do now? We can't fight him." Naruto could see the apprehension in all three chunnin as well as the man the first one had addressed, named Uroi. Naruto could guess him to be a low-level jounin, but he could be wrong. The blonde cursed the Hokage, upon hearing how he was addressed by the chunnin. Anbus can't stand in the middle of the crowd, there wasn't only one strong shinobi, but rather the entire group. So, placing him in the bingo book was a bad idea in the past, and still, in Naruto's opinion, it remained a bad idea. Ace, though, could feel the blonde's discomfort and decided to throw some humor to the mix. "Well, for someone who enjoys the success behind the curtains, you sure have a funny way to show it. I step away for a while and people start calling you names, not that I complain, though, because it rather suited you." Naruto snorted at his wolf friend as he observed his opponent's stances with great care. The man that's supposed to be responsible for the patrol team, that could be the most threatening of the group, didn't look like much to Naruto. Standard Jounin attire with grey flak jacket and kunai holsters strapped on each of his thighs, and the fact that Naruto's new senses could perceive his muscles tensing every now and then, showed that he was hesitant to both attack or flee, meaning that a confrontation was unavoidable. Suddenly, the man gathered enough courage and grabbed a kunai from one of the holsters, before ordering the entire group to attack Naruto and Ace. The blonde, on his part, sighed in dismay, before he began a fast sequence of hand seals. He never tested this particular jutsu in the field, but the blonde managed to cover quite a lot of the theory regarding pure lightning manipulation and how a Raiten master manages to diffuse electromagnetic fields throughout the air. This ability wasn't a new jutsu per se, just pure lightning manipulation, according to what Naruto read at the Anbu extensive library. Nevertheless, he has yet to encounter a phrase in the book that says that was impossible to use it for offensive purposes. Ace, for his part, just stood still while the enemy was coming closer to them. He could feel lightning chakra being molded right next to him, and he also understood the blonde's plans. Raiten Shingai Shuha, lightning release, shockwave jutsu. After the monkey hand seal, Naruto focused all the molded lightning chakra to his right hand, before he waved it from right to left, sending the shockwave towards the team from Mist, who kept charging the blonde, unaware of the wave of electricity until the near end. As a result, their bodies were filled with electric chakra instantly, before screams were the only thing Naruto and Ace heard it. The blonde's theory was simple, yet effective. Mist shinobis are, for the majority at least, Suiten users, and although water itself isn't weak against lightning, the element happens to be the most efficient electricity conduit out there, hence why just one bit of exposure was enough to spread the entire body and make quite the damage. In the end, all three chunnin fell on the ground, unconscious, while the Jounin remained standing, albeit paralyzed from the shock in his system. Ace took that time and knocked the man's neck with the sole purpose of knocking him down. That was problem solved, in Naruto's opinion, but another one soon followed, as the team would surely report his presence inside their territory, which could cause a big headache for Konoha, not to mention the fact that he would have to explain, not only to his Anbu personnel, but to the high officials that compose the village council, what the hell was he doing here of all places. Fishing deep within his jutsu arsenal, Naruto remembered of a jutsu that every Anbu must learn for interrogation purposes. Sometimes, the enemy manages to block some information from his mind, not allowing anyone to know about it. The technique named Jigyaku no Jutsu, time regression jutsu, allowed the Anbu to retrieve this information, by forcing the enemy to relieve it. Although this certain skill is useless right now, he remembered his girlfriend explaining that this technique has other uses besides forcing someone to remember deeply buried information. According to her, the focus of the technique is the mind itself, and while it can force someone to remember, it also can force someone to forget what happened. So, the blonde set to perform the technique in each of the Mist team, while Ace was watching the entire procedure with a smile on his face. Indeed, it wouldn't matter not killing them, if they would report to the Mizukage, once awakening. After finishing the procedure, Naruto then proceeded with the next necessary requirement, which was to move them from this position, by summoning 4 cage bunshin whom were responsible for taking each member and leaving everyone in different places within the forest behind him, so that no one manages to come to conclusions. Ace, let's go, we have a lot of water to cover and I have a feeling that those whirlpools won't be easy to pass by. The wolf nodded, before both man and wolf began their path on top of the ocean. Unlike rivers and lagoon, where the water current isn't enough to take a shinobi's off balance, walking on top of the sea is quite dangerous. The theory behind water walking is to maintain a constant flow of chakra out the soles of the feet, aiming for balance on the water surface, but on top of the sea there are a great number of variables that have to be taken into account, such as the water currents, the waves that messes with the water level, the strong winds, etc. The blonde, though, kept walking like nothing happened, which showed how much his chakra control improved over the years, even with the sudden increase of chakra capacity thanks for the fox's chakra mingling with his own. While we walk, Naruto, I'd like to talk to you about the whirlpools. While similar to water walking, you have other variable to worry about, and I suggest you pay attention, otherwise you'll be sucked in and certainly you wouldn't want that. Ace began the conversation as Naruto paid close attention. Indeed, he would have to figure out a way to cross the whirlpools that surround the island. Now, the principle is the same, you keep an even flow of chakra out of the sole of your feet, but even by doing this, with how the water moves, it will eventually drag you to the center and you'll be royally screwed. The secret is to increase the amount of chakra, while still maintaining the level of control, as you proceed on your path. To the blonde, it sounded easier than he expected and certainly easier than his partner made it out to be, but what he learned from hanging with Ace was that he didn't need to voice his thoughts. I know it sounds easy in theory, but you'll see soon enough how hard it is to increase the usage of chakra and maintain the same level of control. Naruto snorted at his friend, but he couldn't help but nod at the wolf's assessment. Increasing chakra and on the same time, maintaining the same level of chakra control is exhausting to say the least, and since they will be winded from the path before they arrive at the whirlpools. For now, though, all they could do was walk on the water, since everywhere he looked was water and only water. Eventually, the blonde passed through some small islands, which happened to be a blessing, since the blonde could recover from the fatigue in his chakra coils. It was one island in specific that called his attention as he heard a strange noise, followed by explosions. The specific island was wide enough for a small beach to form as Naruto stood on top of the highest peak. Looking down, he could see what appeared to be wooden-made boats with sails strapped everywhere, and he noticed the black objects that were responsible for the noise he heard. Pirates. Naruto suddenly turned to his wolf partner in question, before he explained it further. Being located near the ocean, both water and sea country have one major enemy, and yet no one was able to get rid of those imbeciles called pirates. As you can see, both Kirigakura's shinobi's and sea country's samurai force are down there, trying to sink that ship, but with no avail, since those ships are reinforced with protective seals, which strengthen the wood's resilience to damage. The blonde watched as an impressive display of Suiten Jutsus being thrown against the boat, but still the boat's exterior didn't suffer much damage. Both Naruto and Ace were so engrossed in what they saw, that none of the two paid attention to their senses, enabling an enemy to appear behind them, before addressing the duel. May I ask what Konoha is doing in this region, because I'm fairly sure your territory ended near Wave Country? The voice indicated it was female, but it was enough to shock the Anbu and the wolf as they jerked their neck to spot the menace behind them. It was after doing this that Naruto thought otherwise. It was a woman for sure, and very beautiful one as well. Green eyes looking at the blonde as in looking at the back of his head, with brown hair that went all the way down to her ankles. Her clothes were strange, since no one would say it was fit for battle. She wore an oversized black dress with fishnet shirt beneath it, which, in Naruto's opinion, wouldn't allow free movement. However, the blonde wasn't thinking much about the woman's fine curves and her looks, but rather the fact that yet another Kiri-nin appeared before him, and he had the feeling that this person was someone important within Kiri's ranks. I happened to be on my way to a mission of mine handed by Hokage-sama and stopped here to recover from the trip. The woman eyed the black wolf mask and immediately drew the same conclusions as the other nins that confronted him at the beach. You're Konoha no Shippu Okami, aren't you? The blonde once more cursed his Hokage for the god-forsaken name, before he nodded at the woman, while at the same time, studying her movements, in order to understand any possible attack intent. Yes, I am. I'm sorry, but I don't know who you are. I don't keep much track of the bingo book, Naruto asked, but he now had a feeling of impending doom, but he couldn't quite place it, until now. My name is not important, but rather the position I uphold in Kirigakura as the village leader. The sudden stiff in his muscles was enough for the woman to smirk at the man's misfortune. Naruto, for his part, now seriously considered performing a U-turn and return to Konoha, but right now if he did that, she would think it was a trap and attack him, hence created the diplomatic incident. However, she beat him to it and changed the subject off the bat. You said, you're on your way to a mission, right? Naruto nodded as she continued. There aren't many lands on this part of the map, I wonder where your mission would take place? The blonde considered luring her away from his mission, but then considered that indeed in this path, there are only small islands and water. I'm heading to a place 5 miles from here, called Whirlpool Country. Naruto took the Mizukage sudden shock as she heard of the place before, but continued talking nonetheless. We are looking, or rather I'm looking for an object that was left there for retrieval and the Hokage sent me to do the job. Well, then you can just change your mind and head back to Konoha, because there is no way you will be able to reach that hunted place, spoke the Mizukage, earning a look of suspicion from both the blonde and Ace. Why do you say, hunted place? I'm sure you already aware of the whirlpools surrounding the entire island, but what you don't know are that once you manage to get into the island, strange things start to appear. I happen to know this, because one of my subordinates managed to escape that god-forsaken island. He was sent there as a reconnaissance mission, and to this day, he still has nightmares of what he saw. I'm sure you won't take my words for granted, and since you're a strong shinobi, you could have more luck than he did. But take a word of advice from a stranger, don't go there and return to Konoha. The blonde and Ace were staring at the gorgeous woman as they assessed their situation. True, Naruto already knew it would be tough to enter the place where his mother left his heirloom, as the riddle his father gave him kept playing in his mind with a low whisper. In a land surrounded by whirlpools, lies the secret of the Uzumaki family. Hidden within the deepest pits and protected by a fierce creature made of water. Only a true member of the Uzumaki family is allowed to enter. Nevertheless, not only by blood will it be granted passage. He was already expecting the island to be well protected against those who seek Uzumaki Kushina's most prized possession, as this happens to be one of the reasons he called Ace to help him, that and the fact that Ace is his best friend and he wouldn't trust any other with this responsibility. Right now, looking at the Mizukage, his resolve was absolute as he addressed the woman with utmost conviction. Regardless what happens there, Mizukage-sama, this isn't something I can back out from, Naruto said, as he turned his back ready to leave the vicinity. Then, you'll be just digging your grave. It's a pity, though, such a fierce and respected shinobi dead because of his stubbornness. You've been warned, Shippu Okami, now I have some pirates lords to deal with, so good luck on your quest and oh don't worry, your presence here will remain a secret with me. After all, there is no need to cause any further mishaps between inter-villages relationship, right? Said the woman, before she jumped off the cliff probably to meet with her peers at the beach. Naruto and Ace soon started their path on top of the ocean as they passed through a great deal of islands, before they looked forward. There, a considerably large island with a volcano in the middle stood at the horizon and both the blonde and Ace could already see the water precipitation a few miles ahead, meaning the whirlpools are getting closer as they walked. In no time at all, Naruto and Ace stopped still a few meters apart from the deadly water traps that lay in front of them now. Each whirlpool was easily 50 meters in diameter as a lone tree log that dared reach the island beach was immediately pushed to the center of the whirlpool before it sank, showing Naruto what lay ahead of him if the whirlpool walking exercise fails. Unlike any other chakra control exercise, the blonde feared that once he stepped inside one of these gigantic water hurricanes, he would have only one chance to escape out of this alive. Ace for his part, smirked when he saw Naruto's hesitation. Indeed, this is not a walk in the park. You can't pass the whirlpools by trial and error, because one single flaw could send you 100 feet below water and you'd drown without even realizing it. Remember what I taught you, Naruto. You always have to maintain the chakra control as you increase your chakra, don't ever let go or else you'll meet that tree log's fate. The blonde nodded while taking short consecutive breaths. He needed all the concentration he could get in order to pass the whirlpools alive. Then, he opened his eyes and set his right foot on the first and larger rims of the water typhoon, before its force started acting full force in driving him towards the center. However, the blonde was prepared for this as he used chakra to stop being controlled, while walking step by step on top of the whirlpool. A few steps afterwards, the blonde was feeling the strain of maintaining this level of chakra control as sweat started to fall down his face from the concentration. He felt his urges to simply stop the flow of chakra, but he just couldn't do that from fear of dying right here, so he continued with the objective of perseverance in his mind. The hardest part was already over as Naruto approached the closest area to the whirlpool's center, before he started to walk away from it. Now, just as he was about to lose control of the entire thing, his left foot managed to get out of the whirlpool, enabling him to relax his chakra coils as he now just needed to maintain a small amount of chakra to stay on top of the water. It was finished, at least the first part there is. The blonde looked back to see that Ace was still due to cross the whirlpool as well, before the wolf started its path. Upon seeing the ease in which Ace managed to pass through the whirlpool, Naruto somehow wanted to get at the damn furball for his improved chakra control. The blonde could easily get killed at each step he took, but seeing Ace was like he was having an easier time than simply walking on water. As if reading Naruto's thoughts, Ace stepped out of the last rim of the whirlpool showing a full grin on his face as he looked to his blonde friend who happens to be glaring daggers at the wolf for doing this so easily. You know, I'm pretty sure you know what I'm thinking right now. So spare me with the whole I'm better than you crap, okay? You had more practice than I did. Naruto snarled at his rival of a friend, much to the wolf's enjoyment, since this happens to be the first time since their Anbu days that they found something to compete about. Truth was that Ace won most of the time, but those few times when Naruto won, he made sure to enjoy when he could, not this time though. Yeah, when you win, you have every right to shove it on my face, but when I win, you get angry. You need to be more humble in this, my dear friend. Ace couldn't help but smile as he was enjoying this more than anything, much to Naruto's chagrin. Yeah, you have 200 years ahead of me, Ace, you have me at a slight disadvantage here. Now, let's go towards. As Naruto was about to finish his train of thought, a huge roar echoed through the clearing, forcing a shiver up his spine. The roar came from the top of the island, and simply because Naruto couldn't see it, that didn't mean that it was less frightening. Nevertheless, he was determined to go through with it, no matter what. A rational way of thinking would be to just turn and walk away because of how much danger he was feeling right now, but seeing as this was a test given to him by his mother, he couldn't back out of this. To the blonde, this wasn't any ordinary mission, but his life. Sure, he had his girlfriend Kurenai, his friends Kakashi, Ace, Hawk, Bear, Shikamaru, Shino, but right now, all he could care about was knowing about his mother, and nothing that the creature throw at him will deter his path. Ace looked at Naruto's resolve and smiled, showing his full set of deadly sharp teeth. He knew that Naruto was scared of what's to come. Hell, that roar managed to rock even his steady resolve, but he also knew that family to Naruto was something sacred in his mind, especially given the fact that he never had any to begin with. So, no matter what appeared right now to defy the blonde's path, Ace knew that nothing would stop them. A few steps on the water later and they stepped on the beach, before resting a bit in order to recover the control of their chakra. Using for such a long time, could overstrain their chakra coils, and if further opposition were to be dealt with, both of them needed their full strength. It was because of this that Naruto prepared back at Konoha. He acquired from the Anbu HQ, some soldier pills to replenish the strain in their chakra and revitalize the quantity to be further used when needed. Ace, take one of these soldier pills. It will replenish our chakra reserves. I managed to feel the whirlpools. They were chakra created, Naruto said, confusing his wolf partner, before he explained. At first, I thought it was naturally created by nature and the island just happened to be surrounded by them. Being a Suiton user myself, I can attest to that. Whoever emanated that terrifying sound must be using chakra to maintain the whirlpools around the island, in order to protect the secret left by my mother. So, if this creature is doing this, then, we must be prepared for other tricks to deter our path. The wolf was considering this while feeling the soldier pill doing its work on his chakra. If what said is true, then the creature would be limited to a source of water. After all, any water-based attacks needed a nearby source to be manipulated, hence why the ocean was used. So, if the island has no river, then we won't find any opposition from here on out, Ace theorized, but Naruto negated with his head, though he wanted to believe in his friend's theory. If we're in mainland, your theory would be correct, my friend, but look around you. We're surrounded by water. The island is not big enough for someone, or rather something, to show a limited amount of control over its element. We must assume that everything that we face was previously planned, sorted out from the very beginning. Let's move, then. We don't know what this creature is conjuring right now, and in here, we are sitting ducks waiting for an attack. Ace nodded with his head, before the two got up once more and started exploring the island. A few meters in front of them laid a deep forest with wide vegetation, but no visible species that could pose any threat to Naruto or his partner. That didn't necessarily mean they were out of danger, since the creature was still out there and could probably attack at any moment. Taking off his ninjato, Naruto and Ace entered the thick forest, before walking around for a while. Their senses were tingling like crazy and both could feel eyes at the back of their heads. Both of them felt like some weak prey just moments away from being hunted by the fierce creature. Little did they know, though, that inside a cave located in the middle of the volcano, two large yellow set of eyes watched the new intruders with a smirk on his face. Although one of them wore a mask, the creature wasn't a stranger to how some shinobis used it in order to hide their identity. However, while other humans wouldn't be able to identify the blonde man, the creature didn't need his eyes, but just his senses to see the dying resemblance between this new being and the one who summoned almost 20 years ago in order to protect her treasure. Nevertheless, even though the resemblance was uncanny, the new presence needed to be tested, and then, only then, will he prove capable of wielding the creature's summoner's treasure. Back to Naruto, he was slicing through some heavy foliage, before reaching a small clearing surrounded by trees and a small river, sending shivers down Naruto's spine, since this happens to be the creature's territory. True to his fear, water suddenly erupted from the river up to the sky, before a creature made of water suddenly materialized, before showing its sharp elongated teeth and menacing yellow pupils. He so approaches this holy place must be aware that your life is now at my whim, human. You'll see that just like others who dared steal the treasure I protect, were meet with instant death from my claws. Naruto averted his gaze at the monstrosity that appeared before him, as the dragon appearance was easily 50 feet high and every appearance described bloody murder to the blonde. However, he felt that he could get some answers from the creature as it stood in front of him with all its might. I'm sorry for disturbing your home, but whereas those before me came seeking the treasure for their own egoistical ideas, my reasons are totally different. I'm here to retrieve what's rightfully mine, Left by my mother, Uzumaki Kushina, and I won't leave this place until I find it. Now, could you perhaps? Naruto was about to ask something, but was instantly silenced as the monster found in his right mind to roar at the blonde and his wolf partner once more, only this time the distance were mere inches away, obliging Naruto to feel the killing intent dead on. Silence, human. You're in no position of asking questions, nor am I in any mood to answer them. While the killing intent was enough to parry Kyuubi's in his prime, Naruto didn't feel frightened, probably from being accustomed to such feelings by the fox, but he could feel that the creature's eyes were seizing him up from head to toe, which meant that its intentions were not to get rid of him, but rather test him to see his resolve. Indeed, you do possess Uzumaki Kushina's chakra, but that alone won't take you very far in this island. The Uzumaki clan was never one for names and blood inheritance. All of them were mighty warriors who didn't back off from anything or anyone. What describes an Uzumaki? It's not the blood that's pulsing through your veins, but rather your resolve and display of willpower to face the enemy without fear. I can see great strength in you, however I have yet to see your skills. So, in order for me to give you Kushina's heirloom, you'll have to prove yourself worthy. The blonde kept listening what the creature was saying, and he considered a few things. He was sure that the creature before him was the one mentioned on the scroll. It knew, just by looking at him, that he was his mother's offspring, and also, as listed on the scroll, blood alone wouldn't get him very far, meaning that he was about to pass through a test of valor in order to determine him worthy of carrying whatever his mother left for him. That didn't matter to him, though, as constant challenges were what made his experience at Anbu, and he never once backed away from a challenge, no matter what. On mainland . After dealing with the pirates, the Mizukage and her peers appeared at the beach. Naruto encountered the chunnin team. They were to take another route towards Kirigakure, but one of the sensor-type ninja in her group detected a strange usage of Raiten chakra at the beach, so they sought to investigate if Kumo shinobi were inside their territory. What they saw, though, startled them, as they could see a great number of footsteps on the beach that would lead towards the forest in front of them. It only took an order from the Mizukage, before the ninjas under her command followed the footsteps' direction, before they managed to find the chunnin team unconscious. It took a little bit of examining, before they realized that someone tampered with their minds, seeing as none of them remembered what happened prior to their scouting missions beginning. Upon hearing this, the Mizukage frowned while considering the possible attacker. She was aware of a genjutsu that could do something like this, and she knew that those who use it are either hunter nins or Anbu-level shinobi. The problem, though, was that she had very little to work with, as little to no proof to back up her thoughts. Ow, there is nothing we can do here. Whoever did this didn't leave any hints. Let's just scout these to Kirigakure's custody. Ao was wearing a black kimono with fishnet shirt beneath it. He had spiky blue hair and earrings, carrying one seal in each ear. He happens to be one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, just like the Mizukage. The man nodded and carried one of the chunnin while the others carried the rest, before vanishing towards Kirigakure. Chapter 24, Test of Valor. When Naruto heard the Mizukage explaining about this island, he was sure it was just an exaggeration. Even if the scroll said so, he figured that one creature alone wouldn't be much of a hassle. However, as soon as the test started, the entire area was suddenly surrounded by a heavy fog, making it impossible for any human being to see the palm of his hand unless it was placed directly in front of his face. Even Ace was having trouble as he tried positioning one paw after another with great difficulty. Sometimes he relied on his sense of smell rather than his vision. Naruto's case wasn't any different, as he even stumbled onto a steady rock and almost fell on the floor. Letting go of the mask for a while, Naruto tried focusing chakra to his eyes, but it was just a waste of energy, which he could better use for tougher situations. Together, the two tried finding their path completely blinded, until Naruto had an idea. Going through a series of hand seals, he molded the necessary churka. Fuuten Daitapa, wind release, great breakthrough jutsu. The wind suddenly increased close to their position, before Naruto ushered the gathered wind forward in order to at least clear this damn fog. However, and quite to their surprise, the mist had yet to show any signs of being dispelled. Right now, none of them knew what was going on. It was as if both of them had died and were now walking towards the white fields located above the clouds. Suddenly, as the blonde perceived one more step, he realized that the terrain had changed dramatically. It was plain and much different from the place they were before. Suddenly, the same deep voice echoed on the clearing. As of right now, Uzumaki Naruto, you're being tested. It was your mother's wish that she handed you her heirloom, but the fact remains that the Uzumaki clan was once a name of warriors, born with the will never to surrender even in the utmost dangerous situations. As an Uzumaki, You first must prove to me that you're worthy of receiving Kushina-san's heirloom. As it stood, Naruto and Ace couldn't see the creature, but its voice echoed throughout the clearing, gathering their entire attention. Naruto, however, was getting irritated at the vague response to his answers. Not one time did the creature give him any hint as to what it meant, instead it kept saying he would be tested. And the irritation was quite evident as Naruto was tapping his finger continuously while crossing his arms in clear annoyance, much to Ace's amusement, since he could read his friend like an open book. Okay, whoever you are, I'm done with waiting here. I came here to find a part of my life that I always missed, and instead here you are testing my patience, shouted Naruto to no one, since he couldn't see the damn creature, but he had to vent out his frustrations somehow. And much to the man's irritation, the only response he got was a mocking laughter that he heard from the damn fox inside his stomach. The worst thing was that Kyuubi's conscience was laughing at him as well, further infuriating the Anbu member as he stopped crossing his arms. However, the mocking laughter ceased, before a strong jet of water appeared from the northeast direction. The dragon head materialized out of nowhere and its menacing yellow eyes focused on Naruto. Its elongated teeth were visible as it appeared that the dragon was amused at this situation. You're more like Kushina than I thought. Impatient to the very last breath. As to my name, it's irrelevant for the moment. You have yet to pass this test, and any information regarding my identity won't really matter if you're 6 feet under. This test could very well be the end of your life, should you fail to pass it. Now, you notice that in here your chakra doesn't work. In my world, the only thing you'll be able to depend upon is your skills and your sword. The Uzumaki clan was feared not because of their chakra techniques, but rather their taijutsu and kenjutsu skills in battle. In order to pass this test, you'll face 3 opponents from past generations. Members of your now deceased clan that ruled these lands. Just as the dragon stopped talking, 3 whirlpools appeared in front of Naruto, before 3 individuals appeared. The first one from the right was wearing blue armor and his much elegant sword was resting on his waist. Naruto couldn't see their faces because of a presumably black mask that covered the entire face, leaving the sparkling yellow eyes which were fixated on Naruto and Ace the entire time. The one in the middle had a green armor and instead of 2 swords rested on his waist, but one was a clear katana while other was a small tanto, nothing very threatening to the blonde as he now assessed the last one. That one was different from the other 2. The long black hair wasn't what piqued Naruto's interest, but it showed that this one definitely was a female. The main difference, though, was that she didn't wear a samurai outfit, just fishnet clothes, a t-shirt and Anbu-style pants and a jounin vest. She had 2 kodashi strapped on her back and a strange headband on her forehead. At least strange in Naruto's eyes, because he had yet to see the old whirlpool headband which was actually the symbol on the back of his orange jacket when he was little. At least the design was similar, as he crossed his arms once more, waiting for the creature to speak again. These 3 before you represent 3 generations of the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Tenka, founder of the clan that initiated its rule amongst these waters. Uzumaki Tsurugi, Tenka's grandchild and creator of the 2-sword style of fighting. Last but not least, Uzumaki Sango, first leader of the Whirlpool country in the ninja era. You'll engage them in battle and defeat them or perish under their swords. Naruto understood perfectly and studied his opponents. These 3 were his ancestors, he realized. This was the first interaction with his family he had ever had, even if one was trying to kill the other. Looking a bit more closely, Naruto realized who he had to watch out for. Uzumaki Sango was a ninja and apart from the other 2, had a different approach in battle. Samurais and ninjas were very similar and only one who knew both of them could spot the differences. Samurais prefer strength where ninjas go for speed and efficiency. The katana is a strong sword and is hard to parry, but its maneuver capabilities are inefficient when compared to a ninja's kodashi. Plus, a ninja sometimes revert to other forms of attack like poison, illusions and element control. However, in this plane, Naruto couldn't use his techniques to their desired effects, meaning he can't depend on his chakra. However, Naruto was considering the possibility that Sango could use her chakra to its utmost potential. In other words, Naruto was screwed, and that much he knew. He was just hoping that the creature would send only one at a time, but when the 3 enemies drew their swords at the same time, he knew that was too much to ask for. Their movements were similar, yet as Naruto predicted, Sango was way more agile, hence why she arrived first to deliver a solid swipe from one of the kodashi. However, Naruto couldn't just use his sword from fear of the other 4 enemy swords impaling him while he was busy. So, he dodged the attack by rolling on the ground and assuming a taijutsu position in the meantime. Quickly assessing their capabilities was the Anbu style of thinking, and he learned it very well. Attacking Sango first with a sequence of punches, Naruto was surprised she blocked them all with her wrists. The blonde didn't have time to assess her mental wrist plates, before Tenka appeared with a strong vertical assault from behind, forcing Naruto to perform some backflips to avoid the strike. Looking to the right, he saw Tsurugi coming in fast. Naruto let the attack reach a short distance to his face, before he flipped his body with extreme efficiency and landed a reverse kick to Tsurugi's stomach. He hoped the man would fly a safe distance, but Tsurugi managed to flip his body in mid-air, before landing on the ground and taking his tanto at the same time before attacking Naruto with both swords. The blonde was having trouble dodging the attacks. They were both fast and precise. If Naruto had to gauge them, their skills relied on aiming for vital points on the body. Dodging one swipe from Tsurugi's katana, Naruto jumped high into the air as Senka attacked him with a horizontal slash. At the same time, Sango threw a barrage of senbons at the blonde. Feeling the necessity of using his sword, Naruto grabbed it fast and parried Senka's attack, before landing a kick on his face. The senbons were hard to dodge, given his lack of movements in mid-air, but none of them managed to find its mark. When the blonde reached the ground, he saw his three opponents closing in on him, as if trying to corner the Anbu member. Joining his hands in a familiar hand seal, Naruto summoned three cage bunshines to attack them, but soon after being casted, they vanished, quite to Naruto's disappointment. Crap, chakra can't be used for techniques. I have to think of something else to use against these three. Thought Naruto as he dodged Sango's incoming kick from hitting his chest. However, when he saw the woman making hand seals, he cursed his lack of chakra as a sudden lake appeared out of nowhere. A strong jet of water rose up in the air and the blonde realized a water attack was on his way. Naruto could hear the woman's voice and it was firm, although gentle at the same time. She was his kind of woman, as he remembered the times where Kurenai kicked his butt with her genjutsu techniques. Suten Kyumu Uzumaki, water release, fierce whirlpool jutsu. The water suddenly transformed into a strong typhoon before it charged against Naruto with all its might. If the blonde hadn't needed to dodge the strong technique, he would want to learn it. As the typhoon approached, Naruto tried evading to the right, but he wasn't fast enough, hence why he was enveloped. The technique dragged him a couple meters, but as he was spinning like a madman, he could feel some minor cuts being delivered to his body. He realized with a dread that his damn ninja ancestor also possessed a wind affinity. Landing on the ground hard, he spit blood from his mouth, before getting up and looking at the three opponents with a firm resolve in his mind to cause as much pain as possible to these three. Testing a theory, Naruto used his chakra just for limb reinforcement. He figured that any technique would be useless outside his body, but inside was a different issue entirely. Plus, the fact that his chakra fused with the Kyuubi made it so that no creature would be able to stop him from using it inside his own body. Suddenly, his speed increased tenfold and a smile appeared on his face. He surprised his opponents then as he appeared on Senka's front and landed a profound slash on his chest, killing the man instantly. However, whereas blood would normally spill, Senka's body simply vanished. Naruto stopped a little bit to think about what just happened, when Tsurugi landed a fierce punch on his jaw. When he was about to strike the man back, though, he saw Sango making another series of hand seals. Suten Mizu Shuriken, water release, water shuriken jutsu. The attack managed to scratch his arm a bit, but Naruto managed to dodge the barrage of flying weapons. The truth was, though, that Sango was his immediate enemy right now. The woman was a true ninja, in his opinion. Strong, agile, skilled and just like a shinobi, knew to attack the enemy when he was busy with another opponent. Focusing chakra to his limbs, Naruto managed to dodge Tsurugi's sword strike and landed a roundhouse kick to his face, sending him flying as he went to deal with Sango. The woman needed to be dealt with first, that much was obvious. Ace, for his part, was watching the entire ordeal with a smile on his face. At first, he considered helping his friend because of chakra handicap. But he could see that Naruto had evolved greatly in his absence. Because of his abundance in chakra, Naruto was more suited to chakra-related techniques like genjutsu and ninjutsu, with taijutsu being his backup call. Now, as he saw Naruto engaging the woman in fierce kenjutsu, Ace realized that Naruto was the best overall shinobi he ever had the privilege to work with. Suddenly, a kind of telepathic link initiated as the same voice echoed inside his head. "You seem very attached to him, Wolf. He does seem strong, but I can sense darkness in his heart." Animals do know how to read a person just by looking at them, and both Ace and the dragon knew about the blonde's constant battle against evil and how sometimes in the past, Naruto wanted revenge on everyone. But, it was his own conscience that prevented the blonde from killing everyone with the fox's power. Surely, Naruto had to deal with a lot when growing up. Indeed, he has a lot of darkness in his heart. But from the things he told me, he's changing little by little, I can feel it. He grew up alone, while at the same time carrying the burden of the Kyuubi no Yoko that now lives inside his body. People ostracized him when he was little and some even dared to attack him without mercy. The village didn't lift as much as a finger to protect him from harm, and yet he manages to restrain himself. I know what you will do, though. The dragon's mocking laughter appeared in Ace's mind. Do you now? Please tell me then. You intend to make him confront his past by showing the images you can retrieve from his brain. I happen to know about the Uzumaki's test of valor from meeting 100 years ago. A true warrior has no weaknesses, neither physical nor in mentality. You want to see if by pressing the right buttons, that Naruto will carve to his darkness. However, I can tell you right now that no image will be able to drive him away from his conscious. Oh really, and why is that? The human mind is fragile by nature. Even in the Uzumaki clan, there were some bad apples. If what you said is true, then Naruto must be the worst of them all. His mother Uzumaki Kushina was like him, both fierce and impatient. She asked of me to guard her heirloom and give this test to her son, before seeing him worthy of receiving the Ryu no Heki, Dragon's Tear. She didn't pass on this test, hence why she left Whirlpool Country and joined Konoha. But in the end, upon passing, she asked of me to perform this test to her son. In my eyes, only Sango was worthy of being a true warrior. Fierce to her enemies and caring to her family, she was the first and only summoner of my clan, said the creature inside Ace's mind as he watched Naruto receive a deep slash from Sango's swords. He will surely pass this test, dragon. And am I to assume that Naruto will be the next summoner of the Dragon Clan? For a wolf, you're quite perceptive. Indeed he will be, granted he passed the test of course. When the link was over, Ace saw that Naruto managed to strike Tsurugi once more before taking his sword and impaling him in the chest, killing the man instantly. Now it was ninja against ninja as Naruto and Sango watched each other's movements. Naruto's bruises and cuts were slowly healing because of the fox's chakra as he positioned his sword near his shoulder, while holding it with two hands. His right foot was afront and the left was behind. All in all, it indicated a samurai fighting position. Forcing chakra to his feet, he charged at Sango, aiming a strong and precise swipe from his katana, but the woman dodged. Naruto didn't stop the attacks, but Sango's evasive capabilities eluded the blonde. Naruto respected women more than men in the field. They were more cunning, faster, and in some cases, like Tsunade for example, stronger. Hence why he was enjoying this fight immensely. Fighting against his ancestors was something else in his opinion, as he understood his clan's history better than most. Both Sanga and Tsurugi were respected adversaries. Just by observing their skills, Naruto understood the lives led by them in the past, a life of honor and commitment to justice. Naruto now saw himself being compared to his ancestors, as he always tried to do the right things, despite his life's mishaps and turbulent times. He remembered how many times he loathed the villagers for how they looked at him, how they wanted him dead, like his existence was a curse that needed to be exterminated. Even the times where Kyuubi would send images of humans killing others for petty reasons, he still held his ground, controlling his urges to create a bloodbath in Konoha. Now, as he had the chance to fight against Senka and Tsurugi, he was feeling the sense of honor and pride that every member of the Uzumaki clan must have felt. As Sango attacked Naruto, the blonde positioned his sword to parry her twin kodashis. She twisted her body and tried to land a powerful kick to his face, but Naruto was prepared to defend by grabbing her foot with his hand. Giving it a light push, Naruto tried to take away her balance, but Sango just skidded a bit, before her feet adjusted to the ground. Quickly, she started a long sequence of hand seals as Naruto realized it was similar to a very strong water technique he knew, but some seals were different and he feared the worst. Fuuten Kazuryu Dan no Jutsu, Wind Release, Wind Dragon Projectile Jutsu. With the gathered wind, Naruto suddenly gasped at the image of a dragon taking shape as it roared towards the blonde with great speed. Until now, Naruto wasn't even aware of the possibility of molding wind chakra to different shapes and form. But his ancestor proved him wrong, by doing a technique not even Suna knew existed. Either that or they declared it a kenjutsu, in Naruto's opinion. Focusing chakra to his limbs, Naruto started running away from the fierce creature that bit by bit, was reaching his position. Looking behind, Naruto realized with a snarl that the dragon would soon strike him, and he knew the damn technique would hurt a lot. Suddenly, turning to meet the dragon, Naruto focused as much chakra as he could on his sword to parry the attack, before the dragon opened his mouth to eat him whole. The impact was enough to drag Naruto a couple meters back, but because of the quantity of chakra being used both for the sword and his legs, he stood his ground. His muscles, though, were starting to ache and he knew he couldn't stand the force of the technique for much longer. Therefore, he decided on a rather suicidal attempt by focusing as much chakra as he could muster to stop the dragon's advancement. Because of the energy gathered, it became too volatile, causing a big explosion that sent Naruto flying until he hit what appeared to be the end of this goddamn place. More blood was spilled from his mouth as a couple ribs were broken. He got up and saw Sango approaching his position fast, carrying both swords. He knew she was about to aim for the kill. Focusing wind chakra on his sword, he saw the sword glowing white as he parried the two swords by positioning it in between the woman's kodashi. Snarling a bit, Naruto used brute force to overcome the woman's surge before landing a fierce kick on her chest which sent her flying. The blonde took this opportunity and charged at the flying woman, before landing a fierce vertical slash going from her head to her legs, slicing her in two. As her body vanished, Naruto landed on the ground panting in exhaustion and pain all over his body. His body couldn't move much, but it found some energy to flip and let the gravity run its course as he fell on the ground facing the sky. He was having difficulty breathing, because of the broken ribs and the fact that his lungs were filled with blood. Granted that his chakra was working on healing him, but unlike before, it was taking much longer. If Naruto were to be honest, he'd never felt this tired and he could easily use a little break. Of course, there was a possibility that this damn test wasn't yet over. Suddenly, the dragon's voice echoed once more and it was clear he was impressed with Naruto's performance. Indeed, you have your clan's strength and ability, young Uzumaki. But what remains now is to see whether or not you possess the necessary mentality of a warrior. That, little one, will be your second and last test to see if you are worthy of receiving Kushina's heirloom, said the creature as Naruto grunted a bit, before kneeling on the ground. He was trying to get up, but failing miserably. He was content with taking a seat for a moment. However, Naruto took his moment to ponder on the second part of test. What could it possibly mean to test someone's mentality, he wondered. Surely, every shinobi he knew was either a lunatic or, as his friend Anko said, pure nuts. Well, Anko for one was a maniac, addicted to torturing others. Kakashi was fixed on reading porn in front of others and Naruto focused very hard not to picture the type of things his sensei liked to do with a female partner. A few Anbu members were more sadist than even Orochimaru. Surely, this creature wouldn't consider him like the others, so why the need to test his mentality? As Ace arrived near Naruto, he looked at the blonde and started laughing at the blonde's train of thought. I don't think you understand exactly what you're going to be tested in. It's not your mind per se, but how your mind and heart work in stressed situations, said Ace as Naruto nodded dumbly. Surely, it would be comical if Naruto was right. Suddenly, as the blonde lifted his body, the sudden appearance of the water dragon surprised the blonde. The creature opened its mouth and before he realized it, nothing but blackness consumed his sight as he fell on the ground. When he opened his eyes, Naruto was shocked to see the very village he grew up. In fact, he was at his apartment's porch as he looked at the village receiving the first rays of sunlight. Looking around a bit, Naruto suddenly gasped upon seeing the Hokage monument. He saw the Shadaime's face next to his brother the Nidaime Hokage. He also saw the Sandaime's face next to his successor Yondaime. But where was Tsunade's face? Naruto had yet to realize that whereas the last time he stood a good 1 foot taller than the porch height, now he barely passed the grid. What the hell was happening here? The only thing he remembered was the water creature enveloping him with its mouth and he was unconscious the next minute only to awaken at Konoha presumably 5 years in the past, seeing that Tsunade's head wasn't even placed on the Hokage monument. Reaching back to his apartment, he stopped in front of a mirror and took a moment to witness his height. Granted, he had the knowledge that somehow he went back in time, but seeing his 12-year-old physique was staggering to say the least. Suddenly, thoughts ran to his mind like, was it all a dream? Was everything that happened in his life nothing more than a dream? Ace, Kurenai, his Anbu position, his parents. Taking a look at his closet, Naruto saw the same orange jumpsuit he remembered burning a long time ago. Putting it on, Naruto saw his old headband resting on the kitchen table and strapped on his forehead, before once more taking a look in the mirror. He didn't like what he saw, he didn't like it at all. In his right mind, having to face the constant stares over and over again was pure torture, and worst of all, was that he would be facing them all over again. He didn't know what happened, nor did he know if anything he remembered was even real. Looking at the clock on his wall, he started thinking about what really happened and what was about to happen, seeing that his mind was screwed up real bad. As he left his apartment, he started walking at the empty streets of Konoha. And quite to his sadness, He could feel them once again. There were a few dozen people roaming throughout the streets and, not surprisingly, everyone shot glares of hatred towards him. However, this time he wasn't wearing the Anbu mask, meaning he was once more exposed to the world. Everyone knew Uzumaki Naruto, the loud idiot knucklehead who wore bright orange clothes and shouted to the heavens that he would take the Hokage's hat in no time at all. Suddenly, a little girl holding a teddy bear appeared in front of Naruto as she looked at his eyes for a moment. The blonde tried smiling at her, but the girl suddenly pointed to his face, screaming the word demon repeated times as if Naruto had done something to make her life a living hell. As he tried to calm the girl, Naruto sensed someone charging against him, before he dodged the incoming kick. He saw his attacker skidding a few meters on the ground, before turning to face him. To the blonde's shock, it was his old school sensei Umino Iruka, and he was looking at Naruto the same way as the others did. The blonde looked at his sensei and wondered what the hell was going on here? He didn't know why he was back, but he sure knew that Iruka didn't look at him like this, at least in front of him. "You'll pay, Demon," Iruka said. "You'll pay for every life you took, including what you did to this little girl." Before Naruto could even reason with his sensei, Iruka charged at Naruto with a kunai in his right hand. The blonde managed to evade the attack, even though he kept wondering why Iruka was behaving like this. As far as he knew, they got along fine when Naruto was a Genin. The crowd suddenly formed as Iruka charged the little Genin with the same kunai attack over and over again. Naruto, however, just kept dodging with ease. Reverting to the past was one thing, but suddenly forgetting his training was totally different. When Iruka missed the last kunai attack, Naruto landed a quick attack on the man's neck, sending him to unconsciousness instantly. Such an act was immediately frowned upon by the gathering crowd as they started calling him monster and demon, before shouting that he needed to be exterminated because of what he did to Iruka. Naruto knew, though, that with the villagers it wouldn't bode well to reason with them, but when two Anbus appeared within a swirl of leaves, the blonde knew that they would vouch for him. How surprised he was when one of them placed a chakra suppressor handcuff on him, before dragging his petite body towards the Anbu HQ. "Hey, what you're dragging me for? I was attacked, I just defended myself," shouted Naruto, but the Anbu paid him no mind. "As far as I'm concerned, it was you who initiated the fight and Iruka-san tried to stop you, demon. Finally, the Sandaime Hokage has enough evidence to place you behind bars, you demon." Frowning in worry, Naruto was wondering what the man said. Surely, Iruka attacking him out of nowhere was a low blow to his conscience, but to imagine the man he respected more than anything doing the same thing was too much. It couldn't be possible that a kind soul like the Sandaime wanted to imprison Naruto like he was the demon himself. Upon getting inside the Anbu HQ, Naruto was hearing the constant screams of thrills by the other Anbu members as he was being taken to the prison yard. Some of them the blonde recognized from training together and even spending some time with. As the cage cells opened, Naruto's body was thrown with force towards the wall, before his back collided. The blonde felt an excruciating pain on his already broken ribs. But how could his ribs hurt, even if what happened in Whirlpool Country never existed? Thinking about it, Naruto remembered how easily he dealt with Iruka and wondered about his skills in the past. Needless to say, he wasn't able to deal with even a Genin, let alone a Chunnin Academy teacher. Something was terribly wrong in this equation and Naruto was about to find out. Genjutsu just wasn't possible, because he would know it even before being cast, know it was something else. The blonde didn't have time to wonder about his current predicament, as the cage bars opened one more time, before Naruto saw the Sandaime Hokage entering the cage followed by two Anbu shinobi. The one on the right had long purple hair and was using a cat-like mask. The other one had the lion mask. Naruto knew this too, of course, his Anbu commander Tenzu and former Anbu comrade Uzuki Uegao. "Rise, demon!" ordered the Sandaime, shocking Naruto not because of the words spoken, but rather the source of the voice. The Sandaime Hokage was for a long period of time the only one who believed that Naruto and Kyuubi were two separate beings, and thus, the kind old man did everything he could to guarantee Naruto's safety. Needless to say, those words hurt more than anything else in Naruto's opinion. Naruto complied with the order without question as he closed his eyes in contemplation. Quite different from this timeline, Naruto is a rather collected individual, hence why he was simply awaiting his orders from the Hokage, like any Anbu is supposed to. After all, he did the binding oath and nothing or no one would convince him otherwise. Sandaime's face, though, was different than Naruto recalled. Hiruzen now was looking at him as if he was looking at a deadly enemy, full of killing intent and also desire to cleanse the village from the almighty Kyuubi no Yoko. According to the reports, You assaulted chunnin shinobi Umino Iruka with no reason whatsoever. The man even tried to stop you from committing a deadly mistake, but you didn't hear him, did you? But I don't blame you, Naruto, said Sarutobi as Naruto lifted his head and watched a somewhat neutral face staring at him, before it transformed once more. I blame myself from ever believing you could be a shinobi. It was my mistake to let you graduate, and for what happened now, it was my mistake to even let you live when everyone voted otherwise. Naruto, somehow, knew this wasn't real, but the emotional pain he was feeling right now was immense. He owed his life to the old Sandaime, and to hear these words from him was devastating. He wouldn't budge, though. Whatever he did in the past, must have triggered this feeling from everyone. What if he deserved to be called a demon? For your crimes committed, you'll be sentenced to the death penalty, Naruto. I just pray that Kami gets lenient on you, because I sure won't. Nico, proceed with the necessary arrangements. With that, the Hokage left the jail cell with both his hands behind his back. He stopped once more and took a look at Naruto from afar. They looked at each other, and Naruto resumed a look of apathy, as if he accepted his current fate. If this was what the Hokage commanded, then it shall happen. Both Anbu shinobi grabbed Naruto by the arms and dragged him to a secret chamber he knew perfectly about. It was reserved for the death penalties, as the prisoner takes position in front of an Anbu, before he or she gets decapitated as a criminal. Just as Naruto was positioned in front of Nico, she unsheathed her kodashi and fell into striking position. The rule states that it has to be a clean cut, a quick death, in order to avoid pain as much as possible. A sudden window opened inside the dark room, and Naruto could see the Sandaime looking at him with a sick smile on his face. In his eyes, he would be ridding Konoha from the evil there is Kyubi no Yoko. Lifting his head to look at the Anbu, Naruto wasn't scared. His heartbeat was as normal as it could have been as he saw Yugao approaching his position while positioning her sword for the strike. For Naruto, the mere seconds for Yugao to reach his position felt like minutes. Suddenly, a strong voice echoed inside his mind. What are you doing, boy? Do you not wish to live? Do you not wish to be acknowledged by everyone? Kyubi's voice reached his subconscious, and Naruto just closed his eyes in retrospective. Sure, he wanted to live. Sure, he wanted nothing more than acknowledgement in his life. Kyubi must have heard his train of thought, considering he was smiling from ear to ear. Then use my chakra, boy. Use it and kill everyone that ever dared confront us. Kill everyone that even dares looking at us the wrong way. No one could stand up to us when you use my chakra. Kyubi was already laughing in anticipation at the high possibility of Naruto asking his chakra and annihilate the entire village. However, the creature seemed to forget his resolve. No, Naruto said loud enough for both Kyubi and the shinobis present to hear. I made an oath to never go against the Hokage's orders, and also I made an oath never to carve to your urges, you damn furball. By this time, Yugao's sword was only inches from his neck, and, then, only light he was able to see was the room light's reflection on his executioner's blade. Darkness consumed him once more. When he opened his eyes, he was once more back at the place he remembered. However, it wasn't white like he was dead. No, he could hear the river, he could feel the ground he was seating on, and above all, he recognized his fellow comrade Ace and the water dragon looking at him from afar. Uzumaki Naruto. The dragon said, getting his attention. You were tested in both body and mind, and you've proven your valor. Your mother asked of me to give you this specific test in order to test your resolve to change this world and revive the Uzumaki clan, a feat she initiated and left for you to carry out. Now, you prove to me that you are worthy of receiving your heirloom. Proceed to the cave entrance up there and collect what's rightfully yours. Getting up, albeit barely, Naruto started walking slowly towards the cave where he would find a memory of his long-deceased mother. As he entered, he could see a stone surrounded by water. Passing through the water, Naruto saw that there were markings written on the stone. Passing his hand on the kanji, he started reading out loud. If you're reading this, my son, then it means my mission is complete. For years, Kirigakura wanted their hands on the Ryu no Heki, Dragon's Tear, because of its unprecedented powers. Only a true Uzumaki would be able to wield the sword, and I'm glad you'll be the one who carries it. It's my only regret, my son, that I couldn't be here with you, but know that both I and your father will always watch out for you from up there. Take care of the sword, Naruto, and wield it like a true warrior of the Uzumaki family. As Naruto read, a few tears fell from his face. Suddenly, the rock started glowing green, illuminating the entire cave as the sword appeared. It was simply a work of beauty. The scabbard was made out of solid steel, and it was cerulean blue with a dragon similar to the creature Naruto found crafted to fill the entire surface. The hilt felt comfortable in Naruto's hands as he saw the head of the dragon below the hilt. Quickly strapping on his back next to his Anbu Naruto, Naruto saw that the water was becoming agitated. Suddenly, the dragon appeared inside and with its long body, filled the entire cave, leaving no escape route for the blonde Anbu. Naruto, as of right now, you're the new wielder of the Ryu no Heki. Its powers will be revealed to you as you wield it. Also, seeing that you passed the test of valor, you will become the summoner of the Dragon Clan. The news surprised Naruto as the dragon summoned a big scroll out of nowhere. The blonde opened the big scroll and was surprised to see that only one name was written. Uzumaki Sango. Please sign your name next to Sango's and you'll be the second summoner of the Dragon Clan. Who's to say Naruto would think twice before he signed the scroll? Chapter 25, Old Enemy. After leaving the cave, Naruto was surprised to see the island in all its majesty once more. The unbelievably dense fog was now gone and he could see that he was on the island's highest location. A heavy scroll was strapped on his back as well as the Ryu no Heki, Dragon's Tear, as Naruto began walking down the hill where Aoi was waiting for him with a smile on his face. Now that you have the contract for dragons, I trust you won't need me anymore, right? Ace said, much to Naruto's surprise, before he noticed that Ace was looking at the dragon summoning scroll. He knew the consequences of signing a second summoning scroll, but he signed regardless, knowing for sure just how much he considered his four-legged friend as not merely a summon for him to rely on. A summon is but an ace up the shinobi's sleeve in a case of dire need. You are my friend and partner, the closest one I ever had in my life. I want to fight alongside you all the time, not just when I can't beat my opponent. The smile never left the wolf's face as he already knew Naruto's answer, but while he could read one's thoughts, it didn't mean he didn't want to hear the blonde verbalizing it every once in a while. Getting up, the wolf started descending the mountain a bit, while Naruto was following with his eyes, wondering if perhaps his friend was hurt by him signing another contract. However, that thought proved meaningless as Ace turned to face his Anbu companion. Let's go, Naruto, don't worry about the scroll thing. Besides, it would be quite selfish of me to deny you what's rightfully left to you by your mother. Now, Konoha is quite a long trip from here, so we better hurry and finish the ocean trip before nightfall. With that, the wolf started running towards the bottom of the mountain with the blonde in tow. It didn't take long for the two to reach the island beach and they started running on top of the ocean towards Water Country's islands, where they would proceed to Fire Country and finally Konoha. Along the way, Naruto and the wolf partner discussed many things, mainly about the Ryu no Heki strapped on his back and its supposed abilities. According to the dragon, the weapon's powers would be revealed as soon as Naruto wielded it, but other than that, the sword was just like any other he wielded before, except with dragon-crafted symbols. Ace pledged ignorance to this specific weapon's abilities as the two now reached the same island they stopped before completing the journey towards Whirlpool Country. Focusing chakra to their limbs, Ace and Naruto started running on top of the water in order to reach seashore before noon. Time wasn't of the essence to them, but in a few hours, it would be dark and both Naruto and Ace wanted to arrive in Water Country before sunset. While running and paying attention to the sun's reflection on the water, Naruto pondered about the recent turn of events. Apparently, both his parents managed to decide his fate even before he was born. The Kyuubi sealing actually had two reasons and saving Konoha was one of them. The other was for Naruto to use the fox's power for Konoha's benefit. Now, his mother planned this little adventure in Whirlpool Country in detail so that when he was ready, he would receive her heirloom. A month ago, he didn't even know who his parents were and now he was trying to meet their expectations. It surprised Naruto how far ahead they managed to plan this. What if no one could control the Kyuubi and it escaped once more? What if Naruto's body wasn't fit to house the demon? Naruto learned in the Anbu forces that even the tiniest detail could cause a catastrophe, if left unchecked. If so, then Minato Namikaze was a genius. How was he able to know that after all this time, the seal holding the fox would still be effective? As far as Naruto knew, any kind of emotional distress on his part would cause the Kyuubi's chakra to leak uncontrollably and take control of his mind for a while. He still remembered the time when he thought Haku had killed Sasuke. The desire for blood, no, the desire to kill was so strong he pretty much craved for it. It was only because of his strong will that he didn't do anything he would certainly regret immensely. Certainly, his father wasn't counting on Naruto's strong will to surpass the demon's urge. Hey Blondie, could you please stop with the whining, I'm trying to sleep over here. Kyuubi screamed, much to Naruto's annoyance. Now just a part of his conscience, the fox sometimes complained about Naruto's wanderings. It somewhat pissed Naruto off. It felt like a breach of his privacy. However, he supposed that like all Jinchuriki, the demon's voice and presence would never leave his head. I didn't know you even needed sleep for a ball. After all, you are but a part of my conscience. I was just wondering how much my life was planned. Okay, just leave me to my thoughts. Naruto thought, before continuing on with his thoughts. However, the fox saw this as an opportunity to start a conversation. It's nice to have a nap every once in a while, kid. About your parent thing, I wouldn't pounder too much. Namikaze Minato may have been a human, but his knowledge in seals far extended his experience. You think that you were responsible for keeping me from controlling your thoughts? Well, you're 100% wrong. Seeing that Naruto didn't reply, Kyuubi continued. Your father's Fuuinjutsu prevented me from fully influencing your will. Every time I tried adding more chakra, the seal would prevent it, giving you the chance needed to overcome my influence and take control once more. As soon as the sun set, Naruto and Ace reached the shore to water country. From that point, it was a straight line towards Konoha. Still, the thoughts of his father's work plus Kyuubi's words still plagued his mind. How much of a genius was his father? In a way, he was comparing his skills against his father's and he knew the truth. He was nowhere near Minato's level. He might possess the chakra of a demon and jutsus that could level an entire forest, but a ninja's finesse and skills aren't measured by such standards alone. A cunning mind to solve mysteries and the finesse are important skills to possess, but whereas his father was able to trap the strongest demon in existence using seals alone, Naruto's accomplishments were all related to his huge mass of chakra. Little by little, Naruto was feeling something he never felt before, not even with the Sandaime Hokage, a shinobi that was rumored to have mastered every jutsu in existence. He was seeing the huge frame of his father like an impossible force to face up against, to overcome. In Konoha . That self-underestimation thought accompanied Naruto all the way towards the hidden village in the leaves as both he and Ace passed through the humongous gates that protected the village every day. The wolf looked at his partner's back with a serious frown on his visage. He knew what Naruto was thinking and he understood it quite well actually. The way Naruto compared himself with the Yondaime Hokage, a man who was once considered the strongest shinobi ever to grace the elemental nations, made Ace remembering how he used to compare his skills with the leader of the wolf clan. But what Naruto failed to comprehend is that time and experience was the key factor to solving his problem. When Minato died, he was at least twice Naruto's age now. As such, the Yondaime had more time to gain experience in the battlefield. More time to practice the jutsus and certainly more time to create his two masterpieces, namely the Rasengan and the Hiraishin techniques. Suddenly, the blonde stopped and turned to his four-legged. Thanks for accompanying me, my friend, I really appreciate it, Naruto said, earning a smile from the wolf as he nodded. Any time, now I believe it's appropriate for me to return home. Without me, my pups cause quite a mess and I have a feeling that Sume-chan will be quite pissed. Well, I don't want to be in your shoes, I'll pause right now. An angry Inuzuka is not to be messed with. Not that he would say it anywhere near the clan's compound, from fear of running for his life if he were to be discovered. Ace smiled and bid Naruto farewell. However, just as the blonde was about to jump to nearest building rooftop, Ace added a last comment. You know, Yondaime may have been the best shinobi ever to grace these lands, but whereas he couldn't complete his technique, you did. Think about that. With that, a small tornado enveloped Ace and he was gone, leaving Naruto staring at the place his friend was before he vanished. Certainly, Naruto wasn't expecting to keep his thoughts a surprise from someone who could hear thoughts. Still, his friend had a point, the Rasengan was, after all, an incomplete technique, and whereas his dad wasn't able to finish it, Naruto managed to, by adding the wind nature to the spiraling ball technique. The inferiority complex was still present, though. Looking up, Naruto quickly jumped towards the fist rooftop and from there, followed the path that would lead to the Anbu headquarters as it was expected of him, upon returning from a mission. He could go home or see where his girlfriend was right now, maybe even report personally to the Hokage. But, everything could be done afterwards, well considering that his team wasn't drafted for a mission, that is. At the Anbu HQ . As soon as he handled the written report, the blonde was about to leave, confident that no mission would be assigned for his Anbu team. He was still due to see any of his partners in crime and this spiked his confidence that he would be able to go home and take some much-deserved rest. As he passed by a specific blackboard, he decided to stop and take a look at the ones who were drafted for missions throughout the night. With his finger, he followed the chart and saw the team responsible for tonight's mission. He didn't like what he saw. Team 5. To him, it felt like someone played a nasty prank and was just hiding behind the corridor laughing his ass off. He just returned from a gruesome trip where he pretty much crossed the damn ocean 2 times and now this. It wasn't fair, that's for sure. This specific routine mission involved making a perimeter check close to the Uchiha and Hyuga compound. His team was supposed to report at 0300 hours, which meant that Naruto wouldn't be able to pay a visit to his girlfriend until the mission was over. As Naruto sighed in dismay, he heard 2 familiar voices and he saw Bear and Hawk appear at the hallway, before spotting the team's 3rd member in front of the board. "Hey there Naruto, cool sword you have there, how was the mission?" Bear asked as Naruto started walking next to them, towards nowhere specifically. "It was interesting to say the least, found a lot of the answers I was seeking for." Naruto knew he was being vague regarding his answers, but as far as his team was concerned, the truth of his father, mother and the Kyuubi's chakra being fully released was his problem alone and perhaps Jiraiya's, Tsunade's and Kurenai's due to their relationship with Naruto. Hawk and Bear weren't really interested in digging for information and Bear's question was only to start a conversation with their teammate. Remembering about the big news, Hawk stopped and turned to face Naruto. "I almost forgot Naruto, during your absence, Tsunade-sama called us in her office. Apparently, someone is putting in a good word for Team 5, since Ibiki-sama personally requested our team to become a part of the Anbu Black Ops Division. As of right now, we are a part of a special branch of the Anbu forces, focused on uncovering threats to the village by espionage and counterintelligence." Naruto was interested in the news, but he let Hawk speak while making a left turn and following through a rather dark hallway. "However, according to Yamato-sama, our team will fall into a special program, created by both branches of the Anbu forces." "I'm lost here Hawk-taiku, please explain." "As it states, our team is highly specialized in the front lines, where the battles take place. We were formed to be a full battle squad more than anything and since Ibiki-sama's department is short on staff right now, we will be a part of the Anbu Black Ops team, but also a part of the Anbu forces out there." As Hawk explained, Naruto was sinking even lower in dismay. He could be wrong, actually he prayed that he was wrong, but if he was right, then this meant double the work for him and his team. "Great, I wonder if they'll give us at least an hour or 2 between missions to rest. This is getting a little out of hand and I bet the Hokage was the one that issued our team for both Anbu branches. Damn that old hag." Naruto thought as the team walked outside the building. It was hard enough handling the Anbu time schedule, now we'll have to perform Anbu Black Ops level missions as well. It's inhuman, I tell you. There are other teams registered in Anbu, aren't there? Surely, Ibiki-sama could ask for any of them to fill in for his department. Naruto was trying to figure out a way to negotiate the terms of this agreement, but he was too late for that. "I'm afraid the decision was already made Naruto, don't worry about the double workload, though. Our first focus will shift to the Anbu Black Ops division. It will be Tsunade-sama's call now if she wants us to fight or not. Yamato-sama could too, but he would need an express authorization from Ibiki-sama," Hawk said, before hearing Naruto's sigh and dismay at the matter already being decided. In actuality, Hawk was against the promotion, just as Bear was. Anbu missions were tough, no denying about it. But the thrill was what motivated them every day, the energy in fighting enemies that could easily kill you after one single mistake. That's why after a long time of service behind the Anbu mask, neither Hawk nor Bear would ever consider returning to a normal jounin duty and proceed with different assignments. Bear considered them easy as did Hawk, but he had friends in the regular jounin department. He wouldn't say that aloud to them about the missions they undertook. "Okay then, Team 5 let's proceed with the mission. As you two know, we will be responsible for monitoring the Uchiha and Hyuga compound areas for any intrusions or eventual breach in security, let's go." "Wait," called Naruto, before Bear and Hawk turned to hear what he was about to say. "Where is Kakashi-sensei? Isn't he coming with us?" "Senpai is still resting a bit after the altercation with Yakashi Kabuto. Actually, he said he was feeling fine already, but Tsunade-sama urged him to relax his chakra coils a bit longer. Personally, I couldn't stand being bedridden as long as he was. It irks me not being able to move at all." Yeah, Naruto wouldn't be able to stand it either, but he had a feeling Kakashi wasn't minding the little vacation right now. Last thing he heard, Jiraiya released a new book called Icha Icha Illusion. Kakashi must have received the first issue by the pervert himself. I bet Sensei is enjoying himself immensely right now. Okay then, let's begin the mission. I want to see if I can get some rest afterwards. The team nodded and vanished towards the next set of rooftops. The area they were heading was a peaceful one. The Hyugas keeps 2 or 3 Byakugan scanning the compound's perimeter for any intrusions, and the Uchiha compound was deserted, except for Sasuke, but he was on a mission outside the village. Surely, it would be one of those routine assignments once more. In no time, the team arrived at the specific area and alerted the Hyuga guards of their presence so as not to set off false alarms. Naruto was responsible for keeping his eye on the Uchiha compound for a while, before meeting the team behind the Hyuga compound to end the routine mission. As he landed on the compound gate, he took a quick look at the compound's main patio. To Naruto, this place was like a ghost town. It was the only place in Konoha with the lights off and, in his modest opinion, in dire need of a reconstruction. Buildings slowly decaying due to the lack of maintenance, the constant musky smell were some of the reasons. Not to mention the feeling of dread upon walking inside the dark and hollow compound where almost 17 years ago, one Uchiha Itachi covered the floors and walls with blood. It took close to half an hour for Naruto to inspect the compound. Sasuke, according to the Anbu file, was away on a mission, so the compound was empty. He then jumped towards the back wall to meet his comrades. Suddenly, he sensed a strange shadow lingering close to Uchiha Sasuke's house. He went to check and even opened the front door, but as he looked inside there was no one there. He reasoned that he was mistaken. After closing the door, Naruto left the Uchiha compound, in order to meet with Hawk and Bear. As soon as he did though, a person suddenly materialized inside the house. Because of the lack of light inside, only one thing was visible. 2 Sharingan eyes blazing with all their might as Uchiha Itachi kept looking at Naruto's last position, or at least the Anbu with the black wolf mask. Suddenly, Itachi quirked a smile as he realized something interesting. "I always suspected it was you, Naruto-kun. I want to see how strong you've become since last time." With Naruto . Unaware of Itachi's presence inside the Uchiha compound, Naruto followed his team to the Anbu HQ before delivering the report. He was in desperate need of a shower and a bed. His feet were dragging him towards the place, as he started climbing the few set of stairs. He could have jumped all the way towards the apartment, but like Shikamaru constantly said, it would be very troublesome right now. Plus, his feet were killing him both from the travel back from Whirlpool Country and the routine mission. It was a blessing that nothing occurred on the mission, or else he would have passed out from fatigue. Finally reaching the front door, Naruto opened it and stepped inside. He gave a little sigh in relaxation while taking off his Anbu armor and mask. Stepping inside his room, Naruto suddenly had the urge to smile at the sight he had of his bed. Kurenai was sleeping so peacefully under his sheets, that he considered just letting her sleep and take a quick shower. It didn't take too long, before he got into bed next to his girlfriend. He positioned himself inches from her body, before gently placing his arms around her head. He knew that she, even asleep, would want her favorite pillow, so he just waited a couple of seconds. Much to Naruto's joy, Kurenai inclined her head towards Naruto's chest with a smile on her face as she emerged slightly from a blissful sleep. He then took some time caressing her soft hair, which was something she enjoyed as well. It was his method of not waking her, but telling that he was home. In a short while, Naruto closed his eyes and fell asleep as well, never noticing his girlfriend's whisper. "I'm glad you returned safe, Naruto." The next day . Opening his eyes, he saw the first rays of sunlight invading his room. However, the normal weight on his chest was gone and he wondered if Kurenai had gone to a mission. He suddenly heard a noise in the kitchen and smiled. No doubt, Kurenai was fixing breakfast for them. Once up, he left the room and found the woman of his dreams wearing a red apron filled with white flowers. While certainly amusing, it was also arousing to the blonde. Slowly, he reached her, before enveloping her belly in a soft hug. The woman couldn't continue what she was doing, so she let go of the kitchen utensils and caressed Naruto's arms while turning her head to see the face of her beloved boyfriend, looking at her with those deep ocean eyes. It always mesmerized her just to look at them. "Good morning, Kure-chan," Naruto greeted, before giving her one hell of a good morning kiss. "Good morning, Naruto-kun, breakfast will be ready in a couple of minutes, so why don't you take a seat? There is a note sent by Tsunade-sama for you." Naruto nodded and took a seat by the table, before seeing the scroll with Tsunade's orders for today. "Naruto, please meet me in my office at 10. Jiraiya and I want to discuss your mission and also something else. It's of utmost importance and it must be discussed personally. Don't be late. Tsunade." The blonde wondered what could be so important, but he just shrugged it off, before seeing that breakfast was being served. Kurenai then took a seat next to him and smiled at her boyfriend. "So, Seeing as you're not in a rush to get to work, I assume you have time. So tell me, how was the mission to Whirlpool Country? Naruto smiled, while serving some coffee and milk inside his cup. Life-altering cure-chan, that's how it was. Everything was planned from the beginning. My mother planned this even before I was born. Once I reached the island, a kind of water dragon appeared out of nowhere and set me on a 2-part test. The goal was for me to receive my mother's heirloom. It wasn't easy, I'll tell you that. The damn creature had me facing my ancestors from the Uzumaki family. 3 of them against me, and the worst part was that I was prohibited to use chakra. As Naruto started talking about the fights, in vivid details as the man loved his battles, Kurenai was comfortable just sipping her tea while listening to her boyfriend talking. And then after winning the battle, the dragon cast an illusion on me. Now this spiked Kurenai's curiosity as she was fond of the field. I suddenly woke up to a world where everyone considered me the demon reincarnated. Even the Sandaime Hokage and Iruka loathed me for something I didn't have any control over. At first, I was hurt and confused as the illusion part was alien to me. The Sandaime called in for my execution and I could see Kurenai-chan, his eyes were one of pure hatred and malice towards ending my existence. I could have attacked them, I could have used the fox's chakra and escaped, but I didn't. Even when Yugao was set to decapitate me in front of everyone, I just stood there, refusing to accept the fox's chakra, who was screaming inside my head to do so. My fate was clear, Kurenai-chan, but I didn't fight back. Why didn't you? Considering it was an illusion, you could just break the connection by forcing your chakra to stop the outside source. Genjutsu breaking 101 Naruto, you know that. As a genjutsu specialist, Kurenai felt insulted at her boyfriend's actions. For a moment there, she forgot this was a mission created by Naruto's mother in order to give his heirloom. Naruto, for his part, had a perfect explanation for his actions, and although he wondered why Kurenai acted the way she did, he explained. You do remember when I said that I wouldn't use the fox's chakra ever again, right? To Kurenai's nod, he continued. Although it was the dragon who played the fox in my head, my resolve was firm in not using the fox's chakra. Plus the fact that I didn't know it was an illusion. At first I was fighting against 3 generations of the Uzumaki family, then the dragon attacks me, and when I wake up, I see myself in a different Konoha with everyone blaming me from Kyuubi's actions. The frown on her face was less evident, but her boyfriend did swear never to rely on the fox's chakra, so his decision had merit. Plus, Kurenai couldn't say no one had ever beaten her in the illusion department. She considered herself one of the best in the field, but Uchiha Itachi wasn't of this world with that Sharingan of his. Sorry about lashing out at you, Naruto, it's just that I always expect you to act as I do when it comes to the genjutsu department. Now, what happened later? Naruto looked at her for a while, before continuing on, although he was aware of Kurenai's expectations of his genjutsu skills. Though they are boyfriend and girlfriend, Kurenai acted more as a sensei to Naruto, during his illusion training. After Yugao decapitated me, the world went blank once more and I passed the test. According to the dragon, I passed because I didn't succumb to darkness, even in such a dire situation. I then reached a specific cave where a letter from my mother was engraved on a stone in the middle of a small lake. Next to the stone, was the sword you see behind you and the scroll with the Dragon Clan summon. The letter was short really, but... Naruto paused a little, as the picture of his mother appeared inside his mind once more, while she recited the words written on the stone. Kurenai could see he was smiling and she smiled in response. I could feel her there with me, like she was handling me my heirloom. It was by far the best memory I could have of her. Kurenai didn't know how it was to be born an orphan. She had memories of her parents and her family, while growing up. But one thing she knew was that she never saw her boyfriend in such a state. Just by looking at him, she could exclude every problem that occurred in her life. It was like the only sight that mattered was his smile, and she thanked Naruto's parents for going out of their way to show him who they were. I really wanted to meet her, Naruto, Kurenai said, earning another smile from the blonde. Yeah, me too. After that, the couple shared a delicious silenced breakfast, while throwing a bit of conversation here and there. Kurenai's team was doing great in their rather considerable number of missions lately. Naruto learned that Tsunade issued a great number of new reconnaissance missions towards areas that could be tainted with Otogakur, hence Orochimaru's goons. So far, nothing was found of course, but the number of missions didn't diminish. You know that Kiba is thinking of joining the Hunter Nin division, said Kurenai, as she grabbed her cup of coffee and took a rather large sip. That's good, it's rather tough out there. I know some aspects of the job from talking to one a few months ago, but I don't know how it is exactly. What will happen to your team, then? Well, It's only fair that they would go on with their lives eventually. I mean, Hinata and Shino will take on the mantle of their respective clans, so both will be swamped in council meetings and such. I'll be all alone once more, I'm afraid. Naruto knew how attached his girlfriend was to Team 8 and it pained him to see her like this. Surely, Hinata, Kiba and Shino's paths were unavoidable. Everyone from the Rookie 9 were evolving to take the place of the previous generations. Some joined the Anbu, others maintained the old unit as a Jounin team and the rest were taking on Genins as Jounin senseis. Looking at Kurenai once more, Naruto hugged her and placed a kiss on her cheek, before seeing a smile on her face. Surely, they are growing up Kira-chan, but I'm sure it will take an eternity before even one of them could forget their sensei. You do well to remember that episode with Yakumo, right? How, even though you said to them that you weren't their sensei anymore, they came and aided in saving Yakumo from her inner demon. You are in their hearts forever, I'm sure of that. Also, there is nothing in this world that will take you away from my heart, my love. Kurenai grabbed Naruto's hands and caressed them gently. The blonde always had a way with words, Kurenai thought. Arigato Naruto, you are always in my heart as well. I love you. Author's note, there is a lemon here if you want to read it. Link to the story is in the description. At Tsunade's office. After saying goodbye to his girlfriend, Naruto put on his Anbu armor and left towards the Hokage's office. His mind now was divided by the Hokage's letter and his moment with Kurenai. He loved her more than anything, there's nothing in the world that would manage to convince him otherwise. He wanted to be with her forever. With a smile, he started thinking about possibilities in life. He was so lost with his thoughts, that he didn't realize that the administrative building was already in front of him. Once he knocked, he heard Tsunade's voice allowing him entrance. Inside he saw Tsunade, Jiraiya and Shizune looking at him. Jiraiya was the first one to greet him, before he landed eyes on Naruto's sword. It was the same as Kushina's, so the boy managed to pass the test after all. Naruto immediately kneeled on the ground like expected of every Anbu soldier in front of the Hokage, which surprised the ones inside the room. It was hard to see Naruto so attached to formalities. You wanted to see me, Hokage-sama? Tsunade could tell him that he didn't need to do all this, but it wouldn't do any good. Yes, Naruto, I wanted to talk to you about two things. First, the mission you did. I can see from the sword on your back that you managed to receive what Kushina-san left behind for you. Naruto just nodded, before explaining everything just like he did with Kurenai. He started telling about the hard trip towards the island and the unexpected meeting with the Mizukage. Afterwards, he explained about the meeting with the creature that was protecting his heirloom as well as the fight against 3 generations of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto was surprised that both Tsunade and Jiraiya remembered the name of Uzumaki Sango, the first shinobi that became chief of the clan. The blonde then explained the dragon's final test in order to acquire Kushina's heirloom. Shizune gasped a bit, but the rest maintained the serious visage while at the same wondering how things would have been if the Sandaime Hokage hadn't protected Naruto in the past. In the end, Naruto managed to pass and he returned to Konoha, before doing a routine mission for the Anbu Corps. Tsunade nodded before giving a sigh. Well, I'm glad you were successful, Naruto. Now, the other thing I was meaning to tell you is about a known enemy, Uchiha Itachi. The name itself was enough to raise Naruto's head and look directly at Tsunade's eyes. What about Itachi? Naruto asked, before Jiraiya started explaining. Few weeks ago, Itachi approached me with a proposition. Apparently, he wanted out of Akatsuki and was happy to supply all information he had regarding the organization. However, he stipulated a condition. A condition, Naruto, that involves you, I'm afraid. He wanted to engage the Anbu Black Wolf in combat. After Jiraiya explained, silence met the room. Naruto was busy digesting what Itachi's intentions were. Surely, Naruto was stronger now than the time he last stood against the Uchiha, but Naruto never saw the real Itachi, his full potential. Why does he want me? Naruto asked, before Jiraiya quickly explained. He saw how you beat Kisame and until that time, that was a feat no one managed to accomplish. Does he know who's behind the mask? We are not sure yet. Itachi is full of resources and he had Anbu level training. It's not hard to recognize chakra signatures for someone like him. He already supplied us with sensitive information of the organization. It will soon come the time for us to keep our end of the bargain. This time it was Tsunade who spoke, before she looked at Naruto's mask. What are your thoughts on this, Naruto? The blonde was considering every skill he remembered as being Itachi's. Genjutsu was the man's forte, and while Naruto's skill was considerable, he certainly wasn't on par with the Mangenkyo Sharingan's capabilities. Besides that, Naruto guessed he was stronger in the ninjutsu department and the kenjutsu department as well. Plus, the fact that Naruto now had more chakra to rely on was a huge plus for him. However, this was Itachi, an S-ranked missing nin that no one ever managed to beat. Out of the blue, Minato appeared in front of him. Naruto still saw the man's back like a giant standing with all its glory, as if nothing or no one could harm or even land a finger on him. In order for Naruto to compare his skills to Minato's, it would be required of him to face opponents that would be on par with the Yondaime Hokage. Orochimaru was certainly one of them, even Jiraiya as well, if he was the enemy. Itachi would be the test for him to see if he could match his father in skills. I have no qualms against facing him, Tsunade-sama, just tell me when and where and I'll be there. The sudden resolve surprised all three instantly. Sure, they expected Naruto to boost his strength against a powerful opponent, but he didn't do that. He took a moment to consider the odds of victory in a full-out battle against the Uchiha and considered them favorable. Okay, then Naruto. Itachi will meet you in 3 days at the same place you fought against Sasuke at the Valley of the End. Should this be a trick to capture you, we'll be ready. Jiraiya here and your Anbu team will be close to the location just in case. Naruto nodded, before vanishing in a sunshine after being dismissed by Tsunade. She, then, looked at Jiraiya, who was showing that goofy smile on his face like the situation didn't demand any concern on her part. The worst part of this was that Tsunade agreed with her perverted teammate. Naruto had grown so much, not only in skills but in maturity. Surely, Itachi would have a run for his money. 3 days later. The last 3 days were strange to Naruto. Contrary to others' beliefs, he didn't back down from missions or stop to meditate on his first trail in order to beat his father. Kurenai tried to convince him against facing the man, and so did Kakashi, whom Naruto visited at the hospital. They all said that Itachi's Sharingan eyes were unmatched and that Naruto would be in danger by facing a man of Itachi's caliber alone. Hawk and Bear were the ones who gave Naruto strength, though, backing him up against the powerful ex-Anbu Captain Uchiha Itachi. Bear stated that Naruto could beat anyone, but Hawk was more level-headed. Of course, he didn't need to warn Naruto, because surely, everyone already tried to. He, instead, set Naruto straight on correcting some assumptions, when facing someone like Itachi. Naruto, you cannot see him as the man who killed the entire Uchiha clan. He's one of the strongest shinobi I ever met, and no doubt, he can capitalize on anything, any emotion, any ambition the opponent might have. Another thing, don't assume he'll depend on his eyes the entire time. Itachi, if I remembered correctly, never used his Sharingan like the rest of his clan. To him, the Sharingan isn't the only ace up his sleeve, and he'll capitalize on said failed assumption. Don't assume anything with him, face him like you're facing any other S-ranked criminal. Study his movements, don't show much of your skills at first and focus on his openings. Now, facing the gate leading to the Valley of the Dead, Naruto wondered if someone like Itachi even had any openings. No matter, though, he would fight Itachi and win. With it, he'll be one step further in matching his father's abilities. Chapter 26, Letting Go of the Mask. Contrary to the belief of many, Uzumaki Naruto wasn't scared of his encounter against possibly the toughest enemy out there, one Uchiha Itachi. Sure, he earned his S-rank status at the age of 13 and had only improved since then, but the blonde was no pushover, that much he realized after many A and S-ranked Anbu level missions completed. Right now, he was approximately an hour away from the Valley of the End as he walked peacefully through the foliage that surrounded Konohagakure. He wasn't in any rush to confront Sasuke's older brother. Thinking of the young Uchiha, Naruto couldn't help but wonder about the sudden change of heart. A long time ago, the boy was adamant about killing his brother and would never go back to Konoha, granted that Sasuke only returned because Naruto almost killed him and carried his battered body back. Still, after being healed, Sasuke could have very well escaped once more and hunt his big brother. Instead, he accepted the chunnin position under Yamashiro Aoba's command. Last he'd heard, Sasuke had managed to become a jounin and he was on his own, doing solo B and A ranked missions for Tsunade. Naruto was surprised when Sasuke said no to Yamato Taiku's offering to join the ranks. The idea of hiding behind a mask doesn't sound appealing to me, so I'll decline. That was the excuse Sasuke gave at the time. Though to Naruto, it was the aspect of the mask that convinced him at the time. Uchiha Sasuke's situation was different than his, that was for sure. Sure, Sasuke betrayed Konoha and joined Orochimaru, one of Konoha's most vile enemies, but Naruto had the Kyuubi inside of him. Well, considering the amount of damage and carnage caused by the fox, just its mention would be enough to cause tough men to stir and others to flee scared for their lives. Sasuke didn't need a mask, Naruto did. Or so he thought. Today, every time Naruto looked at himself in the mirror, he saw the mask. The noise of waterfall reached his ears and Naruto realized that he was only a few minutes away from the location. As he walked, the dense forest was slowly opening up to a clearing and Naruto could see the gigantic waterfall in front of him and the statues of Uchiha Madara and the Shodaime Hokage Senju Hashirama. Whether it was coincidence or not, every time Naruto faced an Uchiha was here at the Valley of the End. I was wondering if you'd even come. The familiar voice alerted Naruto to Itachi's presence standing close to the river margin, while staring at the waterfall in front of him. It was somewhat unnerving to see the older Uchiha without the Akatsuki black robes with red clouds. He remembered Jiraiya saying to him that Itachi went rogue on them. Now he looked more like a mercenary than either a shinobi of Konohagakure or a proud member of the powerful organization. My apologies for not arriving sooner, I was busy contemplating about this entire ordeal. Who would believe that Uchiha Itachi of all people would want to fight little old me? Itachi turned and saw the appearance of his enemy. Anbu-level missions tend to create confidence in shinobi, he realized. The Anbu was crossing his arms like this entire event was beneath his time. The older Uchiha saw a bit of himself once wearing the Weasel Anbu mask and performing tough S-ranked missions both as a regular Anbu and as captain of a squad for Konohagakure without even blinking. Anyone who could defeat the strongest member of the Kiri no Shinobi Gatana Nananin Shu, 7 Swordsmen of the Mist, is worthy of attention. If my desire is to test my skills, then my opponent should be at least my equal if not better than me. However, up to now, it's been hard to find such an opponent, I'm afraid. One word that Naruto couldn't find better to describe an Uchiha was arrogance. Sasuke had it in spades, but the blonde always wondered who was responsible for him having such a superiority complex. Are you saying you were better than Hoshigaki Kisame, then? I at least was humble enough to admit that I had help in defeating him, but apparently the Uchiha's arrogance knows no bounds. Zero. Now, I see why Sasuke behaves like he's stronger than Kami himself. He picked it up from his big brother. Tell me something, Uchiha Itachi. If your desire is to ask why I committed such a vile act, considering it was my family and all, then you could stop wasting my time, said Itachi. As an Anbu shinobi, you have access to all of the village's classified information. Everything that both the regular Anbu did in order to secure peace amongst the villagers is filed and open to any Anbu who wishes to dig up the past. Naruto, though, snorted once more at the Uchiha's arrogance, in thinking that the blonde wanted to know the real reason behind the Uchiha massacre. Itachi was right. Naruto did have access to the report of that night. How Itachi was labeled a traitor to the village, even though he did nothing more than rid Konoha of a potential civil war threatened by the Uchiha clan if things didn't go their way. How the Sandaime Hokage, despite wanting to push more dialogue between the parties, went along with the Uchiha slaughter. No, Naruto didn't want to know about Itachi's reasons for killing his entire family. The blonde didn't care about that at all. You should consider letting people talk first instead of interrupting. Indeed, I know what happened that night and I have no desire whatsoever to inquire your reasons. Quite frankly, when the Uchiha massacre happened, I was but a kid in the academy trying very hard to listen to all the lectures of history and chakra introduction. What I want to know is quite simple, and yet it's bugging me since I read the file of the Uchiha massacre. This time, Itachi didn't interrupt Naruto as he continued talking. Why, despite doing probably the most dangerous missions of all time in favor of the village, did you consider joining an organization such as Akatsuki? Why even flee Konoha at all, knowing that you could create a hidden alias inside the Anbu forces? You went rogue for reasons I just can't fathom. Naruto asked, before silence reached the area. The wind suddenly peaked up and the noise of the waterfall seemed to increase. Itachi's pose, though, revealed nothing. He was trained this way, after all. However, inside, he was in turmoil. To this point, he was considered a traitor for his vile actions against his own family. However, no one ever considered him a traitor because he abandoned the village of Konohagakure. Indeed, fleeing from the village wasn't a good idea and he knew that much. A truly intriguing question that until this point, no one ever bothered to look at the situation from this specific point of view. However, the answer in Itachi's mind was evident. It's surprising to see someone wanting to know my reasons for what I did back then, instead of just crucifying me. However, it's more surprising when you come here and make little of what happened. You want to know why, despite never betraying the village's truce, I choose to flee instead of hiding inside the village? The answer is quite simple. I was the scapegoat used by the village. They used me to deal with a bloodthirsty clan once and for all. It's easier to blame an S-ranked criminal than openly say that the Hokage itself ordered the execution. Less political damage for them, compared to other villages, and they managed to kill the Uchiha clan. However, I'm not here saying I was forced into this situation. I willingly accepted. Now, saying that I should have remained inside the village walls would be the same as stating that the destiny of my family was to vanish. The Uchiha were responsible for founding the village, we were worshipped beyond necessity. If someone killed the Uchiha clan, then it would be expected that he or she would be considered a vile criminal and chased. Naruto nodded as he knew all of this. Despite wondering why Itachi was so open about this manner with him, he knew that the Sandaime Hokage just couldn't allow such an atrocity to be considered for the good of the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen was considered the most powerful ninja of his time, but he was equally recognized for his kindness and desire to protect everyone that stood inside the village's huge walls. Nonetheless, Itachi was still due to respond to all of Naruto's questions. You still haven't answered the question, Itachi. Okay, fleeing was your choice, but joining Akatsuki still remains a mystery to me. It eludes me why you'd even think of joining an organization whose sole intention was to collect the power of the tailed beasts. Naruto spoke, with his arms crossed as if he hoped to get a real reason out of the ex-Anbu captain. The most mysterious individual Naruto ever met. He could see Itachi's lips curving into a smile at the question, which kind of unnerved him a bit. Your desire is to understand why I chose to join the most powerful criminal organization ever to roam these lands if all I did in my life was follow the Hokage's command? Itachi's eyes were closed as he spoke, but Naruto knew to watch out when they opened. And true to his wonders, as soon as Itachi opened his eyes, Naruto could see the terrible visage of the Mangenkaiu Sharingan staring at him. It didn't take 2 seconds before the sky color turned to blood red and Naruto was captured in a genjutsu. Nonetheless, Naruto didn't sense any killing intent coming from Itachi, which was weird seeing as Itachi was an illusion master. I came to the conclusion that instead of telling you my story, it'd best to show it to you. Itachi's voice echoed, but Naruto couldn't pinpoint his location. Suddenly, he saw what appeared to be Konohagakure at night. He could spot a single Anbu shinobi holding a bloodied ninjato as he started to jump towards the tree nearby, towards one of the big gates that protected Konohagakure. Naruto could see how skilled Itachi was in order to avoid the Jounin patrols located near the gates, before he was out of the village. It didn't take long before Itachi stopped in front of 2 thick trees. The Uchiha clan is no more, Itachi said to no one at first. However, a shadow soon merged from behind the tree on the left. Ah, so the Senju's dream came to reality. That fool Hashirama always talked of peace, but inside I always knew he would be glad to get rid of our kind. The shadow spoke, before the moonlight helped dim the situation a bit, showing an orange mask with a spiraling design. Naruto had no idea who the man was, but all indications pointed that he had something to do with the Uchiha massacre. And why would he say our kind? Was he an Uchiha as well? I did your bidding, Madara. Now, you must uphold your end of the bargain. His laughter soon followed and Naruto wondered what the bargain was. You have my word that no ill will befalls that pathetic village. For now, you must uphold the rest of our bargain. Meet my associate at the border of Amigakure and Fire Country. He'll give you instructions regarding your next assignment, the shadow said, before vanishing from sight. Itachi, then, took his time in going to Amigakure. He turned towards the village's direction. Remorse for what he did to his family? Itachi didn't know. He wasn't against the notion of protecting the village against his family, but having to kill his family was something no one has ever done before. No matter now, Itachi reasoned. There was no turning back. The Sandaime Hokage did warn him of the consequences behind going through with this S-ranked assignment. He was now considered a criminal for his actions against the Uchiha clan, and as such, people would start to fear him for it. There was no sense in going back now. Narrowing his eyes at the path ahead, Itachi closed his eyes for 1 minute and took deep breaths, in order to get accustomed to his new life. The last scene that Naruto saw was Itachi running towards Amigakure, before Itachi appeared in front of him. The pair was in silence for a while, but Naruto couldn't take it anymore. He now saw why Itachi did what he did. At first, he suspected that the man that appeared in front of him was an Uchiha, but as soon as Itachi said his name, Naruto flinched. Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha Madara, co-founder of the village he swore to protect and the man who was presumed dead after the fight against the Shodaime Hokage Senju Hashirama. You joined Akatsuki so to save Konoha from Madara, didn't you? Naruto said and Itachi nodded, though it was a rather obvious conclusion. That was only half of the bargain that we agreed upon, actually. The other half was to leave Sasuke alone, in exchange for me joining his organization Akatsuki. Suddenly, the sky turned back to normal and the opponents were facing each other once more in front of the Valley of the End. You may be wondering why I showed you the truth of what happened, Itachi asked, while seeing Naruto's eyes through the mask. You could say that I sympathize with you. In our line of work, we are constantly subjected to pain and life-altering decisions. I know that given the right circumstances, if you were in my shoes, you would do the same thing, as I trust your desire to protect the village of Konohagakure and its citizens. You talk like you know who I am behind the mask, Itachi, but true, I would do the same thing. What Naruto said came as an insult to the once Anbu captain Uchiha Itachi, but at least Naruto had the decency to divert the situation a bit. You might as well take off your mask now, Naruto-kun, there is no need in fighting with it, once your identity is revealed to the enemy, Itachi said, pretty much expecting that Naruto would freak out, or snarl at being discovered. But, instead the blonde just laughed. For Itachi it was a strange situation indeed. There in front of him was the very kid who he considered a waste of time in the past. Naruto immediately removed the mask from his face and looked at it for a while in contemplation. This was perhaps the first time he ever took it off in the midst of combat. I was hoping to ask you another question, Itachi, if I may. I know for a fact that just like me, you enjoyed wearing the Anbu mask, right? You saw reason in hiding behind it. People wouldn't recognize you, therefore they wouldn't need to fear you or curse your very existence for things out of your control. Was it hard to let the mask go? Was it hard to think that you'd be showing your face to the world? Itachi nodded, though he stood in contemplation at Naruto's words. The problem with Anbu was that if you stuck with it too long, there was a high possibility that you could ever go back. Like Itachi and Naruto, a lot of the Anbu shinobi enjoyed using the mask in order to hide from everyone. The mask was a part of them, and even after taking it off, they feel as if it's still covering their true face somehow. For the first time, in Itachi's life, he found someone worth sharing his pain with. Even Shisui, his old best friend, didn't cause him this feeling. Itachi now knew he'd made the right decision in challenging Naruto for this fight. Uzumaki Naruto would be the one to finally end his life of misery. Whoever said you could just let go of the mask? Your face may be visible without it, but the mask is never truly off, isn't it? Itachi concluded, earning a nod from Naruto. Very true. Okay, now that the pleasantries are over, why don't we get down to business, Uchiha Itachi? Let's just see who the best shinobi is. At Konoha . Tsunade was busy in her office doing the usual paperwork. However, her mind was obviously elsewhere. This exact moment, Naruto could be in danger against Uchiha Itachi, but he was an Anbu now, one of the strongest because of the Kyuubi inside of him. She knew that the boy would manage to hold his own against Itachi. However, her conscience was tormenting her. In a motherly sense, she was worried about him. In fact, ever since the blonde joined the Anbu forces, Tsunade felt this way for him. Deciding that a break was needed, she got up from her chair and looked at the village from the window behind her desk. It was somewhat comforting to see the villagers roaming free without a care in the world, smiling and chatting with their friends and family. Suddenly, though, an image appeared from the corner of her left eye and she turned to see a beautiful woman sitting on a bench as she looked down in sadness. Tsunade's heart sank as she saw Kurenai worried about Naruto's well-being. It still eluded Tsunade how Naruto and Kurenai managed to be together, in spite of the age difference. Perhaps it would be nice to take a walk and comfort her, Tsunade reasoned. It was, indeed, a better course of action than spending one more time inside this Kami-forsaken office taking care of the never-ending pile of paperwork. It didn't take long before Tsunade was out of the building. Slowly, she walked towards Kurenai's location while at the same time waving at the villagers with a fake smile on her face. Tsunade wasn't such a friendly person as everyone thought. However, as Hokage, she took an oath to protect them with her life. As she walked, she could see her personal Anbu team following her every move from the shadows. That's a sight I never believed I would see coming from you, Kurenai-san, Tsunade said, surprising the down Kunoichi as she looked at the Hokage. Hokage-sama, I'm sorry, Nah, no need to be sorry. It's not every day our blonde knucklehead goes to fight a S-ranked criminal, Tsunade said as she took a seat next to the brunette Jounin. Wait, no, that's not accurate. He picks a fight with one every day. It seems the joke attempt actually was helpful as Kurenai let out a small laugh at the memory of her boyfriend's adventures against A to S rank shinobi. Orochimaru, Kisame, Itachi, and surprisingly, no one ever managed to defeat him. However, this time was different. There was no one to help him. Naruto was alone, this time, against a man who could use genjutsu with greater expertise than she ever thought possible. Naruto isn't the best opponent against Uchiha Itachi. His genjutsu prowess surpass even the Kurama clan, and Naruto has only now acquired the title of Genjutsu Master. Tsunade could see that the woman was thinking professionally, in order to avoid thinking of Naruto like her boyfriend. Tsunade smiled at that, seeing as she did the same thing back at the ninja war time. At the time, her boyfriend Dan was sent to a great many missions that her sensei judged almost impossible to return alive, and surprisingly enough, Dan managed to return to her alive. The one time when he didn't, she broke into tears over her indestructible boyfriend's death at the hands of a group of Iwagakure ninjas. I know what you're doing, Kurenai, you're trying to think like Naruto is just a fellow shinobi. Tsunade said, surprising Kurenai as she looked at the Hokage and how the woman's eyes lost its color all of a sudden. The Genjutsu mistress wasn't a stranger to the Sanin's history, mostly because Naruto happened to share it with her on one occasion. Tsunade lost both her little brother and her lover because of the war. In truth, she was really scared of thinking of Naruto like her boyfriend. That would mean that the love of her life was fighting against one of toughest criminal out there. You know, Genjutsu isn't Naruto's best skill. When it comes to taijutsu, kenjutsu and ninjutsu, Naruto's skills have no equal. Plus, he has the fox's power at his disposal, Kurenai. You know all this, right? Itachi may possess the evolved version of the Sharingan, but that's not enough to beat Naruto. Remember that even before he joined the Anbu, he was able to beat Itachi's little brother Sasuke with the Cursed Seal level 2. Besides, simply giving up is not his forte, believe me, I know. Kurenai nodded, before lifting her head and smiling at the blonde Hokage. Thank you Tsunade-sama, I appreciate it. I should have more faith that my boyfriend will win the battle and return to M, Kurenai said, before she started feeling dizzy out of a sudden. Tsunade noticed immediately and grabbed the falling kunoichi. Quickly feeling her forehead, Tsunade was shocked. Kurenai was having a strong fever. Anbu! The Hokage shouted, before two operative appeared in front of them. Please take Kurenai here to the hospital and reach Shizune. Tell her that I need her at the hospital. Quickly and effectively, the Anbu proceeded as ordered. The Hokage was following right behind the Anbu with the Howl Mask, who was carrying Kurenai on his back. On the way, though, she was getting worried over Kurenai's condition. Tsunade knew the file of pretty much every one of her shinobi, and she knew that the woman in front of her never presented such symptoms. She wondered if the sudden increase in temperature was because of her boyfriend's fight, however Kurenai was known for keeping her cool in tougher situations before. The Hokage couldn't know for sure without the proper testing. Nevertheless, her instincts always proved to be correct. A part of her smiled at the possible outcome, however another part of her feared that if worse came to happen, Naruto would possibly lose the greatest joy of his life and Kurenai would be alone. Brat, you better return to her safe and sound, or else I'll drag you back from heaven and beat the crap out of you. With Naruto . After the pleasantries were exchanged, Naruto and Itachi just settled to watch each other and possibly study even the slightest change in behavior. Uchiha Itachi was at a disadvantage in this fight. Being with Akatsuki granted him tons of information regarding the Jinchuriki's skills and weaknesses. Zetsu took great care in taking care of this part. However, the man in front of him wasn't the Uzumaki Naruto that he had intel on. This man was different. Naruto, however, knew Itachi's skills and quite possibly his weakness. The blonde took his time in order to avoid making the fatal mistake of attacking first. He knew that with Itachi being your opponent, extreme caution was advised. The man's prowess in the illusion department was, simply to say, uncanny. He could very well trap Naruto inside a genjutsu, before the blonde realized his chakra was even tampered. All of a sudden, Naruto felt the unusual feeling inside his body and cursed his sloppiness. Quickly overcoming the minor genjutsu, Naruto was surprised to see Itachi just mere inches in front of him, with a kunai near his jugular. Quickly evading the attack, Naruto focused on avoiding eye contact so that Itachi couldn't read his movements. The blonde Anbu quickly blocked Itachi's punch with his right arm, before aiming a powerful upper knee to Itachi's stomach. Itachi, though, blocked with both hands, but Naruto was not done and, seeing that Itachi's hands were occupied, managed to land a powerful punch to Itachi's face. The elder Uchiha was surprised at the speed while taking his distance from Naruto. Summoning 2 windmill shuriken from within the tattoo on his wrists, Itachi threw them at Naruto, who at first only saw one. He soon managed to see the second one from the shadow on the ground. Bending his body, he was able to pass in between the shuriken. However, Itachi was capitalizing on that and simply pulled the strings attached to the shurikens, instantly trapping Naruto, who wasn't able to escape when the shuriken returned. His body was sliced in two. However, Itachi had his Sharingan activated just in time to see that the blonde managed to escape by replacing his body with a tree log. Sensing heavy usage of chakra to his right, Itachi turned to see the blonde on the last hand seal, before the wind around the two increased. Fuuten Kaze no Yaiba, wind release, wind sword technique. Even though the Uchiha had his Sharingan active, it was tough to dodge the rapidly approaching technique. Itachi managed to evade the technique, but he was surprised when a large number of shurikens flew at him, piercing every inch of his chest and arms. His look of surprise didn't faze Naruto, as he already suspected Itachi's movement. Itachi was suddenly replaced with a bunch of crows, and Naruto knew once more that he was trapped inside a genjutsu, only this time, it wasn't a minor illusion. The problem with genjutsu was that in order to dispel it, you need to overcome the invading chakra with your own. Itachi was aware of Naruto's insane chakra capacity, therefore he managed to add layers to the genjutsus. Naruto managed to dispel the first layer, but he wasn't counting on the possibility of more than one layer of genjutsu, in the midst of the battlefield. Such a thing takes time and great focus to elaborate. Suddenly, Naruto was seeing his legs catching on fire. He could feel his leg burning as Itachi was tampering with his mind. Not able to dispel the technique in time, Naruto did the next best thing to do in order to escape. Grabbing a kunai, he sliced his arm a bit, enough for a shallow cut. The illusion was immediately dispelled. Seeing this, Itachi quickly started a sequence of hand seals, before gathering as much air as he could inside his lungs. Katengu Kakyu no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. The immense projectile caught the blonde by surprise as he focused some chakra to his legs, before jumping towards the river. He could feel the deadly technique approaching fast. Focusing on a single hand seal and with a simple water manipulation, the blonde managed to create a small barrier in front of him, stopping Itachi's technique. Because of it, a great deal of white smoke was created between the two, allowing Naruto to use the same medicine on Itachi. Quickly going through a sequence of hand seals, Naruto started using his own trademark genjutsu on the illusionist. Makam Nakaru Arashi, demonic illusion, hellstorm technique. It didn't take long for the smoke to clear, before Itachi was suddenly overwhelmed by torrential lightning that fell from the suddenly dark sky. Itachi knew a ninjutsu such as this existed since he managed to copy it with his Sharingan against a Kumagakure Jounin. However, the elder Uchiha realized too late that this technique wasn't a ninjutsu, but, much to his surprise, genjutsu. He dispelled Naruto's storm, before widening his eyes at the horizontal hurricane that hit him dead on, sending him flying towards Hashirama's statue. Fuuten Suidu no Tatsumaki, wind release, tornado tunnel technique. The technique went all the way to Hashirama's feet as it carved a deep hole inside the cave. Itachi, though, managed to escape the impact by replacing himself with a small stone nearby. However, the man knew it was a close call. As he got up from his position, he looked at Naruto from a distance and took his time a bit. The simple fact that Naruto was able to perform illusions such as that one was impressive, but to think that far ahead wasn't something Itachi would expect from the blonde Jinchuriki. He had mere seconds to think of a strategy as he was busy dealing with the great fireball technique. Naruto used the smoke to his advantage and managed to cast a demonic illusion, without the Sharingan's awareness. However, something else was wrong about Naruto's chakra, Itachi reasoned. When in Akatsuki, Itachi learned how to feel the usage of demonic chakra. He learned that despite not using the beast's power, he could feel at least a small part of demonic chakra in the Jinchuriki's attacks. He couldn't feel any trace of the fox's chakra in Naruto's attack. The Anbu just stood, waiting for Itachi to come. And as expected, the elder Uchiha got up from the debris, presumably unscathed, and started walking calmly on the water towards Naruto's direction. Naruto knew, though, that his attack caused significant damage on Itachi. That specific attack, besides sending the enemy flying, manages to deliver heavy cuts on the opponent's skin. However, whatever damage was inflicted on Itachi, Naruto knew it wasn't nearly enough to give him the victory in this fight. Itachi was still due to activating his main Jinkaiyu Sharingan, and once he did, Naruto would have to find some strategy to use against his two deadly techniques. As soon as Itachi stood within striking distance of Naruto, instead of charging at the Anbu, start doing hand signs for a ninjutsu, activate his main Jinkaiyu, he opted to talk. I see you managed to cover a lot of bases after our last encounter, Naruto-kun. I do wonder something, though. Why couldn't I sense any lingering demonic chakra in you? Despite the situation at hand, Naruto smiled at the fact that Itachi discovered his little secret. Also, the echoing laughter that appeared in Naruto's mind showed that the fox was amused as well at the question. However, that doesn't mean Naruto had to give him the true version of what happened. The blonde wouldn't even think in letting Itachi know that his status as Jinchuriki was long gone by now. Let's just say, Itachi, that I practiced a lot in controlling the fox's chakra up to the point of being able to set it aside for usage if the need arises. Naruto lied, but his eyes portrayed nothing of the sort. Not that the fox is any happy about it, let me tell you. It wanted so bad to control my urges. Right now, I can hear him hitting the bars of his cage, urging me to rip you apart, using his foul chakra. It's just amusing to hear his screams, don't you think? Instead of waiting for a response, Naruto focused a bit of water manipulation and caused a minor jet of water to charge at Itachi, thus taking his focus away from the real attack. Itachi managed to dodge the jet of water, but not the sudden punch on his gut. The power behind the punch took a bit of air from Itachi's lungs, but he was able to move aside from the following kick to his face, thanks to his Sharingan. Doing a few backflips, while performing hidden hand seals, Itachi finished with the tiger seal just as Naruto was charging at him, which proved to be quite a mistake. Katen Karyu Enden, Fire Release, Dragon Fire Missile Projectile Technique. Naruto was surprised with the speed behind the jutsu and he cursed his lack of judgment in charging head-on. The fire dragon practically opened his mouth to engulf Naruto whole. The blonde had only one choice to get out of this situation and he wasn't going to think twice about it. Itachi saw the attack engulfing Naruto whole. Because of Naruto's wind nature, fire attacks cause much more damage on his body. He knew that such an attack wouldn't be enough, but at least it would hinder his opponent for the killing blow. After the attack was finished, Itachi could see, with some surprise, that Naruto was convulsing on top of the water. His body was entirely burned. Perhaps, he underestimated the Jinchuriki. Suten Sweryu Dan no Jutsu, Water Release, Water Dragon Projectile Technique. The sudden surge of chakra alerted Itachi, allowing him time to avoid the massive dragon technique. He jumped high enough to avoid it as he watched the dragon charge at the huge waterfall. Itachi landed on the water, before he faced Naruto once more. This would be the second time Naruto managed to deceive him. Itachi was truly impressed with the blonde so far. However, the time for pleasantries was now over. It was time to get serious, Main Jinkaiyu Sharingan. Naruto sensed it immediately as he looked at Itachi's now changed eyes. Suddenly, his opponent crossed their distance faster than Naruto could even see, before Itachi landed a fierce kick on Naruto's stomach, sending him flying. At the same time, Itachi activated his Amaterasu technique, sending torrents of black fire in Naruto's direction. The blonde, for his part, looked at the incoming attack and knew he had to do something and fast. Those black flames wouldn't stop coming until Itachi said so. However, Naruto could at least stall their advance long enough for him to get out of the flames' path. Sutendai Suijin Heki, Water Release, Great Water Barrier Technique. As soon as he managed to land on the water, a huge wave appeared in front of him, stalling the black fire a bit. Naruto could see the fire actually winning the battle against Naruto's barrier, but he wasn't going to stick around waiting for the black flames to burn him and send him to hell. He quickly jumped to the Madara's head as he looked at the precipice of fire created by Uchiha Itachi. However, the Uchiha was nowhere in sight, which frightened Naruto a bit. Because of the main Jinkaiyu Sharingan, Itachi's speed pretty much doubled, making it almost impossible for Naruto's trained eyes to follow. Suddenly, Itachi appeared on the Hashirama statue, looking at Naruto with apparent boredom, which kind of infuriated the Anbu. Focusing chakra to his legs, Naruto threw smoke bombs, in order to hide his path. As soon as the smoking bombs went off just inches from Itachi's position, Naruto vanished from his position and reached the Hashirama statue. Immediately, he went behind Itachi, but was surprised to see that he hadn't moved from his position at all. What was weirder was that he was facing the Madara statue like he was facing his enemy. Something was off. As soon as Naruto tried to move, though, he felt something hold his arms and legs, binding him in place. What the hell was going on? Itachi, then, turned from his usual position, just when the sky turned from the already darker shade of blue to the blood red from the first genjutsu Itachi used in order to show Naruto his story. Looking around, the Anbu realized he was tied to a cross, and instead of one Itachi, several appeared holding katanas. I confess you surprised me, Naruto, with your skills as a shinobi. However, this is where your life will end. This is my world and I control every aspect of it. That's why you'll be tortured for 72 hours. Trust me, Naruto-kun, even Kakashi-senpai wasn't able to withstand this type of torture. With that said, all the Itachis started thrusting their swords into Naruto's flesh, followed by a deafening scream of pain by the Anbu. The blonde was being punctured like hell and, even though he knew it an illusion, the pain was just too great to even focus. The blonde was having trouble thinking clearly as each second he was pierced by Itachi's swords relentlessly. The pain was unbelievable and the fact that he had to withstand for 72 hours was unbelievable. 70 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds to go, Naruto-kun. If the blonde had enough air inside his lungs, he would have screamed further in pain, but right now, all he could do was flinch as 50 or more swords kept impaling his flesh. Naruto lost count of how much time passed since the illusion started. One thing he knew was that if he didn't stop this, his mind would shatter. Itachi, for his part, was admiring Naruto as each second passed inside his illusion. Kakashi's mind perished in little over 10 seconds of torture, and Naruto was going for 2 entire minutes already and he could hold on for more. However, something was off about his technique. He could feel someone tempering with his control, but who could it be? With the level of torture Naruto was undergoing, he couldn't possibly focus on something other than withstanding the pain. This is truly an admirable technique, Uchiha. But I'm afraid I can't let it continue. The strong voice filled Itachi's illusion as the Itachi stopped piercing the blonde, who for his part, began panting from the excruciating pain. Nevertheless, his breath was slowly returning as he managed to speak, albeit barely. I never thought I'd be so happy to hear your voice, Furball. Kyuubi? Itachi asked as the sudden red eyes appeared behind Naruto as if he was his protector. This was perhaps the first time Itachi encountered the beast face to face. Its menacing eyes looked even more terrifying than Madara's eternal Mangenkaiu Sharingan eyes. Immediately, Itachi remembered the tales of some of his Anbu co-workers about the Kyuubi event on that fateful event that pretty much changed Konoha's history. He was told of how with just its majestic roar, made the majority of the village scared shitless. Imagine what the fox's killing intent would do to a person. Itachi now knew he was treading a dangerous course in maintaining the technique. Under Akatsuki, he was trained to defeat the jailers, not the actual demon. And, a little note on this particular thought. Yeah, Datara did capture the Sanbi using only one attack. Wasn't it odd that with a mere exploding fish, he was able to defeat the three-tailed demon while he couldn't defeat the almighty Uchiha Sasuke with his strongest technique? Just a thought for all the Uchiha Sasuke haters out there like me. Preferring to be safe than sorry, Itachi proceeded to disrupt his illusion. However, something was wrong, he feared. He wasn't in control of the Tsukiyomi any longer. Looking at the menacing blood-red eyes in front of him, Itachi tried every bit of his usual stoic personality not to cower in front of the most powerful demon's sight. The Uchiha made a terrible mistake in underestimating the level of the bond shared between Tailed Beast and its jailer. He was now under the command of the fox and he was cursing every second of it. The Kyuubi, for his part, secretly grinned at his job well done in deceiving the elder Uchiha. He may not be as powerful as before, because of the seal being released. Nevertheless, being inside Naruto's mindscape, Kyuubi could protect his host's mind against powerful genjutsu such as the Tsukiyomi technique. As you probably realized by now, Itachi, I'm now in control over this world. Therefore, your mind is at my whim. The fox was having a hoot upon feeling this kind of fear for the first time in almost 17 years. He always regarded the Uchiha as stoic individuals. However, Itachi was smart enough to realize the possible implications of what the fox made it out to be. The fox could even hear the man's heart pulsing faster and faster. It was a breathtaking and Kyuubi wanted to enjoy every minute of such sweet delight. However, he couldn't allow more time to pass by and he still needed to save his pathetic host from this genjutsu. Quickly relinquishing the technique, with a frightening warning, Itachi and Naruto now stood outside once more, both panting for breath. Itachi's eyes were burning like hell and blood was pouring out of them. The confrontation with the fox weighed heavily on his disease and he realized with a curse that he could no longer use any Mangenkaiu related techniques, or else he would lose his eyes for good. Holding his bleeding eyes, he found that at least he managed to maintain the evolved Sharingan active, which meant he had the advantage in speed and in predicting Naruto's movements. He hoped it was enough to defeat the blonde Jinchuriki. Naruto, for his part, wondered what the hell happened and how the fox had managed to trick Itachi into believing that it had any sort of control over the illusion. Still, he figured that some appreciation for the fox's help was in order. Not that I'll openly say it, you damn furball, you ruined my life. Insignificant brat, if it weren't for the Yondaime, I'd be eating your soul right now. Just deal with this piece of meat, or else I'll spend my time torturing your soul in hell. Inside, Naruto smiled as he kind of enjoyed pissing the fox off. It was his form of retribution for every day he suffered while under the fox's dark influence. Getting up, he eyed his opponent with a new resolve. It was time to deal with Itachi for good, this time. However, the man's speed was still the blonde's concern. Without the main Jinkayu, Naruto was toe-to-toe with the damn Uchiha. Now, though, Naruto was clearly outmatched. Suddenly, a memory just clicked in Naruto's brain as he looked at the sword strapped on his back, which was left by his mother. He remembered what the dragon said at the time. Naruto, as of right now, you're the new wielder of the Ryu no Heki. Its powers will be revealed to you as you wield it. Closing his eyes in contemplation, Naruto simply grabbed the sword hilt, until his heart skipped a beat. At Konoha . Tsunade was by Kurenai's side as she watched the woman resting on a hospital bed. The Genjutsu mistress's sudden fainting scared the Leaf Hokage a bit, but when she looked at the test results, it was almost impossible not to smile at the situation. The very reason why Kurenai was ill was because the woman was pregnant with Naruto's child. Actually, the woman would be having twins, a boy and a girl. The tests didn't point the cause of all this, but Tsunade theorized it was because of worrying too much about Naruto. It was a fear that she shared with Kurenai, even more now with the news of Naruto being a parent. She just now dispatched Naruto's team to go check on him, but it would take at least 2 hours for them to arrive at full speed. She just hoped that either Naruto wouldn't need their assistance and managed to dispatch Itachi or be saved at the nick of time by his team. She just wanted him back to hear the good news. Back at the fight . Back at the fight, Itachi managed to get on his feet, before he narrowed his eyes at the sword on Naruto's hand. To the naked eye, it appeared that Naruto was only holding the sword. However, to the Sharingan eyes, it was quite different. Itachi could feel chakra pulsing inside Naruto's tenketsu, flowing towards his limbs. Also, the energy was coming from the sword, to which, after further inspection, Itachi widened his eyes in surprise. As an Anbu captain, he was privy to a great many secrets. One of them included the legend of one Anbu operative in the past that possessed that very same sword. Although its abilities were kept a secret by decree of the Yondaime Hokage, Itachi carved it for its possible power. Skilled you may be, Naruto-kun. However, as proven before, my speed and unmatched, it's time to meet your end, I'm afraid. Right after Itachi finished talking, he vanished using his speed to get behind Naruto. Quickly taking a kunai and getting into position, Itachi aimed the kunai at Naruto's lung. However, the Uchiha was surprised when out of the blue the blonde turned and blocked the attack. Vanishing once more, Itachi wondered where the blonde go, before his Sharingan alerted to a surprise attack on his left blind side. It was only because of this that he managed to dodge Naruto's precise stab, otherwise he would be dead right now. Just how the hell did he increase his speed like this? Itachi thought as he saw Naruto doing hand seals faster than before. Raiten Myaku, lightning release, pulse cannon technique. Shortly after finishing the hand seals, Naruto positioned his hand forward, slightly touching the thumb and pointing finger of both hands together. Focusing a lot of chakra, Naruto released a considerable lightning ball, which started flying towards Itachi in speed that frightened the Uchiha. However, he managed to evade in time, before the technique collided with a giant stone. The result of the clash caused a giant flash to overcome the area, blinding the Uchiha because his Sharingan eyes were active at the time. Not to mention the fact that the stone was utterly disintegrated. Naruto took his opportunity and moved to the final blow, ready to kill Itachi for good. However, he had to dodge due to an act of desperation by the Uchiha, who used his family's signature technique on the direction he last saw Naruto. The little time allowed Itachi to recover his sight, before charging at Naruto once more. This fight would be decided by the fastest opponent. Naruto figured this out as well, and the two charged at each other, before meeting halfway at the center of the lake. Itachi's Sharingan was having trouble predicting Naruto's increasing speed, but he was able to see his movements quite clearly. When they stopped in front of each other, both realized that this was the final movement. Right now, one will live and other will perish. Positioning his kunai towards Naruto's heart, Itachi focused every bit of chakra on his limbs and managed to overcome the blonde. However, when he was about to pierce the blonde's heart, Itachi was surprised that the Naruto in front of him was nothing but a bunshine. It was his last mistake as Naruto appeared on his back, piercing Itachi's back with his sword, going all the way to his chest. Chapter 27, Once an Anbu always an Anbu. Beta, QB 123. Last chapter. This fight would be decided by the fastest opponent. Naruto figured this out as well, and the two charged at each other, before meeting halfway at the center of the lake. Itachi's Sharingan was having trouble predicting Naruto's increasing speed, but he was able to see his movements quite clearly. When they stopped in front of each other, both realized that this was the final movement. Right then, one would live and other would perish. Positioning his kunai towards Naruto's heart, Itachi focused every bit of chakra on his limbs and managed to overcome the blonde. However, when he was about to pierce his heart, Itachi was surprised that the Naruto in front of him was nothing but a bunshine. It was his last mistake as Naruto appeared on his back, piercing Itachi's back with his sword, going all the way to his chest. Now, Itachi's eyes soon lost color for an instant as his entire body convulsed because of Naruto's sword piercing his most vital organs. In less than a minute, every day of his life flashed in front of him, as he remembered everything he did up to this point. The way he was raised by his family, his first mission as a shinobi, his first kill, all the way to his days at the Akatsuki organization, and how he managed to defeat powerful enemies, like they were nothing. Uchiha Itachi was always considered a prodigy, a genius by his peers back in Konoha. However, that managed to inflate the man's ego up to the point where he considered himself invulnerable. The disease caused by the Mangenkyu Sharingan was the only thing he knew could kill him. This was his thought until now, as he looked down at Naruto's sword piercing his lungs. It was kind of ironic how he would meet his death, considering the situations he has been through in his life. He managed to kill the Uchiha clan almost by himself. He was able to go against S-ranked ninjas while in Anbu. He was one of the most ruthless members of the Akatsuki organization. And yet, a single sword managed to end his life. It was kind of a humble feeling prior to his death as Naruto pulled the sword out, before blood started licking away from the death wound. Itachi was slowly sinking, but Naruto grabbed his body. Akatsuki's intel didn't do you justice, Naruto-kun. You've grown powerful, and skilled in all of the ninja arts. I chose my rival well in the end. Naruto was silent, though, just focused on Itachi's words, as they would be his last. I always hoped that Sasuke would be my executioner, so that I could reveal some truths to him about my actions. He deserves to know the truth. Itachi stopped talking as he coughed a lot of blood on Naruto's Anbu vest. His death was already imminent. Naruto saw Itachi's hand going inside a hidden pocket on his pants, before he pulled a small scroll. Coughing once more, his sight was now just a blur as he looked at the clouds passing by. Please give this to Sasuke. I know it won't be enough for him to forgive me, but at least he'll know the truth. Immediately, Naruto took it before placing it inside one of his kunai holders. By this time, Itachi was almost closing his eyes as he already saw a different plane of reality. In front of him wasn't Naruto, and he wasn't at the Valley of the End. What surprised him the most, for a moment, was that in front of him was a small house located in the middle of a leafy field. Was this heaven or hell? He couldn't figure it out. Black Wolf, shouted Kakashi before Naruto's team landed next to him, but not once did he take his eyes away from the dying Uchiha. I have only one request for you, Naruto-kun. I know how my brother feels, I know his thoughts. With the truth soon to be unveiled, he'll want revenge. For what I did was for the village's welfare. Please don't let him. Naruto and his Anbu team knew what Itachi was talking about, since they were privy to Konoha's darkest secrets. They also knew that if Sasuke were to know the truth, chances are that he'll forget the oath he took as one of the village's jounin and kill the ones responsible for planning the death of the Uchiha clan. Itachi closed his eyes, not even waiting for an answer from the black-masked Anbu. Not only his disease, but the wounds inflicted by Naruto's sword were too much even for a shinobi of Itachi's status. He didn't need to worry, though. Naruto wasn't sure he'd deliver the letter to Sasuke. The oath he took prevented him from doing anything against the village's best interests. He would have to deliver the letter to the Hokage, who would decide whether or not to handle to Sasuke. However, should she decide in favor of it, or if Sasuke ends up discovering the truth, He would stop him even if it meant killing him. I can't promise I'll handle him the letter, Itachi. But if he eventually learns the truth and decides to take vengeance, I'll stop him, Naruto said, before he took a storage scroll and sealed Itachi's body. We better leave the premise. Immediately none of the members questioned what happened before they arrived. They just took Naruto's word for it and turned towards Konoha. However, all four of them paled instantly at the feeling of a new presence. They all looked up and narrowed their eyes as two Akatsuki agents stood on top of Uchiha Madara's head, looking down at them. Neither of them looked familiar, but their chakra levels were off the charts. There were two of them against 4 Anbu shinobi. However, engaging in battle against more than one Akatsuki member was suicide, and their mission was to secure Naruto for now, at least. It seems that Itachi did betray us after all. Too bad we weren't the ones to finish him off for his treason. One of the members said, with the strange set of eyes and spiky orange hair. Naruto did the only thing he could think of, in order to escape. Biting his thumb, he did the necessary hand seals. Kushios no Jutsu, summoning technique. Suddenly, the lake where they were standing began to rise, surprising the Akatsuki agents and his Anbu team, before a giant blue dragon appeared. It was huge in size and it was smiling towards Naruto, its summoner. And, just think of a blue Shenlong from DBZ. I was wondering when you'd call for my assistance. What is it that you require? Suryuu-san, we are in need of an escape quickly. The dragon frowned at the strange request coming from an Uzumaki. His previous summoner would never think of the strategic retreat. The dragon soon looked at its summoner's enemies, before showing his full-toothed grin. The dragon recognized the purple eyes as this land's powerful Dujutsu, the Rinnegan. No doubt, Naruto wouldn't be able to deal with the man, seeing as he was bearing on fatigue. Your request requires no effort whatsoever. The dragon's menacing yellow eyes glowed just as a heavy mist surrounded the area, blinding the Akatsuki agents. Pain just snorted at the attempt of escape, before he extended his eyes in an attempt to blow the mist away, using his special technique. However, and much to his surprise, his technique didn't work. A few minutes passed, but the mist was still strong, covering the entire field. Not wanting to lose the Jinchuriki, Pain and Madara jumped down the river. As soon as they landed, though, the area was cleared with no sight of either the Anbu shinobi or the creature that summoned this heaven-forsaken mist. With Naruto . After escaping from Akatsuki's grasp, the Anbu team decided to catch their breath, also allowing Naruto some recovery time. Prevailing against Uchiha Itachi was almost impossible, let alone not suffering both physical and mental fatigue. Kakashi could only ponder if Itachi used the same genjutsu on Naruto. The feeling of being pierced by multiple swords over and over again traumatized him somewhat. However, Naruto didn't appear to be suffering from the same symptoms, meaning that he managed to overcome Itachi's Mangenkaiu Sharingan somehow. Naruto, we need to get back to the village. What's your status? Hawk asked as he laid his right hand on Naruto's shoulder. Hawk's answer, though, came from seeing his partner's state. The blonde could barely stand, let alone run to the hidden village in the leaves. My head is hurting like a bitch, my body is aching all over the place and I can barely stand. Besides that, I'm okay. Unfortunately, that's no excuse, but I could really use some incentive, like perhaps a soldier bill. His tone was humorous, but the situation wasn't. Bear supplied Naruto with a special blend of his own making, before he saw the blonde's body trembling at the sudden surge of energy flowing through his tenketsu. It wasn't enough to fill a chakra powerhouse like Naruto, but it was enough for him to travel towards Konohagakure at the desirable pace. Naruto did, however, curse Bear from not warning him about taking his special pills, instead of the regular soldier ones, which caused a snort from the big Anbu at the lack of gratitude, seeing as said pill was his last and he had to make more. The blonde smiled and apologized for the kind gigantic man and partner. I'm sorry Bear, it's just that my body is really aching right now. I'll help you make new ones when we reach the village. Naruto smiled, which got a nod from Bear. After that, the team vanished towards the trees as they managed to reach the forest that surrounded the hidden village in the leaves. With each step taken, though, Naruto could feel his muscles suffering from the fatigue. However, he just couldn't waste time crying in pain right now. As soon as he reached Konoha, he would be hospitalized and taken care of. Kakashi, for his chance, looked back at Naruto and smiled at his ex-student's high tolerance for pain. The pill he took from Bear worked differently than the regular ones. Instead of supplying the ninja with a good portion of chakra, it gave strength to the body and limbs. Problem was that Naruto's muscles were already strained from the fight against Itachi, so the pill only managed to increase the pain, allowing a few more minute of endurance. Nevertheless, their worries were put to rest as the village's gate was visible. In the Hokage's office . After dealing with Kurenai's pregnancy for a while, Tsunade was back at her office. The amount of paperwork had accumulated since this morning, and the woman wondered if Shizune was nuts or just a workaholic. The sudden feeling of chakra invading the room alerted the Hokage, before Naruto's Anbu team shunshined inside, much to the woman's joy, upon seeing the blonde alive. However, seeing that he was being carried by Kakashi, she immediately went by his side, as the team placed him on the ground for immediate treatment. After Kakashi gave her the report on his status, Shizune joined in and assisted Tsunade in treating Naruto's injuries. The blonde woman struggled to concentrate as she heard the report from Kakashi. She wondered how Naruto even managed to survive against Itachi's supreme genjutsu technique, but her thoughts drifted aside for now. No doubt, she would receive Naruto's report on the fight later on. Her focus was on healing his body and mind to at least normal levels, so that he could have some proper rest afterwards. She shot a glare at the bare-masked Anbu, after he told her that Naruto ingested one of his secret pills. As a proud medic nin and life researcher of new medicine to better heal her shinobi, Tsunade knew that Bear conducted similar experiments, and she even allowed the gigantic man access to the Okimichi clan books, of course asking for the clan head's consent as well. Kuzo was a friend of Tsunade's, therefore he was okay with lending the book to the Anbu. As she eased Naruto's muscles a bit, she wondered if given a minute or a mile more, if they wouldn't torn under the pressure, crippling the blonde for life. It took nearly 10 minutes of medic chakra, before Naruto's condition was stable, and by now, his chakra began to freely pass through his chakra pathways. He was awake and got up from the ground as he looked at his surroundings for a bit. He knew this place quite well, seeing as his team was assigned to the protection of the Hokage on several occasions in the past. His eyes could see his team, the Hokage and Shizune, looking at him to see that he was okay. Behind his mask, he smiled a bit, while caressing his hair to stop his imaginary headache. Kakashi could relate to that, as the pain was gone, but the images remained. Itachi was truly vicious in his illusions. "I'm glad I could heal you in time, Naruto, you gave me quite a scare." Tsunade smiled as she helped him get up. "Thank you for healing me, Tsunade-sama. I guess that with the fox's chakra being mixed with my own, it takes longer to heal than before. Nevertheless, my being here shows the success of the mission." The woman nodded with a smile on her face, as anyone who lost in a battle against Itachi either was killed or captured. He certainly deserved the reputation. Naruto, then, handed 2 scrolls to the Hokage, who suddenly became serious. Quickly going to her desk, she unrolled the 2 scrolls, in order to analyze their contents. "The big one is Itachi's body I captured after he was killed. The Hunter Nin division will glare daggers at me for doing their job, but at least it's one less S-ranked ninja to worry about. The smaller one is a letter Itachi asked me to give to his brother. It contains everything that was kept hidden from everyone, especially Sasuke. He specifically asked me to keep Sasuke from doing anything stupid towards the ones who ordered the assault on the Uchiha clan. However, he first assumed I would give the letter to Sasuke, without even consulting it with you. I'll be handling the report of the fight shortly, Hokage-sama." After a brief read, Tsunade could see that Itachi really wanted Sasuke to know everything, including the fact that the elder Uchiha wasn't forced into murdering his entire clan by the Sandaime Hokage. However, despite the respect the man deserved for his service, Tsunade just couldn't show this to Sasuke, even though the boy managed to prove his loyalty to Konoha a long time ago, after earning the chunnin promotion. His trauma was enough to compare it to her own, after she lost Dan and Nawaki, and if she learned at the time that one man did both killings, she wouldn't know how to control her rage. Looking at Naruto, she could see he approved of her fear. If not, then he wouldn't waste time and would have given it directly to Sasuke as a sign of respect for Itachi. However, she would need to tell him that Itachi was dead, and that would raise unwanted questions. As much as she would like to admit, Sasuke was no fool, as no Uchiha ever was. Besides, Itachi's body belonged to the Uchiha clan, even if now the entire clan was composed of one person. "I'll await the report, then. Team dismissed, except for you, Naruto. I want to talk to you about something important that happened while you were busy fighting against Itachi." The blonde nodded, a little bit hesitant to think that something bad happened to Kurenai, and Tsunade was to be the bearer of bad news. However, he steeled his resolve as his team left the premise. A sudden smile appeared on Tsunade's lips as she happily gave him congratulations. For what, though, the blonde wasn't sure. Was it from defeating an S-ranked missing nin? Something in his mind told him it wasn't for this reason. What for Tsunade-sama? You'll be a father Naruto, Kurenai is pregnant with twins. The blonde though registered only the first words, before he did what any man would do at the news. He fainted. Shizune immediately went to his assistance, wondering if something was wrong with his health, while Tsunade started laughing. She couldn't just stop it. Here was the man that faced all kinds of battles, all kinds of monsters out there. He was the one who defeated Itachi, a foe that Tsunade thought was indestructible, and he chooses to faint upon the news that he will be a father. She guessed that every man did such a thing, upon the news. She remembered the Sandaime Hokage doing just that when his wife told him the news. Even the Yondaime, when he heard of Naruto's birth. Don't worry, Shizune's injuries weren't the cause of this. He'll get up in no time and then we'll take him to the hospital room where Kurenai is resting. At the hospital . As soon as Naruto awakened, he placed his mask back and vanished towards the hospital where his girlfriend was resting, leaving a bewildered Hokage and Shizune, who wondered where he went all of a sudden. On the way, Naruto smiled at the thought that, in about a few months, he would be a father. Even though his mind was fixed on training and missions all the time, there were occasions when he would stop and consider the path his life was taking. Even before knowing about Kurenai's pregnancy, he already knew that she was the one. It sucked somewhat that he didn't have the time to do what he wanted. The news about being a father was great, but the blonde didn't want it to happen before he could properly propose to the woman. The reason being that doing this after the news would sound as if he was doing just because of the pregnancy, and he was sure Kurenai would think this way. Quickly reaching inside his kunai holster, Naruto sighed in relief as he located a certain scroll. Inside was something of great value that he acquired from a store located in Earth Country, a few weeks ago. The store specialized in rare stones, and the store owner even engraved a special message on the stone, which would be activated upon channeling a small amount of chakra. Since Kurenai was an expert on genjutsu, she was used to focusing small amounts of chakra non-stop. Naruto took the advantage of a long-term mission once and acquired the stone. As soon as he entered the hospital, he asked the attending nurse for Kurenai's room. Naruto recognized the woman in front of him as one of the Chase the Demon fan club and frowned at the prospect of having to deal with her, without the black mask on. Right now, though, engaging in heated discussions wasn't his priority. Although, it would be nice to put the damn woman in her place for some unbiased hatred that happened quite a long time ago. After receiving the room number, Naruto turned his back on the woman, without even showing his appreciation for the fact that she was just doing his job. Upon reaching Kurenai's room, Naruto opened the door only to be astonished at the sight before him. Kurenai was fast asleep on her bed, while illuminated by some rays of sunlight that managed to pass through the room curtains. As he approached his girlfriend, he could see the smile on her face as if nothing was able to bother her at all. Kurenai, for her part, stirred a bit as she started missing the warm feeling of the sun while sleeping. As her eyes slowly opened, she could see a shadow of a person standing next to her. When the image fully appeared, Kurenai threw herself at Naruto, hugging him for all he was worth. She was worried about his fight against Itachi, but seeing that he was here with her, proved that he was fine. Even before she could ask what happened, Naruto placed both hands on her stomach, in an attempt to feel the baby kicking. She allowed him time to swallow the news as he rubbed her belly without his battle gloves. She could see his eyes behind the mask and just knew he was smiling. She was slightly worried that Naruto wouldn't handle the pressure of being a father so soon in his life. A lot has happened since he returned from his trip with Jiraiya. But she could see plain happiness by looking at his eyes, and she knew that he would be an excellent father. Tsunade-sama told me the news, Kurenai-chan. I'm really happy for us. The woman smiled as she caressed his golden locks. It was lucky that she was near me, though. She told me that I was suffering from a high fever, that's why she took me here. The only thing I remembered was talking to her on a bench near her building the news that Kurenai was ill, worried Naruto, but Kurenai waved it off, saying that she was much better now. Don't worry Naruto-kun, I was just worried about your fight. She told me that both facts lowered my pressure and my body couldn't handle the strain. She told me I'll be free to go by tomorrow. That's good to know Kurenai-chan. Good to know. Afterwards, Naruto started telling everything that happened at the fight, including the supreme genjutsu. Naruto knew that Kurenai was hooked at the mention of powerful genjutsus and even the possibility that an unstoppable genjutsu was dispelled by a ninja. Kurenai, for her part, remembered Kakashi's state after receiving Itachi's Mangenkyu Sharingan genjutsu, that Tsukiyomi. It was a blessing that Kyuubi resided in Naruto's body. After Kyuubi broke the genjutsu, Itachi's eyes started bleeding profusely, forbidding him from using more of his powerful techniques. With my mother's sword, I was able to top his speed and deliver the killing blow. It was strange, Kurenai-chan, the moment I started using the sword. I could feel my chakra flow speeding up through my tenketsu, and the amount of chakra I was able to flow through my legs was unbelievable. Itachi couldn't even track my movements with the Sharingan. I heard something about said ability, but never would I have guessed that it was your heirloom. After the report was over, Naruto flinched as his mind started processing how he would go about doing what he wanted to. He guessed that it was like a band-aid, just rip it off. However, his mind went through every possible scenario and he cursed his Anbu training for interfering with his personal life. Just the thought of Kurenai taking it the wrong way would be enough for his heart to crumble. However, it was one of those things in life when you can't control it, not matter how you wish to. Reaching inside his kunai holster for the scroll, he unsealed his gift and got on his knees for a split second. She saw everything. Kurenai-chan, Naruto said, as he opened the small black box to reveal a beautiful diamond ring. The woman's eyes were immediately hypnotized by its beauty. It wasn't exaggeratedly detailed or overly shiny. It was perfect. The ring was made of yellow gold, and in the middle of it, she could see a small diamond stone, similar to those found in caves scattered around Earth Country territory. She remembered going once to one of those caves, while on a chunnin mission a long time ago. However, despite being mesmerized at the sight of the gift, she also realized her boyfriend's intention. Naruto-kun, are you? Ever since you came back into my life, my feelings for you only rose, and now, they are up to the point that I cannot imagine my life without you. Kurenai's heart was pounding as Naruto confessed his feelings to her. I want you to be with me for life, Kurenai-chan. He took off his mask all of a sudden and stared at her loving red eyes, with all the courage he could muster. Will you marry me? By the time he proposed to her, Kurenai's eyes softened. Half of her mind, the analytical one, believed his actions to be justified given the fact that they would be father and mother in less than 9 months. Normally, in this type of situations, the man would take the responsibility of being a father and extending it to being a husband as well. Not for the sake of his or her happiness, but for their offspring. However, the woman knew better than think this about her lover. Naruto may be young in age, but he was more mature than others twice his age. He knew what he wanted, and it was her. Also, the fact that she knew that Naruto wouldn't find this type of diamond in Konoha was a plus in her book. For him to acquire it, would have happened a few weeks or even months ago, meaning that he was already thinking of proposing, even before the pregnancy news. Naruto. She smiled with as much affection as the first time they'd been together. Just like you, I want us to be with together. Looking 1 year back, I thought we weren't meant to be, but I was delusional. One look in your eyes was enough for my heart to race. And I trust my heart with utmost confidence. Yes, I will marry you, my darling, and raise our children together. As soon as the words left her mouth, she saw the big smile on his face and the bright blue eyes, that she always enjoyed getting lost in, facing her. The man in front of her was one of the strongest shinobi in the village, hardened by the missions he went through. Still, she smiled at how happy he was right now because of her acceptance. Naruto and Kurenai immediately shared a hug together, before the blonde asked for her hand so that he could give her the ring. I asked the man for something special just for you, Kurenai-chan. Please channel a bit of chakra into the ring. She wondered what could possibly happen, but did exactly what Naruto asked her to do. The surprise manifested in front of her like a show of magic. Slowly, as she focused a thin line of chakra, a message was being written on the diamond's sides. On the right side, the word red was soon finished, before the word rose was written on the left side of the diamond. Kurenai had to put her hand in front of her mouth so that Naruto wouldn't see her gawk at the surprise. She remembered hearing these 2 words 2 times in the past, and she wished the blonde said it more often, although she never complained about the lack of romance between the two. At least once a week, Naruto would whisper something romantic to her ear, whether they were on the street or cuddled up inside either his or her apartment. Naruto-kun, this is wonderful. I've never seen it before. It must have cost a fortune. I'm glad you liked it. Naruto was interrupted by someone clearing her throat and looked towards the door to see Tsunade there with a huge grin as she looked at the couple. The blonde immediately bowed in respect to the Hokage, while Kurenai, since bedridden, bowed her head slightly for appraisal. Tsunade dismissed the formalities, before approaching the other side of Kurenai's bed. She could see the ring on Kurenai's right hand and smiled at remembering the scene of Naruto proposing to the older woman, as soon as she opened the door. They were so engrossed, that neither of them felt her arrival. She couldn't be happier that they hadn't turned to meet her. Congratulations you two once more. It seems that not only you'll be mother and father, but husband and wife as well. Now Naruto, I came here for us to discuss your future and Kurenai's. She will be off duty of course, as I expect that she will come to the hospital at least once a week for a checkup. I'll be here personally checking you or Shizune, in case I'm too busy. As for you Naruto, seeing as you'll be a father in 9 months, I'm giving you a choice. You're one of the best Anbu in this village, as such you could hold your position along your team. Or, given your service to the village, you have enough points to be an elite jounin. You don't have to choose right away, think it through and tell me tomorrow. Now, a nurse will soon arrive and give you one final check, Kurenai. After that, you're free to go. I'd advise, though, that you two start making arrangements for the future. Naruto seemed to contemplate Tsunade's offer, leaving Kurenai to thank the Hokage. She knew what her fiancé was thinking about. After Tsunade left, it didn't take 5 minutes before the nurse came and analyzed Kurenai's condition. Another 10 minutes and the couple was now leaving Kurenai's room. They couldn't leave the hospital together, otherwise Naruto's cover would be blown. Therefore, she turned to Naruto, now with his mask on, and laid a kiss on it. I'll be at home Naruto. Bring dinner at 8, so we can talk about everything, including your career. The blonde in turn just smiled, before giving her one last hug and left in a sunshine. At the Anbu HQ . Quickly summoning a couple cage bunshines, Naruto immediately attacked them with particular finesse as he dashed through them. In less than a few minutes, he managed to beat 10 of them. He had a lot in his mind to grasp. Ever since he came back from rescuing Sasuke, the Anbu mask was his companion. He felt complete wearing it, it felt right, he reasoned. By all means, he wanted to march to Tsunade's office and say that he wanted to remain as an Anbu. However, thinking about the type of missions he undertook on a regular basis, the enemies he faced, his current job was dangerous. Before, he shrugged it off, saying that aside from Kurenai, it was worth it. Now, though, 2 new members would arrive in 9 months and they would depend on him for proper care and such. A ghost replica of himself soon appeared in front of him as they danced in the middle of the training ground, each one parrying the other's blows. Naruto knew from other members that the fear of dying in battle wasn't for the Anbu, but their respective families. Some were afraid to die and leave them alone, without a father or a mother. He now knew what they were talking about. The replica began a few hand signs, before a water dragon charged at Naruto. Quickly evading the technique by jumping to the left, Naruto focused chakra on his limbs as he took his ninjato. The replica was surprised and didn't move in time, before he was impaled by Naruto's sword. I figured you'd be here, Naruto. The voice of Kakashi awakened him from his daily slumber. I was just sorting some stuff, that's all, Naruto said, as he placed the sword inside the scabbard and approached Kakashi's position. He could see the smile on Kakashi's face, which meant that the man already heard the news. Kakashi, for his part, knew it from the Hokage who trusted him enough to share Naruto's life with. However, he also knew that Naruto would have to make a choice just like every Anbu who was about to have a family. Thus, he came in order to help his student through this life bifurcation. He already spoke with Hawk and Bear and both of them were okay with whatever Naruto chose. Kakashi smiled at that. These 3 made a nice unit, one of Konoha's best actually. First of all, congratulations on both accords Naruto. Kurenai is a nice and beautiful kunoichi. No doubt, you both were meant for each other. Thanks sensei, but that wasn't the reason you came here, isn't it? Kakashi faked being saddened by his student's words, but Naruto let out some laughs at his expense. Indeed, it wasn't. Tsunade-sama told me of your choices now. And I was hoping to help you, since I know more than most, what it means to let go of the mask and step out of the shadows in truth. Besides Itachi, Kakashi was the only man Naruto knew was an ex-Anbu. However, even as a jounin, Kakashi was always the mysterious type, just like Itachi. Both of them held so many similarities now that actually scared Naruto. Aside from Itachi going rogue and joining Akatsuki, his and Kakashi's records were the same. Even the skills matched, because of Kakashi's Sharingan. This mask has been with me for almost 2 years now. I look at my reflection in the mirror and it's there, even though I'm not wearing it. How could I just let that go? Also, with the babies coming, I can't just go on Anbu level missions anymore and risk being killed. They would need me, Kurenai would need me at home. I just don't know what to do. Kakashi-sensei the scarecrow Anbu nodded and placed his right hand on Naruto's left shoulder. Naruto was growing up faster and now, his life came to one of those decisions which no right answer would ever be found. It was just a matter of listening your heart and mind. Believe me Naruto, I understand what you're going through. Right now, there are 2 doors in front of you, which will lead you through different paths. The point is, no matter how much you think about it, you won't be able to choose the right one. Not even using your cage bunshine. It's one of those times when you must let your heart do the choosing. Your ninja side will no doubt point out the pros and cons of both situations, as expected of a high-caliber shinobi. But right now, you must choose as a normal human being. This isn't a mission, it's your life. Naruto remained in silence after Kakashi's words. However, Kakashi knew that the blonde's choice by now. Once an Anbu, always an Anbu Naruto. A familiar voice startled Naruto and Kakashi, before they turned to the door, only to see their comrades Hawk and Bear. We are family the minute you join the ranks, even if you leave afterwards. You have something to protect now, besides yourself and your teammates. None of us would expect you to continue to wear the mask you so proudly carried through the last 2 years. We can have our daily spars outside the Anbu Corps, you know, there are lots of hidden training grounds out there that no one thinks of exploring. Naruto laughed at his friend's words and appreciated the advice. It won't be as fun without you around, that's for sure. I just wonder whom Yamato will place in our team as your replacement. Naruto smiled at that as well. He made a family here in the Anbu Corps, and Hawk was right, once an Anbu, always an Anbu. Kakashi couldn't help but smile at the scene of these 3. He once hoped that the same feeling was shared by his Junon team, but now that he thought about it, back then, it was the worst possible choice for a team. He smiled once more, before reaching for a small scroll hidden inside one of his pant pockets and released a hidden item, which surprised the 3 Anbu a bit. Since you've already made your choice, I'd like to give you a small gift that will certainly come in handy while being an elite jounin. Kakashi threw the item for Naruto to catch, before the blonde analyzed it. It was a black face mask, similar to Kakashi's blue one. Looking at his sensei, he could see the proud smile on his face, which wouldn't leave for a while, and he smiled in retribution for what Kakashi did for the blonde. At least, you won't have to show your whisker marks to people, meaning that those who don't know you, won't recognize you. Thanks a lot, Kakashi-sensei, you've been with me through every step in my life and career, and I appreciate it, more than I can explain. A lone tear escaped his eyes as he looked at his sensei and friend. It was a pleasure, Naruto. At first, you were my Junon student, quite obnoxious and hyperactive beyond normality. Now, though, you became a friend. No matter what happens to you, you can always come to me. Afterwards, the both shook hands together, sealing forever their friendship. It didn't take long for Hawk and Bear's hands to join theirs as well. Once an Anbu, always an Anbu. At Kurenai's apartment. At precisely 8, Naruto arrived with some sushi for her and his fiancée. Kurenai smiled at his presence, while wondering what changed his mood for the better. She knew about Naruto's interaction with his black mask, and simply taking it away couldn't be easy. Despite it all, she knew he would be able to overcome this obstacle and grow up both in skill and humanity. Her soon-to-be husband was strong and won't be deterred by it. Good evening, Kurenai-chan, I brought some sushi for us, where can I put it? Wow, Naruto, you brought too much, even you couldn't eat it all. Kurenai smiled as she set the table for 2 plates, wondering why Naruto bought more sushi than they could eat. I just thought that with the twins on their way, you'd be eating for 3 now. Naruto smiled as he took his mask off and helped Kurenai with setting the table. The woman, for her part, smiled at the blonde's idea. Surely, with the pregnancy, a woman is expected to eat more for the baby. In this case, 2 babies. After setting the table, the couple happily ate it, and Naruto found that he was right. Kurenai couldn't stop eating the delicious sushi and sashimi that stood before her. Even the small tamakas didn't stand a chance against a pregnant woman. Naruto was beginning to wonder if he needed to buy more, when Kurenai finished eating. Well, that was delicious, Naruto-kun, but it's still too much food left. Give it to me, then. I'm still hungry. After dinner, Naruto and Kurenai began discussing plans together, seeing as in 9 months, their new family would grow. The blonde told her about his conversation with Kakashi, and she was happy that he managed to choose. She was okay with the possibility that Naruto remained in Anbu, but some part of her figured that it would be nicer if he could spend more time with her and the kids. While in Anbu, she only saw him at night, and when she woke up, he was already gone for another Anbu-level mission. Now, with being an elite jounin, he would have more time between missions, thus more time to spend by her side. I'm happy for you, Naruto-kun. I could see at the hospital that you're in doubt after the offer. So, I didn't want to pressure you. Yeah, it's been a long time since I was a regular shinobi. It will take some time getting used to being exposed and all. With that out the way, Naruto and Kurenai started discussing their life arrangements, hence, their place to live, once the kids arrive. Naruto's apartment wasn't even enough for the couple to live and Kurenai's was average at best. None of the apartments were fitted for a family to live. Kurenai told Naruto that she knew of a nice neighborhood where a few houses were for sale. In their right mind, there wouldn't be a need for anything big, just a 2-story house, with 2 or 3 bedrooms, a nice living room for starters. Also, a regular-sized garden for the kids to play. With both their incomes, they figured that buying a house wouldn't be so hard. Plus, with Naruto's position as elite jounin, his income would practically double and thus, he would have a steady income. Not to mention the fact that Naruto would receive his inheritance. Minato's will was firm on the belief that Naruto became a jounin before receiving it. Of course, the man hoped that Naruto wouldn't need the money before that. But Naruto managed in the end, with his job. Naruto, then, began to study the available houses and smiled at Kurenai's most devious plan. Most of them were located near Anko and Yogao's clan houses. However, it was indeed better since she would have help from them in taking care of the twins, while he was on a mission. Also the blonde knew that Anko would never, ever, let any harm come to Kurenai or their kids, so it was all for the better. After some deliberations from both, they managed to decide their ideal house. This one had 3 floors, one being below the ground, which was perfect for maybe a library or a hidden training ground. 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, all of them located at the last floor. Add to the fact that the living room was rather spacious and the garden, while not so big, was adequate for 2 children. Kurenai asked Naruto if she could negotiate the deal herself, to which Naruto accepted. He will need to deal with Tsunade in the morning anyway, about his decision. At Hokage's office. 2 days later, 2 jounin stood in front of the Hokage, waiting for their next assignment. Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, despite protests from the Uchiha in particular, became what Tsunade hoped it would be, a team later on. Sasuke grew up a lot, now mimicking his father Fugaku in choice of clothes. He also had his kusanagi strapped on his back, just like when he was a ninja from Sound. Sakura, for her part, abandoned her tight black shorts and settled for a nice Anbu-style pants, same color. She wore her jounin vest, on top of her usual red shirt. According to Tsunade, the last member of the team was still due to be selected. So, while they waited, Sasuke and Sakura performed missions which different jounins, even a seasoned chunnin on occasions. Reporting for mission, Tsunade-sama, Sakura said, with such a cheerful demeanor that contradicted with Sasuke's normal broody one. "Ah, I have the perfect mission for you too, now where it is?" "Ah, I found it." "Tsunade-sama, any news about our third member?" After hearing the question, Tsunade smiled at the memory. Flashback on. Tsunade was busy sorting out the mission pile, when she sensed someone teleporting inside her office. Said chakra was familiar, she reasoned. When the small tornado ceased, Black Wolf Anbu stood with his arms crossed. Today was the day Naruto came to tell her his choice. His Anbu armor was pretty damaged and a few cuts could be seen on his left arm from a scouting mission his team performed last night, which turned to engaging an A-ranked missing nin from Kirigakure, who was trying to infiltrate the village. "I guess you already made your choice, Naruto? As much as it pains me to take off this mask, I now must make the best choice for my family." Tsunade smiled at his proclamation. "It was a wise choice, Naruto. I'd like to extend once more my congratulations for your new family. Also, congratulations on your new status as elite jounin of this village. You may take your mask off now." Naruto nodded, before slowly holding his mask and removing it from his face, revealing to Tsunade, his black mask that covered half of his face, including his birth whisker marks. "As it turns out, I have an opening spot for a special jounin team I've assembled. I believe you'll fit nicely. Report here tomorrow, same time, dismissed." Flashback off. As a matter of fact, Sakura, "Yes, I believe I found your third member and he's due to arrive in approximately 2 minutes." The statement surprised Sakura and Sasuke. To think that said man had such sense of punctuality was unheard of. However, the knock on the door showed proof of what Tsunade said. After the permission from the Hokage, the door opened to reveal a jounin, from the looks of it. However, it didn't take 2 seconds, before they recognized the third member's identity. Of course, the blue eyes and blonde hair was a dead giveaway, but the mask that covered his face was new. Naruto, for his part, pretended not to be surprised, upon seeing his old teammates waiting for him at the Hokage's office. However, by the looks of it, it seemed that these two were part of the team Tsunade spoke about and he was the third member. Uzumaki Naruto, reporting for mission Tsunade-sama. His tone was neutral, which surprised both Sasuke and Sakura. What surprised them more was the lack of intimacy that one would expect from being on the same Junon team a couple of years back. Sasuke remembered his fight with Naruto, and how fiercely he fought to bring him back to the village. Looking at his back, now, Sasuke couldn't recognize him. He half expected the blonde to simply turn and give him thumbs up or his goofy smile, but nothing happened. Sakura, for her part, looked at his back and could sense the power he emanated. She remembered the time he passed the Anbu Naruto exam and wondered if Team 7 would reunite once more. Good, now that the team is assembled, there is a B-ranked mission for you to perform. Sakura here will be the leader, as said mission involves Konoha Hospital. There is a village near Amigakure's borders that more often than not, sells powerful medicine to us. Your mission is to go there and acquire the medicines. Be careful, though, Amigakure is a mess right now, probably some missing ninjas around the area. I expect great things from this team. Dismissed. Afterwards, the three vanished in a sunshine, before Naruto appeared once more, like Tsunade expected him to. What you think? The Hokage asked, before she saw Naruto's smile behind his black mask. I think it's going to be a disaster, however, you won't be hearing any objections on my part upon hearing this. Tsunade couldn't help but smile as well. You didn't tell him yet, did you? About Itachi's letter. I haven't decided yet. I'll have to run it with my advisors, seeing as they are involved in this as well. Naruto nodded and was about to leave once more, before he turned to the Hokage. In case he doesn't take this well and decides to retaliate, I won't think twice in dealing with the situation appropriately. Tsunade could sense the seriousness behind his statement and nodded. When a Jounin rebels against his Hokage, I won't expect anything less of you, Naruto. With that, Naruto vanished once more towards the gate where Sasuke and Sakura would be waiting for him. The path ahead was clouded for now. Akatsuki received a huge blow from Itachi's betrayal and their lack of numbers. However, Naruto couldn't put it past him that the threat still remained. Also, seeing as he had a family now, he couldn't allow the possibility of that damned organization going after Kurenai or his children. Another thing was this new team of his. I only hope that history doesn't repeat itself.